Spells in D&D 5e are powerful tools for spellcaster that can turn the tide of encounter in an instant. However, not all spells are created equal. While some spells are exceptionally powerful, there are a few spells that are very underwhelming. In this video, we've gone over some of the worst spells of each spell level that you might consider avoiding. Starting us off at number 10, we have Witch Bolt. This is a first level concentration spell that deals 1d12 lightning damage to a creature you hit within 30 feet of you, then an additional 1d12 lightning damage automatically every turn after, as long as you use your action to inflict that damage. If you don't use your action, or if the creature is ever outside of the spell's range or hides behind total cover, then the spell will simply end. Being able to deal guaranteed damage every turn for the duration that you use the spell sounds fantastic. However, the problem with Witch Bolt is the fact that you have to use your action in order to continue to deal damage to the spell after hitting it the first time. And the low range of 30 feet means you have to get within walking distance of the enemy in order to actually use the spell in the first place. Even then, a creature affected by the spell can just simply walk out slightly of range in order to end it. The spell also scales very poorly, as upcasting it to a higher level spell slot only increases the damage dice of the initial hit and not every hit afterwards. The fact that this spell also eats up your concentration is a huge downside because it prevents you from casting other spells, unless it's with a bonus action spell, or if you're willing to drop concentration for a different spell. The only real reason you would probably want to use Witch Bolt is to maybe conserve spell slots at lower levels, since the damage is guaranteed each turn after hitting. But even then, that's why you have Cantrips, including Toll the Dead, which can already deal 1d12 necrotic damage if the creature is already injured. Even Firebolt's 1d10 fire damage isn't something to be sniffed at, and will just out-damage Witch Bolt eventually anyway, since Cantrips gain extra damage dice automatically upon reaching 5th level. And if we're talking about first level spells, Witch Bolt is outclassed by Chromatic Orb, which deals 3d8 damage and lets you choose from a small list of other damage types as needed. There's also Magic Missile, which deals guaranteed force damage that doesn't require Bolt to hit, and deals more risk-free damage on average than Witch Bolt does on its initial hit. But because there is at least a niche use for this spell that is relatively low committal, and easy just replace as you level up, Witch Bolt gets to, at least, sit nicely at the number 10 spot on this list. And at number 9, we have Immolation. This is a 5th level concentration spell that lasts for up to 1 minute and has a range of 90 feet. You target one creature within range, and that target must make a dexterity saving throw, or take 8d6 fire damage on failure, or half on a success. At the end of each of the affected creature's turn, it repeats the saving throw, taking an extra 4d6 fire damage if it fails, or ending the spell entirely if they succeed. The target also sheds bright light in a 30-foot radius and dim light for an additional 30 feet, which isn't very useful in most situations. It's also worth noting that the flames are magical and can't be extinguished by non-magical means, which might be useful if you're fighting in the rain or a snowstorm. The spell functions similarly to Witch Bolt in that it allows you to continuously deal damage to a creature every turn for its full duration, and in some ways it might be better than Witch Bolt, since its creatures can't easily end the spell if they simply leave its range. Speaking of range, Immolation has triple the range of Witch Bolt, making Immolation a little bit easier to use. You also don't need to use an action or a bonus action in order to deal the damage to the creature. It just sort of happens every turn. However, the problem with this spell might actually be what makes it worse than Witch Bolt. You see, every time you attempt to deal damage, whether it's from the initial cast of the spell or afterwards, the creature makes a dexterity saving throw every time, ending this spell altogether if they succeed and only taking half the initial 8d6 fire damage. And being a 5th level spell, 8d6 fire damage sounds nice, but in comparison, it deals the same damage as a 3rd level fireball but to a single target. You can even upcast Scorching Ray, a 2nd level spell which conjures 3 rays of firebolts to deal 2d6 damage each, and create an additional ray for each slot above 2nd level, in order to deal up to 12d6 fire damage to a single target, or spread across many, assuming they all hit, of course. If you want a 5th level spell that uses your concentration but has more flexibility, then you might consider something like Bixby's Hand, which deals a lower amount of damage than Immolation with its melee attack at 48, but it is force damage which is less resisted and negated by creatures. It also comes with a handful of different utility options that might grab your attention, such as grappling a creature with its immense strength, shoving creatures away, or providing half cover and blocking creatures from moving past it. The reason Immolation is worse than Witch Bolt, and the reason why it sits at number 9 spot on this list, is because by the time you gain access to 5th level spells, there are already a vast amount of options available that don't really make this spell worth taking at all. At least with Witch Bolt, you might kind of use it for a couple of levels until you learn 2nd level spells if you have no other options. And at number 8, we have Mordenkainen's Sword. This is a 7th level concentration spell which works similar to a 2nd level cleric spell, Spiritual Weapon, where you conjure a sword made of pure magical energy that can deal damage to a creature within 5 feet of it. The damage is 3d10 force damage and can move it up to 20 feet using your bonus action, where you can then repeat the attack on the same target or a different one. This spell is basically just a worse version of Spiritual Weapon, a 2nd level cleric spell that uses your bonus action to deal 1d8 plus spellcaster modifier and force damage whenever it hits, but Mordenkainen's Sword is only available to wizards and bards. It uses your action to summon and your concentration to maintain, while also dealing an average of only 16 force damage whenever it hits a creature. Although while this spell acts similarly to Spiritual Weapon, a more apt comparison would be Bixby's Hand, which deals an average of 18 force damage and can move it up to 60 feet as opposed to the spell's 20 feet, and can do plenty of other useful things as a bonus action as well, all for one 5th level spell slot. While this one is only on the Artificer and Wizard spell list, Bards can also learn this spell at level 10 whenever they learn the Magical Secrets class feature, allowing them to learn any 2 spells that they're able to cast from any class. The reason this spell is number 8 on this list is because, for a 7th level spell, it has a very high commitment cost for something that sounds cool on paper, but in practice is just outclassed by much better spells of lower levels in every aspect. The only thing this spell has over Bixby's Hand is the fact that you can cast Mordenkainen's Sword using your action in order to attack a creature, then use your bonus action to make another attack on the same creature. Since the spell doesn't say that you have to use your bonus action on subsequent turns after using the spell, allowing you to do an average of 33 force damage the turn you use it. However, that isn't really enough to consider it worth using over spells like Crown of Stars, which doesn't require concentration and lets you create 7 motes of light that deal an average of 26 radiant damage once a turn as a bonus action whenever a mote hits. Draconic Transformation is another 7th level spell, which grants you a breath weapon that deals an average of 72 force damage to creatures that fail a dexterity saving throw, or half if they succeed, while also providing you with a flying speed of 60 feet and blind sight of 30 feet, which might have some uses. Just like Immolation, there is just too little value in using Mordenkainen's Sword when so many spells exist which easily outclass it. And at number 7, we have Stone Skin. This is a 4th level concentration spell which allows you to touch a creature and grant it resistance to non-magical bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing damage. It requires 100 gold worth of diamond dust, which is consumed by the spell each time you want to cast the spell, and it lasts for up to 1 hour. The reason this spell is pretty bad is mainly because of 3 big problems. The first is the fact that it only protects a creature against non-magical bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing damage, which starts becoming more and more uncommon as more and more enemies start packing magical melee attacks. It can be useful in general encounters where you might fight some local beasts like direwolves, but as you get higher in levels, many creatures are going to start using abilities and spells which deal damage types other than the 3 that this spell gives resistance against. The second problem with this spell is the fact that you must use 100 gold worth of diamond dust in order to cast the spell in the first place, which can be a steep price depending on the campaign. So for such a steep cost, you would think this spell would at least resist magical damage as well, right? There's also the problem that this spell uses up your concentration, so there's a chance the diamond dust you need will just be wasted if you happen to get hit by a stray attack or caught in AoE and end up failing your concentration check. In this instance, it might be better to take a spell which can do more than just resist damage, such as Slow, which is a 3rd level spell that does an extremely good job at debuffing enemies by having their speed, subtracting -2 from their AC and dexterity saving throws, taking away their use of reactions, hindering enemy spellcasting, forcing creatures to use their action or bonus action on their turns, and restricting them to a single melee or range attack during its turn. While this doesn't inherently reduce any sort of damage they deal, it does reduce the amount of attacks they can do, which in turn means less damage coming to your party in the long run. And the many other effects included with this spell can mean that your party can more easily win the combat much faster since targets are easier to hit. There's even less risk involved with this spell since it only targets up to 6 creatures that you choose, so no need to be careful about how you use it. But if you're looking for a spell that you can cast on your ally and grant them additional benefits, then Haste is a really good 3rd level spell which doubles the target's speed, grants +2 to their AC, advantage on dexterity saving throws, and gains an additional action on each of its turns that it can use to take the dash, disengage, hide, use an object, or attack action using only a singular weapon attack. While Haste doesn't last an hour like Stone Skin does, it can just end combats quicker than if you simply make a creature resist to non-magical damage. Which is kind of what makes this spell so bad when you think about it. Stone Skin is a defensive buff spell which uses a lot of resources and action economy, but does very little to further the state of an encounter. In fact, it may even do the complete opposite and make encounters slower, since you'll be reserving your concentration for the spell when it could have gone into ways that make the combats easier or more manageable. A good example of a spell which protects an ally that you might consider worth taking instead at higher levels is the 6th level spell Fizzband's Platinum Shield, which grants damage resistance to fire, cold, acid, lightning, and poison damage, as well as having its own set of extra features such as evasion, allowing the shielded creature to take half damage from failed dexterity saving throws and no damage from successful ones. It also grants a half cover to the creature being shielded in the first place. And you can use your bonus action to move it onto another creature of your choice if the creature decides to change targets. So while Stone Skin can provide some niche resistances, it doesn't do anything else to protect your party members from deadly effects. Costs 100 gold to cast every time, and uses a 4th level spell slot, which is a tier that possesses a lot of other powerful spells, such as Polymorph, which turns creatures into animals and has a whole bunch of funny uses. Or Greater Invisibility, which is a fantastic way to grant an ally advantage in all their attack rolls, while not having to worry about them being targeted since most attacks including spells rely on creatures needing to see the target in the first place. And at number 6, we have Dromidge's Instant Summons. This is a 6th level spell that can basically teleport to you an object which has been marked by this spell. To do so, you must first touch an object that weighs 10 pounds or less, and whose dimensions are no more than 6 feet long while in possession of a sapphire worth 1,000 gold. The object is then invisibly marked, and the name of the object is inscribed into the sapphire used as the material component. After that, you can use your action to recall the object to your hand, no matter where you are, by speaking the item's name and crushing the sapphire. However, if a creature is holding or carrying the item, crushing the sapphire only tells you who and roughly where the creature possessing the object can be located. On the surface, this spell sounds like it would fit something like the Phantom Thief style archetype perfectly. You come into contact with a rare and powerful magic item or artifact that might be too high profile at the time, and secretly embed it with an invisible symbol after being allowed to examine it. Then, later that night, when the item is securely locked away, you can simply recall that artifact into your hands and the job is finished. However, the huge investment needed in order to cast the spell multiple times over the course of a campaign might not even be feasible by the time most players have access to this spell. Because, although the spell doesn't say the sapphire is consumed in the list of material components required, the spell itself does specify that you crush the sapphire with no implication that you get the sapphire back. Couple this with the fact that each time you cast instant summons, you must use a different sapphire, making this spell ridiculously expensive for what it allows you to do. And, as shown earlier, that sort of Phantom Thief style of play appears to be what the spell is meant for. However, this is a 6th level spell that is only available to wizards, meaning that arcane tricksters, the one class that might actually want to make use of the spell, can't even take this spell because you only learn up to 4th level wizard spells. This isn't really a spell you should take unless you work something out with your DM, or happen to come across the one scenario where you might be able to use it. Maybe instead of destroying a Lich's phylactery, you could use instant summons as a way to recall to your hands at a later time and use as a bargaining chip, which definitely sounds like a cool and interesting way of using the spell, and could make for some interesting storyline and role-playing moments. So there are definite uses for the spell, which doesn't make it the worst spell in the world. It's just that needing to basically pay 1,000 gold in order to use it can be a huge turnoff, and would be quite the endeavor to make use out of without working something out with your DM if you decide to take this spell. But given that this spell does have the potential to make some interesting scenarios happen whenever it can be used, and can be ritual cast without using any of your spell slots, is why this spell is only the 6th on the list and not even higher. And at number 5, we have Weird. This is a 9th level concentration spell which lasts for up to 1 minute and forces a wisdom saving throw on creatures of your choice in a 30-foot sphere within a range of 120 feet. Nothing happens to the creature if they succeed their saving throw, but if they fail, they'll become frightened for the duration of the spell. Once frightened in this way, the affected creatures repeat the wisdom saving throw at the end of each of their turns in order to try to end the effects of the spell, taking 4d10 psychic damage if it fails. Now, the point where you learn 9th level spells in any given campaign is the point where you, as spellcasters, should feel both powerful and accomplished. You hit level 17, a feat that many players don't get to experience because most campaigns don't run for that long from lower tiers of play, so you should feel rewarded for your efforts. You get spells like Meteor Swarm, which deal a total of 40 d6 damage to creatures in a humongous area, Wish, which allows you to basically do whatever you want with it, at your DM's discretion of course, Invulnerability, which makes you immune to all damage for its 10-minute duration, and then there's Weird. It only deals an average of 22 psychic damage per turn to creatures inside of its radius, but only if the creatures fail their wisdom saving throw and become frightened. You also need to maintain concentration in order to keep creatures frightened and taking damage from the spell, which can be achieved much better by spells like Illusory Dragon, an 8th level spell that both frightens enemies and lets you deal an average of 24 damage of a chosen damage type listed in the spell's description in a giant cone as a bonus action every turn for 1 minute. It also calls for an intelligence save instead, which is the best stat to target, in order to have the damage of Illusory Dragon's breath attack, as opposed to if a creature succeeds their wisdom saving throw against Weird, it just has no effect and the spell slot is wasted. The best part about all of this is the fact that the spell is very easily outclassed by Psychic Scream, another 9th level spell which deals an average of 49 psychic damage to up to 10 creatures of your choosing within a 90-foot radius, and also stuns them, which is generally a much better condition to inflict on your enemies since it keeps creatures from taking any actions at all while also granting advantage on your party's members' attack rolls against them. It also requires a successful intelligence saving throw in order for creatures to only take half the damage and not be stunned. So, even if creatures happen to roll high enough to avoid the stun effect, they at least take some damage instead of no damage. Creatures that failed their saving throws against Psychic Scream also repeat the saving throw at the end of each of their turns in order to end the stun, so you can probably count on the stun remaining active for longer than Weird's Frighten effect. But even in these situations, you might just be better off just casting Meteor Swarm if you can, since it has a reasonably high chance of completely ending the combat right then and there. A 9th level spell slot should feel powerful and have amazing effects for you to play with, but Weird is both outclassed by spells in the same tier as it, and has effects that are just easier to achieve from lower level spells, which is why this spell is so low on this list. And at number 4, we have Control Weather. This is an 8th level concentration spell that lets you manipulate the local weather within a 5-mile radius of yourself for up to 8 hours. When you cast this spell, your DM first determines the current weather conditions using a table which contains various different kinds of weather conditions related to climate properties, which can include precipitation, temperature, and wind. Once the DM confirms the type of weather, you change the weather conditions by changing the current climate by 1 stage, moving that level of condition up or down as listed on the table. Once you've done so, the changes take 1d4 plus 10 minutes to take effect, after which you'll be able to change the weather conditions once again. Once the spell ends, the weather gradually returns to normal. There are a lot of potential uses for this spell. It can lead to some very significant changes to the world's environment if it's abused just right. Given enough time, you can turn deserts into winter tundras, or melt entire ice caps by raising the temperature, or simply inconveniencing a festival with a bit of rain. But that's kind of the problem with this spell. It does take time to actually make all the changes to the weather necessary in order to achieve whatever it is you're looking to do. And if you ever make a particularly drastic change in climate, there's also the very real danger of inconveniencing your own party as well. If you turn a normally warm land into an ice-cold tundra, your party might be subjected to potential exhaustion due to the effects of extreme cold, where they'll have to make a DC 10 Constitution saving throw at the end of each hour unless they're wearing cold weather gear, or are immune or resistant to cold damage. You might also force your DM to think about the consequences of the party potentially changing the entire ecosystem around them with prolonged use, which might actually make for some interesting world building, but might also sidetrack from the actual campaign depending on how your game is being ran. The biggest problem with Control Weather, however, is that there is no real reason to ever take this spell, and the situations where this spell might come in handy can probably be done with other spells anyway. For example, a group of farmers are having trouble growing their crops this year, so you use Control Weather to provide enough rain to create a more than bountiful harvest. In this case, you could also just cast the 3rd level spell Plant Growth over 8 hours in order to enrich the land, causing all plants in a half-mile radius of a point you choose to yield twice the normal amount of crops for up to 1 year. You can also use the spell to deter an incoming invasion force by gradually making the weather too cold or too hot for them to travel in and head back home, in which case the spell might actually work to your party's benefit. This isn't necessarily a bad spell, just one with way too many niche factors to favor in if you want to use an 8th level spell slot to cast it. And with how long the effects can last or take in order to kick in, it's really only good to use during periods of downtime, or if you're planning on hanging around any given area for an extended amount of time, which is why this spell sits the number 4 spot on this list. And at number 3, we have Feign Death. This is a 3rd level spell which allows you to touch a creature in order to render it dead, so to speak. Specifically, a willing creature is put into a trance-like state that makes them only appear dead for 1 hour. During this state, the target is blinded and incapacitated, while also having its speed reduced to 0. They also have resistances to all damage except psychic damage, and all disease and poison effects subside until the spell ends, even if they accumulate a disease or become poisoned during the spell's effect. This is an incredibly niche spell that requires a lot of creativity in order to gain any sort of value out of it. On one hand, you could fake your own death to get out of a sticky situation, but you would be incredibly vulnerable if someone tries to dispose of your body in any way. And having resistance to damage isn't a very useful aspect of the spell, since most people tend to leave dead bodies alone anyway, unless we're talking about fire damage if your body ends up in a crematorium or something. So, you have to really play carefully when using this spell, since there's a good chance you might end up putting yourself in a worse situation. However, if you know that a powerful necromancer is coming to collect dead bodies in order to raise undead in their secret lair, then maybe you can cast Feign Death on yourself and have your allies follow where they take your corpse, and then retrieve your body while infiltrating the necromancer's hideout. But because of how incredibly niche the spell is, it's really more of a DM spell that they can use to have fun with and might use it in a world building tool. Perhaps your party is running a murder mystery setting where the murderer feigns death on himself in order to frame a potential suspect, or even wipe themselves from the suspect list entirely and throwing off the whole investigation. The reason this spell takes the number 3 spot on this list is because, while there are some pretty niche uses for this spell, it's not really a great spell for players to use, unless you know what you want to use it for before taking it. Otherwise, it may as well just be a dead spell. And at number 2, we have True Strike. This is a cantrip that requires you to use your concentration in order to grant yourself advantage on your first attack roll you make on your next turn against a target you choose within 30 feet, provided the spell hasn't ended by then. Now, there isn't really any good way to use this spell to get maximum value out of it outside of some very niche situations. You could theoretically cast Firebolt as a sorcerer, follow up by using the meta magic feature Quicken spell so that you can cast True Strike as a bonus action, then on the following turn cast Chromatic Orb with advantage. But this requires you to maintain concentration until your next turn, so any damage could potentially cause True Strike to drop. You also need to spend 2 sorcery points in order to use Quicken spell, which you only get an amount of equal to your sorcerer level starting at 2nd level. Meaning, even if you aren't using as many spell slots as resources, you are still using another form of a valuable resource. And in the case of any other class that gains access to the spell, you're better off casting a spell the first turn than casting the same spell again the next turn, since you would just be achieving the same effect that way anyway. Not to mention the fact that there are numerous ways to gain advantage on your attack rolls without needing to use your concentration for something like True Strike. Fairy Fire, for instance, is a 1st level spell that can grant you and your party members advantage on all their attack rolls against the affected creatures. Hold Person is a 2nd level spell, which paralyzes creatures and allows for any attacks on them to automatically crit in addition to having those attacks made at advantage. And if you're looking for a more defensive option, Silvery Barbs is a 1st level spell that you can use as a reaction in order to force a creature to reroll an attack roll, saving throw, or ability check and take the lowest result, while also giving a party member or yourself advantage on their next attack roll, saving throw, or ability check. And while these spells do use resources to cast, they also provide additional benefits to both you and your friends, as opposed to trying to give yourself a better chance on your next attack on your next turn. Even then, casting a single chromatic orb, for instance, deals an average around 13 damage, while simply casting the cantrip Toll the Dead against a wounded creature on your current turn, and then again on your next turn, it deals an average of 13 necrotic damage. The only reason this spell isn't number 1 on this list is because it's a cantrip, so it doesn't actually use significant resources. It's just a bad spell that is extremely niche to even use if you jump through enough hoops to make it kind of useful. And at number 1, we have Find Traps. This is a 2nd level spell which basically lets you know whether or not there are traps within 120 feet that are in line of sight of you. You don't learn the locations of the traps, nor does the spell imply that you learn how many traps are present. The only information you learn is the general nature of the traps you sense, such as learning the trap might deal fire damage. This spell also fails if none of the traps are within line of sight of you. So, if the trap is covered or around the corner or even blocked off by a large object in order to conceal it, then you just wasted a 2nd level spell slot that could have been preserved for later use. What makes the spell even worse is that you can accomplish the same thing by simply rolling investigation checks in order to find traps yourself, and even uncover hidden traps while doing so. And even if Find Traps works, you still don't know where the traps are, so you're going to have to investigate and look for the traps regardless. There is the danger of failing the check, which can lead to some dangers, so if setting off traps accidentally is a concern, you might send a familiar, conjured by the Find Familiar spell, in order to look for traps with minimal danger to the party, and then follow up with your own investigation checks afterwards. If you have a rogue in your party, then they can very easily work around traps, since they would have an easier time dodging traps if they accidentally trigger one, due to the effects of evasion only dealing half damage to them if they fail a dexterity saving throw, which most traps usually target, and no damage if they succeed. You can also use Mage Hand, a cantrip that summons a spectral hand that you can move around up to 30 feet, and comb the room from a safe distance if you want to trigger potential traps that way. Although, not the safest or recommended option. The only thing this spell really does is confirm that itching sensation you might have when entering a mildly suspicious room, but you would still know nothing about the traps other than the bare minimum. The reason this spell takes the top spot on this list is because it's outclassed by any spells in particular. It's just a spell that doesn't really have a niche and doesn't really do anything to actually help, since chances are you're going to look for traps within a room anyway. If anything, this spell should at least grant advantage on investigation checks for finding traps, so that it at least feels like it might be worth using a 2nd level spell slot. In D&D 5th edition, each class gains something new whenever they level up, whether that be learning new spells, a new class or subclass feature, or gaining increased stats via your ability score improvements. And the purpose of gaining these new abilities is to make your character feel stronger as the campaign progresses. However, in this video, we'll be going over some of the worst features you can learn from classes and subclasses, which either have a very little impact on the power level of your character from a roleplay or combat perspective, or are just too niche to really make use out of in general. And at number 10, we have Counter Charm. This is a 6th level bard feature, which allows you to spend an action to give friendly creatures within 30 feet of you advantage on saving throws against being frightened or charmed until the end of your next turn. And since this is a feature where you must be vocal, only creatures that are able to hear you can benefit off of this feature, while being incapacitated or silenced will automatically cause the feature to end early. You can also end the performance early at any given time without spending any action. Having advantage on being frightened and charmed is pretty good, since both conditions can be very annoying to deal with, as being frightened gives you disadvantage on all ability checks and attack rolls, while the source of your fear is in line of sight, while also preventing the frightened creature from moving any closer to the source of the condition. Meanwhile, being charmed basically means you can't attack or harm the charmer, while the charmer has advantage on social interactions with you. That being said, there are two major problems with Counter Charm. The first is that it uses your action, which is an extremely valuable resource to spend on your turn, in order to grant your party members advantage on the aforementioned conditions for only a single turn. This means that you're not really doing anything for the rest of your turn unless you're giving out bardic inspirations, which admittedly does combo pretty well with counter charm, since a creature about to be hit with frighten or charm can use a bardic inspiration to give themselves a slightly better chance to resist the effect. But this goes into counter charm's second flaw, which is the fact that it doesn't actually end the conditions of being frightened or charmed. This means that if you have a party member that's already frightened or charmed, then this feature only really helps them if they have to redo the saving throw against either effect. Because of the way this feature works, you also can't really use counter charm as a way to prevent charm or frightening from occurring in the first place unless you're spending every action before combat using it, or know for sure that a creature is going to cast something like fear or charm person. In which case you're better off having your wizard or sorcerer use counterspell instead, or waiting until 10th level to take counterspell yourself via magical secrets feature that just lets you take spells from any spell list of your choosing. Actually, if you really want to prevent you and your party from being frightened or charmed, you can always learn Combo Motions as one of your second level bard spells, as it basically does what Counter Charm wants to do, albeit the cost of a second level spell slot. Essentially, you create a 20-foot radius sphere centered around a point you choose within 60 feet, and force humanoid creatures within that sphere to make charisma saving throws, with the added caveat that creatures may willingly choose to fail the saving throw in order to gain the effects of one of the following outcomes for failing the saving throw. You can make creatures indifferent about other creatures of your choice that it was hostile towards, and ends if the target is attacked or harmed by a spell, or if it witnesses any of its friends being harmed. More importantly, in this case, you can suppress the frighten and charm conditions affecting the creature for the duration of the spell, where the conditions will resume unless the effects that were in place have expired. This basically allows you to immediately get rid of the frightened and charmed effects on your allies immediately, so long as they remain within this sphere. And even though Combo Motions only suppresses these conditions, 1 minute is usually more than enough time to end a combat, and thus ending the source of either condition by way of violence. Or alternatively, you can use this to combo with Counter Charm, since the affected creatures will still most likely have to make saving throws to try and end the conditions that were affecting them in the first place, such as the Fear spell, where you can repeat your saving throw if you're no longer within line of sight of your source of fear. While Counter Charm isn't inherently bad, it's a bit niche compared to a lot of the other features, and if you have a paladin in the party, then half of this feature is kind of useless, since they can just suppress or prevent creatures from being frightened altogether via their Aura of Courage feature that they get at 10th level, which grants them a 10-foot aura that's always on and does what was just explained. And if that paladin happens to be an Oath of Devotion paladin, then they also gain another aura for being charmed at 7th level, which can further limit the uses of Counter Charm. While you'll still be able to use Counter Charm to help end being frightened or charmed in every case mentioned, this doesn't detract from the biggest problem it has, which is using your action, which is usually better spent casting Combo Motions or any other spell that might be helpful to a party, such as Bless, Hold Person, Shatter, or even Fireball, if you take it via your Magical Secrets feature, which is why Counter Charm sits at number 10 on this list. And at number 9, we have Enthralling Performance. This feature belongs to the College of Glamour subclass for bards, and basically allows you to, once per short or long rest, attempt to charm creatures up to your charisma modifier and within 60 feet of you that you have performed in front of for at least 1 minute. Affected creatures must succeed a wisdom saving throw against your spell DC to avoid being charmed, but it has no realization that you were attempting to charm if they succeed, making this feature pretty much safe to use whenever you have it. And creatures that are charmed by this feature idolize you and may even fight on your behalf if they're already inclined to do so, such as a Grateful Guard you helped out a while ago, but ends after 1 hour if they take any damage, if you attacked it, or witness you attacking or damaging any of the creature's allies. This feature is pretty amazing for social campaigns where you're going to be meeting and greeting a lot of people, such as castles, cities, taverns, and so on. It can be a great way to get information on important people and places around the local area, as well as gathering secrets in ways you might not have been able to before due to the sour reputation or lack of acquaintanceships. However, the problem with this feature mostly comes from the fact that, oftentimes, DMs may or may not unknowingly treat regular bard performances with this feature's benefits anyway, since a performing bard can calm the mood in any situation. That's not to say that this feature is totally useless, however. If your DM doesn't allow performances to make social interactions easier, then Enthralling Performance is definitely a strong feature to have. And if your DM does allow performance to help social interactions, then this feature can actually reinforce the playstyle and even work as a wonderful flavor option for characters striding to become famous or well-known in an area, due to the fact that you'll be temporarily idolized and praised. While Enthralled Performance isn't terrible, it is severely limited to how your DM decides how they want performance checks to influence social outcomes. However, being able to have the chance to charm creatures for free without any risk once per short rest is a nice enough feature to have that it only takes number 9 on this list. And at number 8, we have Hide in Plain Sight. This is the 10th level class feature that Rangers get and allows you to spend 1 minute camouflaging yourself in fresh mud, dirt, plants, soot, and other naturally occurring materials to give yourself a passive plus 10 bonus to your stealth checks as long as you're not moving or taking any actions. Once you move or take an action or reaction, the camouflage falls off and you must spend another minute reapplying it. This feature is amazing if you ever need to remain in one area for an extended period of time. A flat plus 10 to your stealth combos well with a more recent optional class feature introduced in Tasha's Cauldron of Everything, Canny, which allows you to have expertise in one of your skill proficiencies. So, if you combine Hide in Plain Sight with expertise in stealth checks, you are basically stealthier than any rogue you could ever come across, especially if you then combine this with Pass Without Trace, giving you another flat 10% bonus to your stealth. However, that's really where the usefulness of this spell ends. The bonus granted by Hide in Plain Sight only applies to you and requires you to spend a minute to set up, which means that you don't want to use this feature in a time-heavy scenario. This feature might be good for hunting for food while traveling, or maybe gathering information between strangers on the open road. However, if you really want that plus 10 bonus to stealth in a pinch, you're better off concentrating on the aforementioned Pass Without Trace spell, which Rangers can learn as a 2nd level spell, and applies the stealth bonus to their nearby allies as well. Pass Without Trace also comes with the added benefit of making it so that you can't be tracked unless it's by magical means, as you and affected creatures no longer leave tracks or traces of passage so long as you're within the spell's radius. And since the spell can last for up to 1 hour, it can be very useful for stealthily traversing large expanses of the map, even if you have someone in your party that's wearing armor that provides them disadvantage on stealth checks, since even a plus 10 bonus is enough to mitigate the disadvantage in most cases. Overall, Hide in Plain Sight is a feature that provides a nice stealth bonus in situations where you want to remain in one spot, but because you get it so late, and because Pass Without Trace is available much earlier, as soon as you reach 5th level, there really isn't any way to make great use of this feature since Pass Without Trace does what this feature wants to do but better unless you really want to stack stealth bonuses for whatever reason. The reason this feature sits higher in this list than Counter Charm, however, is the fact that you learn Counter Charm much earlier, so there's many more chances to use it as opposed to Hide in Plain Sight being a 10th level feature, which is pretty much endgame for most campaigns. There's also the fact that even though both features are easily outclassed by spells, Counter Charm at least combos with the spell that outclasses it much better than Hide in Plain Sight combos with Pass Without Trace. However, what keeps this feature from being any higher in this list is due to the fact that you don't actually have to take this feature. You see, Tasha's Cauldron of Everything introduces a lot of optional features you can either take alongside your normal features, or replace certain features with a new one. Hide in Plain Sight is one of those features where you're allowed to replace with a much better feature, Nature's Veil. In short, Nature's Veil lets you use your bonus action to become invisible until the start of your next turn, proficiency times a day. Becoming invisible on command is just infinitely better than trying to spend a minute trying to give yourself a plus 10 bonus to your stealth, and eliminating any sight-based vision where you can see. Instead, cast Pass Without Trace, and use Nature's Veil to do the same thing in much less time. And at number 7, we have Detect Portal. This is a 3rd level subclass feature you learn as a Horizon Walker Ranger. It allows you to use your action to detect the distance and direction of the nearest planar portal within 1 mile of you. And that's really all there is to this feature. It can be useful for finding the origin of an invasion of demons, for instance, or find a really important portal for plot-related reasons. But that's really it. Unless a campaign has a heavy focus on portals, Detect Portal is just not active in most campaigns. However, on the off chance that there are portals to be found, and if your DM is willing to work with you on getting some use out of this feature, Detect Portals is actually pretty useful and great, as it can help enhance the player experience when playing a Horizon Walker Ranger. But because this can only be used once per short long rest, you do still have to be careful how and when you use the ability, since if you use it too early or too late, you'll risk spending more time than needed looking for a certain portal if you know there was one in the general area. As for why this feature only takes number 7 on this list despite seeming a bit useless, well, unlike the other entries we'll be going over, this feature still does its job phenomenally well whenever it comes up and doesn't really have any rivaled features or spells that outclass it. It's just the fact that, other than this one niche case it's useful for, this feature is just outright useless and wants to be used in very specific campaigns. And at number 6, we have Divine Health. This is a feature you learn as a paladin at 3rd level and makes you immune to all diseases. Being able to not be affected by diseases such as cackle fever, sewer plague, and sight rot, all of which are featured in the Dungeon Master's Guide, is incredibly useful to have as some of these diseases can have a lot of debilitating effects. Cackle fever, for example, forces you to take psychic damage and become stuck in a laughing fit for a minute whenever you enter combat. taking damage, experiencing fear, having nightmares, or any other kind of stressful situation, and could potentially cause you to contract a form of indefinite madness if you fail 3 saving throws against fighting off the disease at the end of each long rest. And these are just some of the deadly diseases you might come into contact with during the duration of a campaign. There are some monsters that can have their own form of disease in their stat block, such as an aboleth, which possesses a tentacle attack that deals 3d6 plus 5 bludgeoning damage, and inflicts a disease onto its target that makes its skin translucent and become totally reliant on being underwater in order to recover lost hit points, and to not take 1d12 acid damage for every 10 minutes it spends out of water. However, just like Detect Portal, diseases aren't really something that DMs normally play with. Sure, there may be diseases thrown out here and there through certain encounters or campaign settings, but you're not likely to be running into potential diseases every single day. And even if you are afflicted with disease, you can easily cure most of them via the Lesser Restoration spell, which is a 2nd level spell that's readily available to artificers, bards, clerics, druids, paladins, even rangers, and a bunch of other subclasses, and allows you to end the effects of diseases or conditions that's affected a target such as blinded, deafened, paralyzed, or poisoned. Not to mention that it's not uncommon for towns to have a priest or healer who specializes in curing diseases and curses that a party might be afflicted with, albeit for a mere pittance of coin. Really, the only active use out of divine health you might get during combat is the benefit of being totally immune to the Contagion spell, a 5th level spell that has the ability to inflict 1 of 6 deadly diseases for 7 days when you fail 3 constitution saving throws against it, with Flesh Rot being among the deadliest of the bunch, since it makes you vulnerable to all damage types and gives disadvantage on charisma checks. However, the reason Divine Health takes number 6 on this list is because, unlike Detect Portal, there are just too many ways to cure diseases very quickly if you happen to run into any. However, just like Detect Portal, it's still one of those abilities that can be a lifesaver and fulfill its main purpose extremely well when diseases do happen to be a thing. And being obtained at 3rd level and having the benefit of always being on is also a nice bonus, which keeps this feature from being any higher on this list. And at number 5, we have a 2-way tie between the Mantle of Whispers and Imposter. Mantle of Whispers is a feature you can learn as a 6th level College of Whispers bard, while Imposter is a feature learned at 13th level by Assassination rogues, and both serve a similar function but go about it in different ways. First, let's go over Mantle of Whispers. In short, this feature basically allows you to capture the shadow of a humanoid creature you kill within 30 feet of you once per short or long rest, while the retained shadow itself is only retained until you use it or finish a long rest. As an action, you may choose to use the shadow, causing it to vanish and bestow upon you a disguise perfectly matching the person whose shadow you captured for 1 hour, or until you end the disguise using your bonus action. While disguising this way, you gain enough information and knowledge from that creature to share with a casual acquaintance, such as details about their background or personal life. Basically, just enough knowledge to pass yourself off as that person, so no secrets or key information you might want to actually know. And if a creature decides to inspect you for any reason, they'd have to pass an insight check contested against your deception, adding a +5 bonus to your deception check for being so lifelike with your disguise. Overall, this feature is basically a better version of Disguise Self, a 1st level spell that basically does what this just described, but with a couple of very minor key differences. The biggest difference the Mantle of Whispers has over Disguise Self is the fact that Disguise Self is purely an illusion, meaning it might be easy to accidentally ruin your disguise if they happen to bump into you, or try to reach for a hat that you made as part of the spell since their hand would just phase right through it. And with the way Mantle of Whispers is worded, you essentially become the person whose shadow has been captured, implying that whatever clothes you're wearing are your actual clothes. Basically, Mantle of Whispers is a safer option to use than Disguise Self purely because it's not necessarily illusion-based. However, because Disguise Self is readily available at 1st level, the only real benefit to using Mantle of Whispers is to better infiltration disguise by also being able to recall some very basic knowledge in case you get pulled aside by a guard for questioning, for instance. There's also the fact that you do have to kill a creature in order to disguise yourself as that person, which can have its own consequences depending on the campaign and setting, while Disguise Self would at least let you disguise yourself as the person without needing to harm a guard that might have had a family or pet dog waiting for them at home. As for the Imposter, this feature allows you to spend 3 hours to study a person's speech, mannerisms, and handwriting and learn how to perfectly mimic the way they speak, their behavioral patterns, and the way they write, allowing you to pass off anything you do as that person to any casual observer. And if someone actually does become suspicious and think you're an imposter, you can make a deception check to avoid being found out and have advantage to boot. This feature works extremely well when combined with a disguise kit, since you most likely wouldn't have access to something like Disguise Self without multiclassing or taking feats. On its own, Imposter doesn't really have any uses outside of maybe forging letters to make them seem like they're being written by an imposter person or politician, but when coupled with a disguise kit or the seeming spell, a 5th level spell that works just as an AoE version of Disguise Self and lasts for 8 hours, you can probably get a lot of use out of this feature. However, just like Mantle of Whispers, these features are just too niche to see regular play, unless your campaign has a much heavier focus on roleplaying, in which case these two features can work remarkably well as ways to augment your disguise. But if we had to choose, Mantle of Whispers might be considered more generally useful, as it's available much earlier and can make the Bard's Words of Terror, a feature that allows the Bard to speak to a creature alone for at least 1 minute before initiating a Wisdom saving throw to avoid being frightened of you for 1 hour, a little easier to pull off. As for the reason why both of these features sit the number 5 spot on this list, both of these features are equally niche as mentioned earlier, and really only serve as a way to supplement already existing ways to disguise oneself. Even with Mantle of Whispers being available at 6th level, both Mantle of Whispers and Imposter come in a little too late to really have enough time to shine, as most of your infiltration and spying will most likely come from Disguise Self or a Disguise Kit already. And at number 4, we have Master of Nature. This is a feature you can learn at 17th level as a Nature Domain Cleric. It allows you to use a bonus action to verbally command creatures charmed by your Charm Animal and Plants feature and tell them what each of them will do on their next turn. Charm Animal and Plants is a Channel Divinity feature that you learn at 2nd level when you take this domain subclass, and, as an action, forces beasts and plants within 30 feet of you to make wisdom saving throws or become charmed by you for 1 minute or until it takes damage. Being able to charm 2 entire categories of creatures is a very powerful ability to have, and being able to essentially dominate these creatures into doing your bidding sounds even better on paper. However, there are some glaring issues with Master of Nature that are big enough that it gets to take this spot on this list over Charm Animal and Plants. The first issue with this feature is that you have to rely on another class feature in order to be able to make use of Master of Nature in the first place. The second is that the number of plants and beasts you'll end up encountering at 17th level are fairly low. Unless your DM homebrews high level encounters or has a reason to attack the party with low level creatures, the highest CR value you encounter for plants is CR 9, while the highest encounter for beasts is CR 8. This is also another reason why Master of Nature takes a spot on this list over the actual Channel Divinity itself. Charm Animals and Plants is learned very early, and would reasonably see use throughout its lifetime, whereas Master of Nature would rarely see any play outside of specialized encounters or D&D settings that have a heavier focus on taking down wildlife. And because Master of Nature requires such a high level of commitment to even learn, it ends up being underwhelming as Nature Cleric's capstone despite how strong the effect of this feature can be, which is why it takes such a high spot on this list. And at number 3, we have Words of Terror, which we went over briefly earlier in this video. But to recap it in more detail, this is the 3rd level subclass feature you'll learn as a College of Whispers Bard, which allows you to, once per short or long rest, attempt to frighten one humanoid creature after you spent at least 1 minute alone speaking with it by making a wisdom saving throw against your spell save DC. When it fails, the creature becomes frightened of you or another creature of your choice for 1 hour, or until it's attacked, damaged, or witnesses its allies being attacked or damaged. When the creature succeeds, they would have no idea that you tried to frighten it, making this a very safe feature to use whenever it feels appropriate. This feature can be a good way to loosen the tongue of a key creature you might be having trouble prying information out of, or even as a way to plant the seeds of doubt in someone. Maybe you can have the king's cook become paranoid of the king with fear of being replaced, which might make them more likely to slip away secrets to your party, or more likely to convince them to go against the king in other ways. However, getting someone alone long enough to use this feature can be kind of a gamble, since most of the time you don't want your party to be split for too long in case something goes wrong. And in a way, this feature works very similar to the Glamour Bard's enthralling performance, where you can charm entire groups of creatures, and might even have better results, since charmed creatures would naturally have looser tongues to spit out important information than a single frightened creature that you may have to set up some alone time with. But if you're going for a more subdued method of information gathering or manipulation, then Words of Terror is a much better option for this. However, overall, for a 3rd level feature that gives you a chance to frighten a single creature while having 1 minute prep time to even attempt, you're much better off trying to talk to them normally with your party, or have someone cast Suggestion and cause fear, Charm Person, or the many other spells or features that get a similar result. However, having a single shot chance to frighten someone with the recharge speed of a single short rest is still nice to have, and is what keeps this feature from taking a higher spot on this list, as the next 2 entries are leagues apart compared to some of the other entries on this list. And at number 2, we have Intimidating Presence. This is a 10th level subclass feature learned by Berserker Barbarians, and allows you to use your action to attempt to frighten one creature you can see within 30 feet of you. If the creature can see or hear you, it then must make a wisdom saving throw or become frightened of you until the end of your next turn. Afterwards, you can use your action to extend the duration of the frightened effect until the end of your next turn, each time you do so. and the effect ends if the creature ends its turn either by being out of line of sight of you, or more than 60 feet away from you. If the creature succeeds their saving throw against this feature, then you can't use it on the creature again for 24 hours. Now, the first problem with this feature comes into play when looking at the saving throw DC of the ability. The DC of the saving throw is equal to 8 plus your proficiency bonus plus your charisma modifier, which is already a red flag when it comes to playing a class that favors strength, dexterity, and constitution over all else. Most subclasses that include a stat that isn't normally used for a class are usually included in the subclass early enough that you might want to either respec or choose a different subclass altogether. A lot of tier 1 campaigns start at around 3rd level, so a player might want to create an Eldritch Knight or a Battlemaster Fighter, which might want to switch around some stats in favor of more intelligence for Eldritch Knights, or more dexterity and charisma for some of the Battlemaster Fighter maneuvers. And even if players don't start at 3rd level, these features happen early enough that you can plan your stats around some of these changes. But right from the get-go, Barbarians immediately favor high strength for their rage feature and reckless attacks, high constitution for higher hit points and AC via their unarmed defense feature, and high dexterity for more initiative, AC, and better dexterity saving throws, which makes danger sense much stronger for them, but not the most important thing for them to focus on. And while you might want some amount of charisma so that you can specialize more intimidation, it's not really as useful as beating things to death, since chances are you'll have a high charisma character somewhere in your party. But the biggest and most important flaw of this feature is the fact that you have to use your action in order to use it. This is important for one very important reason, your rage mechanic. As a barbarian, you want to take the brunt of damage and attacks that are coming your party's way. What makes this sort of playstyle important is the fact that, while you're raging, you have resistance to all physical damage. However, whenever you enter your rage, it lasts for 1 minute, but will end early if you don't meet the conditions for maintaining your rage. While your rage ends prematurely if you're knocked unconscious, or ended willingly by using your bonus action, it can also end early if you don't take damage or haven't attacked a hostile creature since your last turn. What this means for Intimidating Presence is, if you choose to use your action to use this feature, and you haven't taken any damage since your last turn, your rage would immediately end since Intimidating Presence isn't an attack. So there's a level of caution that needs to be considered when using this feature. But since this feature requires you to use your action every turn to maintain the fear effect, you're ultimately left with choosing whether or not to end your rage or end the Intimidating Presence, or even worse, not use rage at all. What makes this even worse is that if you're using the Berserker Barbarian's Frenzy feature, which allows you to make 1 additional weapon attack each turn while raging, there's a very real risk that you'll end up dropping rage and accumulating levels of exhaustion as per the cost of using the Frenzy feature. At the end of the day, Intimidating Presence just doesn't synergize well with the Berserker Barbarian and doesn't really do anything that other spells and features of other classes can do much better. Maybe if Intimidating Presence allowed you to replace one of your attacks with it, it would at least be worth taking 10 levels of the subclass to get it. But as it is, there's not really any use for this feature existing, which is why it takes number 2 spot on this list. Because would you believe that there's a feature that's even worse? And at number 1 on this list, we have Eye for Detail. This subclass feature is obtained at their level as an Inquisitive Rogue, and allows you to use your bonus action to make perception checks to spot hidden creatures or objects, or investigation checks to uncover or decipher clues and nothing else. On paper, this feature should, in theory, make it so that you're better at perceiving and investigating your surroundings in general. However, that's not necessarily true in most cases, because this feature doesn't actually add anything new that you can't already do otherwise. In the rules for making perception checks, it states that your Wisdom perception check lets you spot, hear, or otherwise detect the presence of something. It measures your general awareness of your surroundings and the keenness of your senses. And then it goes on to provide examples of using your perception to do things, like eavesdropping on conversations through a door, or hearing monsters through a forest, or thugs hiding in the shadow of an alley. All of which you can do without even needing a feature for. The only benefit you're actually getting from Eye of Detail is being able to make perception checks in combat as a bonus action to spot a creature that decide to hide or become invisible in any way, since bonus actions are kind of pointless outside of combat a majority of the time. But even then, most DMs will allow their players to make perception checks as bonus actions anyway, or even as a free action, which further makes this feature kind of useless. Although editors note, heavy caution, this is very dependent on your DM. As for investigation checks, there's not really any in-combat use to make an investigation check as a bonus action in this way, since it can only be used to uncover or decipher clues, which, once again, you can just do any time outside of combat anyway without this feature, rules as written. You might be able to see through certain spells easier, which requires an investigation check, such as seeing through a minor illusion or illusionary dragon, but that would really depend on how your DM would rule what uncovering or deciphering clues actually means. Overall, the reason this feature takes the top spot on this list is twofold. On one hand, if your DM allows checks to be made as bonus actions or free actions in combat, then this feature does nothing for the player. This creates the problem of the DM having to adjust the way they run their games just to make this feature useful in a meaningful way. The other problem is, even if you play the game as written and allow checks as actions, you aren't actually gaining anything useful for the most part when using Eye for Detail. Most of the time, your party will have ways of dealing with invisible creatures during combat via spells or other features, like blind fighting, which can be learned at first level by fighters and rangers, which lets you see invisible creatures within 10 feet of you, unless that creature successfully hides from you. In which case, Eye for Detail might be useful in trying to spot them. If you're trying to spot an ambush, then Eye for Detail just doesn't really do anything because you're out of combat, so bonus actions wouldn't really come up. In short, Eye for Detail basically gives you the ability to do what you could already do in the first place, just as a bonus action, which is something that rarely even comes up when making these checks anyway. Maybe if this feature gave you advantage when making perception checks to spot hidden or invisible creatures, and investigation checks when looking for clues, or even expertise in one or both skill checks, then maybe this feature wouldn't be so terrible. But as it stands, Eye for Detail is just completely overshadowed by other features, and only worth taking for Ear for Deceit and Insightful Fighting, the other two features you learn at 3rd level as an Inquisitive Rogue, which both have much more use than Eye for Detail. There are some abilities in D&D that sometimes go out of their way to twist and bend the way the rules typically work, rather than just applying new numbers or adding bonus damage or granting a new trait like Blindside or something. So in today's video, we'll be going over some of these weird and unique abilities found in the game, which stand out thematically or mechanically, while also going over what makes these abilities strange in the first place. And to kickstart this list at number 10, we have Action Surge, which is an ability that fighters learn upon reaching 2nd level. All it does is allow you to make a second action on your turn once per short or long rest. And this second action can be used for anything, but is most commonly used to make a second attack action, since it allows you to apply your full benefits of the first attack action, such as extra attack, and other benefits that activate upon taking the attack action. And at 17th level, you'll be able to use Action Surge twice before needing a rest, although you can only use one Action Surge at a time on your turn. It is considered one of the most powerful class abilities, since it basically functions for any class that can multi-class into fighter. But what makes this ability weird is mostly due to the fact that this is the only ability in the game that actually grants you a second action in the first place. The only other way you can really obtain a second action is through the use of the 3rd level spell Haste, which limits you to only certain actions, including the attack action, which can only be used to make a single attack in this instance. Action Surge doesn't have any restrictions on what you can do with this second action, meaning that you can even use it to cast 2 leveled spells, so as long as you haven't used your bonus action in order to cast a spell that turn. So if you're a 5th level wizard and you took 2 levels in fighter, you are basically allowed to cast 2 fireballs in a single turn to deal massive damage to a lot of enemies once using your Action Surge, for instance. And while this is a perfect example of accomplishing something unique by bending the rules of the general action economy by allowing you to effectively do more damage on your turn, giving yourself a second action doesn't really sound all that weird compared to the other abilities on this list, but it's strange enough that it deserves a spot on this list at number 10. And at number 9, we have Steps of Night. This is a subclass feature available to Twilight Clerics upon reaching 6th level, and basically allows you to use your bonus action whenever in dim light or darkness to give yourself a flying speed equal to your walking speed for 1 minute. And you can do this number of times equal to your proficiency bonus and regain all uses after finishing a long rest. While it isn't exactly uncommon to gain the ability to fly at 6th level, the conditions for it are a bit strange, as you have to be within dim light or darkness in order to do it. Usually, abilities that grant you benefits in the dark tend to favor bonuses which aid you in being subtle or stealthy, such as the Gloomstalker's Ranger's Umbra Sight, which makes you invisible to creatures that rely on dark vision so as long as you're in darkness. So having a feature which grants you stronger emphasis on being active and around the battlefield by giving you a flying speed just by being in the area that usually taking advantage for its stealth bonus is fairly unique, mechanically anyway. In addition, because of the criteria you need to meet in order to even use this feature, it combos exceptionally well with the Twilight Cleric's Channel Divinity feature, Twilight Sanctuary, which makes an aura of dim light around you and provides you and your allies temporary hit points every turn or cure charmed or frightened effects. And because you're already included inside the dim light, you automatically meet the requirements in order to use Steps of Night, giving you an easy way to give yourself flying speed in a brightly lit room. What also makes Steps of Night stand out is the fact that, besides bonus proficiencies or Divine Strike, a subclass feature all clerics get, all of the other subclass features Twilight Clerics learn tend to rely on helping your allies in some way. Eyes of Night grants you dark vision range of 300 feet, while also coming with the added benefit of granting dark vision to willing creatures within 10 feet of you for 1 hour. Meanwhile, Twilight Shroud grants you and your allies half cover while they're inside your Twilight Sanctuary, providing a flat +2 to everyone's AC, But even in spite of that, Steps of Night does still work with the Twilight Cleric's theme of utilizing dim light, just in a more unique way than the way most other abilities tend to take advantage of these types of mechanics, which is why this feature only takes number 9 on this list. And at number 8, we have a Cursed Spectre. The Hexblade Warlock can learn this subclass feature at 6th level, and what it does is, once per long rest, it allows you to make a specter from the corpse of a humanoid slain by you, binding it to you until the end of the next long rest, where it will then vanish to the afterlife. It uses the Spectre stat block, but gains bonus temporary hit points equal to your Warlock level, while also gaining a bonus to its attack rolls based on your Charisma modifier. You roll for the Spectre's initiative, meaning it takes its own turn in combat, but obeys your verbal commands. So, firstly, Hexblade Warlocks are a special subclass, which gives the player a way to make a more melee-focused spellcaster. As such, the subclass features you learn as Hexblade tend to cater to the side on that spectrum. You gain proficiencies in medium armor, shields, and martial weapons, and you get to use your Charisma modifier for your weapons damage and attack rolls instead of the usual strength or dexterity modifiers, allowing you to effectively use weapons like swords, spears, or maces, so as long as you don't have the two-handed property tagged on them. And then, if you take the Pact of the Blade at 3rd level, you can apply this to two-handed weapons as well, such as the Great Sword or bows. Hexblade's Curse is a bonus action feature which helps you fight more effectively, as it lets you add your proficiency bonus as damage whenever you hit a creature that you apply this curse to. It also increases the range in which you score critical hits by allowing you to crit on a 19 or 20, instead of the usual 20, giving you a generous 10% chance to critically hit when you make an attack roll. And lastly, whenever a creature dies while cursed, you regain hit points equal to your Warlock level plus your Charisma modifier. Meanwhile, at 10th level, you learn the Armor of Hexes feature, which gives you the ability to use your reaction whenever a creature cursed by your Hexblade curse hits you with an attack roll, to roll a d6 and cause the creature to miss you if they roll a 4 or higher, effectively giving you a coin flip's chance to completely nullify a hit. And at 14th level, you'll learn the Master of Hexes feature, which just allows you to change the target of your Hexblade's curse to another creature within 30 feet of you whenever a creature affected by the curse dies, at the cost of not regaining any hit points. All of these features work together to make yourself more of a close-range brawler that can take hits and dish them out just as hard. Even the bonus spells you can learn as a Hexblade Warlock can directly influence the style of play through things like Shield for an extra AC bonus so that you don't get hit as often, or Wrathful Smite for a little bit of extra psychic damage that can also frighten the creature you hit, locking down that creature from getting closer to you, since the only way you can get out of being frightened, outside of waiting out the duration or passing the initial wisdom saving throw, is to pass a flat wisdom check instead, meaning they cannot add the proficiency bonus to the roll. Which brings us back to the Accursed Spectre subclass feature and why it's such a strange feature to exist. Well, yes, it does create a body on the board which can, theoretically, take hits that may be meant for you on virtue of existing as a threat. It doesn't do anything to benefit the more martial playstyle the Hexblade subclass has to offer, nor does it really fit the overall theme that the subclass seems to be going for, which is all about forming packs with weapons possessing a shadowy force card from the Stuff of Shadows, as the subclass description says. And while the flavor text of Accursed Spectre does specify that you are technically cursing the soul of a person you slay, temporarily binding them to your service, it feels like this feature comes out of left field, considering none of the other features you'll learn apply to the Accursed Spectre or even benefit from it. It's just sort of there, separated from the rest of the subclass features as its own thing. And while the Spectre isn't terrible due to the fact that it has so many resistances and immunities, while also sporting a decent 3d6 necrotic damage with a chance to reduce the target's maximum number of hit points via life drain, it doesn't really do anything else outside of that. Honestly, Accursed Spectre feels like it would be better off being included in another subclass, or even an entirely new subclass founded around the Accursed Spectre as a core mechanic. So basically, the feature itself is fine as it stands, but the biggest thing that makes Accursed Spectre so strange is mainly how separated it feels from the theming of the rest of the Hexblade features you learn from the subclass. And at number 7, we have Undead Thralls. Necromancy wizards learn this feature upon reaching 6th level and automatically adds the 3rd level spell Animate Dead to your spellbook if you don't already have it. Additionally, you can target one additional corpse or pile of bones to animate when using this spell. Finally, any undead you create using a necromancy spell gains the benefit of allowing you to add your proficiency bonus to their weapon damage rolls, as well as grants additional hit points equal to your wizard level, making your undead more deadly and harder to take down overall. There aren't very many features which cater around a single spell like what Undead Thralls does. The only one that comes close is Mighty Summoner feature that the Shepherd Druid learns, also upon reaching 6th level, which does very similar things but for conjured beasts and fae you summon instead of undead. However, what makes Undead Thralls more unique and why it's considered weird is due to how the Animate Dead spell works in the first place. Animate Dead is a non-concentration spell which normally lets you animate a pile of bones or a corpse of a medium-sized or small humanoid within 10 feet of you, granting you a fully controllable skeleton or zombie. As a bonus action, you get to command your skeletons and zombies if they're within 60 feet of you, and will carry out whatever command you ask of them to the best of their ability. Otherwise, they'll take the dodge action. However, after 24 hours, the Raise Undead no longer obeys any commands you give it, unless you cast the spell again in order to extend your control over the skeleton or zombie for another 24 hours. And whenever you use your Animate Dead spell in order to maintain control over your undeads, you can reassert control for up to 4 creatures animated with this spell. And this spell even has some really good scaling attached to it, where you get to animate or reassert control of 2 additional undead creatures for additional spell slots used above 3rd level. So, as long as you have the spell slots for it, you can effectively control a small army of skeletons or zombies whose damage becomes ridiculous very quickly at higher levels, where you'll have more spell slots to use in order to animate more undead. And Undead Thralls just makes the spell even better by not only allowing you to create an additional undead with each casting of it, but also make them just a little bit harder to kill while hitting a bit harder as well. To put this into perspective, let's say that you're a 9th level wizard. Your proficiency bonus is a +4 at this point, and you have 3 3rd level spells, 3 4th level spells, and 1 5th level spell slot. Now, say you want to go all in as a necromancer and only focus on creating and maintaining control of skeletons, since they're going to be able to use ranged attacks. And if you find enough piles of bones in order to make this happen, you can expend 3 3rd level spell slots to raise 6 skeletons, 3 4th level slots to raise 12 skeletons, and 1 5th level slot to raise another 6 skeletons for a total of 24 skeletons. And in order to maintain control over these 24 skeletons, you would need to spend at most 3 3rd level spell slots and 2 4th level spell slots if you want to be as efficient as possible, which you can do if you perform all of your animates right before a long rest. Each skeleton has a +4 to their weapon attack rolls and normally deal 1d6 + 2 piercing damage, whether they attack with their short sword or their short bow. However, this damage is raised to 1d6 + 6 under the effects of Undead Thralls, since they get to add your proficiency bonus to their damage rolls. This means that each skeleton can deal a minimum of 7 piercing damage if they hit, which doesn't sound like a lot, but with how many skeletons you'll be able to command, the damage adds up quickly. This is probably also why skeletons only have a +4 to hit, as it means they might not be able to hit their targets often, but with how many creatures are rolling to attack, some of them are bound to hit. And when you're rolling 24 d20s for all your skeletons, some of those are bound to be criticals as well. But let's say you got really lucky and half of your skeletons managed to hit a creature you told them all to target. Well, 12 times 7 equals 84 damage, which would be the minimum damage to be able to deal if you happen to be the unluckiest person in the world when rolling for damage. Otherwise, the average damage to those hits would be 114 piercing damage, which is actually insane. And that's not even counting any damage from spells you cast on your turn, since commanding your army of skeletons only costs a bonus action to do so. Of course, the biggest downside of commanding so many units is that maps that make use of close or tight quarters tend to be a nightmare to explore, which can result in slowing down the campaign or being forced to limit how many skeletons you can take or leave behind someplace safe while you and your party explore. Not only that, but with so many squishy targets following you around, it makes you a nice juicy AoE target for any creature that loves to throw a breath attack, fireballs, whatever, etc, etc. However, Undead Thralls doesn't just work with Animate Dead either. While being able to target an additional corpse or a pile of bones only functions with the Animate Dead spell specifically, the health and damage bonus portions affect any spell which raises and creates undead, which works extremely well with something like Dense Macabre, a 5th level concentration spell that lets you transform up to 5 small or medium corpses within 60 feet of your choice to skeletons or zombies for up to 1 hour, gaining a bonus to their attack rolls and damage rolls equal to your spellcasting modifier. What this means is that if you raise 5 skeletons using this spell, and your intelligence modifier happens to be +5, your skeletons will now have a +9 to hit instead of a +4, and now also deal 1d6 + 11 piercing damage rather than 1d6 + 6 damage. And no other feature in the game really increases the effectiveness of a very specific and niche set of spells in the same way that Undead Thralls does. Not even Mighty Summoner buffs their conjured creatures in the same manner, except by granting bonus hit points and making their attacks magical. Undead Thralls plays with the idea of a minion-based class in a way that still feels in line with the basic mechanics of the game. However, the overall function of this feature is what makes it definitely one of the weirder features in the game, but not so much that it feels totally unnatural, which is why it's only at number 7 on this list. And at number 6, we have Cauterizing Flames. This is a subclass feature which is learned by 10th level Circle of Wildfire Druids. It makes it so that whenever a small or larger creature within 30 feet of you or your wildfire spirit dies, A harmless spectral flame is left behind in the dead creature's space for 1 minute. Whenever a creature enters that space, you can use a reaction in order to extinguish the flame and either heal or deal fire damage to that creature equal to 2d10 plus your wisdom modifier. And you can do this a number of times equal to your proficiency bonus and regain all uses upon finishing a long rest. What makes this ability a bit weird is the fact that it toys with the concept of death in a way that other features don't. Wildfire Druid features are all about destruction and renewal, and Cauterizing Flame does a fantastic job at showcasing this in a unique and interesting way. Usually, you don't really mind or care where a creature dies or what significance it might have. Even through Necromancy, the animate dead can just move wherever you need them to. With Cauterizing Flames, however, being mindful of where a creature dies so that you can take advantage of the spirit it leaves behind in order to provide extra damage or healing is something that doesn't really occur mechanically, so it can make for some interesting scenarios during combat. And unlike the other features shown on this list so far, Cauterizing Flames is the first ability on this list that kind of creates a new mechanic in the game, while also still feeling in line with the subclass it's part of, which is why this feature takes number 6 spot on this list. And at number 5 is a bit of a tie between the Warrior of the Gods and Rage Beyond Death features, which are both learned by Zealot Barbarians, which is partly why these two features occupy the same slot. The second reason is that these two skills are extremely unique, and that they, unlike Cauterizing Flames, which plays with the concept of other creatures dying, both play with the concept of you dying. Normally when you reach 0 hit points, you become unconscious. And when you fail 3 death saves after that, you actually die. The Zealot Barbarian's 14th level feature, Rage Beyond Death, completely ignores this rule by allowing you to still continue fighting even while you're considered dying and making death saves each turn while you're raging. You basically ignore the unconscious condition that comes with reaching 0 hit points. And if you happen to fail 3 death saving throws by virtue of poor rolling or taking hits, you don't actually die until you come out of rage. However, this can be circumvented by any kind of healing that puts your hit points above 0. Meaning you are now no longer considered dying or dead. Doing this allows you to remain conscious and alive when your rage wears off, promoting a style of play where you're always teetering on the brink of death at all times during combat. And the more ways your party has to heal you while in this dying state, the easier it becomes to become an unkillable death machine. But if you do end up dead by the end of your rage, or if you weren't a high enough level to learn Rage Beyond Death, then your 3rd level feature, Warrior of the Gods, will certainly come in handy, as it modifies resurrection spells cast on you, that don't make you turn undead, to not use up any material components. Normally, a spell like Raise Dead requires you to consume a diamond worth 500 gold as material component in order to cast a spell on a dead creature. But with Warrior of the Gods, the only limiting factor is whether or not your healer has the spell slot available to cast Raise Dead. Both of these features work in tandem with each other in order to help enable you play as recklessly and ruthlessly as possible, without having to worry about draining the party's bank all the time by having them resurrect you all the time, and both modifies the way death is handled for your character. As a Zealot Barbarian, death is just an inconvenience for you, as something like Raise Dead will still impose a -4 penalty to your attack rolls, ability checks, and saving throws. However, a Revivify only costs a 3rd level spell slot to cast and doesn't come with any penalties, other than needing to cast it within 1 minute of the creature dying. But even in spite of all this, these 2 feats alone basically redefines what death means in D&D 5e by making you basically immune to the concept of what's meant to be considered a terrifying end for any character to meet, which is why both of these feats deserve the number 5 spot on this list. And at number 4, we have Performance of Creation. This is learned by College of Creation bards at their level and allows them to basically create any medium or smaller non-magical item of your choice whose gold value is worth no more than 20 times your bard level in an occupied space within 10 feet of you. Upon reaching 6th level, you can create large objects, and at 14th level, you create huge objects as well. The created object resonates music that creatures who touch it can faintly hear, and the created item disappears after a number of hours equal to your proficiency bonus. However, once you create an item using this feature, you have to take a long rest before you can do it again, unless you use a 2nd level spell slot or higher to do so. You're also only allowed to have a single item created, meaning if you use the feature again, the first one simply vanishes from existence. And this feature gets even crazier once you gain the Creative Crescendo feature at 14th level, which allows you to create a number of small or tiny items equal to your Charisma modifier, at a minimum of 2 items, with only one of those items able to be created up to the maximum size category that you can create normally. Additionally, the GP value limitation is lifted upon obtaining this feature. There are so many things you can create using Performance of Creation, meaning that the usefulness of this feature is entirely dependent on how creative the player is if they want to make the most of this feature. Need a boat to cross a stream? You can create a rowboat. Need to climb down a very dangerous cliff? Well, some rope can help with that. Need to go up? Ladders. But what makes this ability so strange is the fact that it can technically create anything you want, even weapons and armor. And since there technically isn't anything that says you can't create something you've never seen before, such as with Wild Shape, which specifies that you can only shape into beasts that you've seen before, you could even create things that aren't even from the world your campaign is set in, such as guns and bullets for those guns. However, since this might not be rules as intended, your DM might very well not allow such tomfoolery to happen in the first place, unless you wrote your bard in a way that they might have experienced these kinds of weapons, which would also be up to your DM to approve. And while the idea of a creation bard being isekai'd into a Curse of Strahd and being able to eventually create a tactical nuke to drop on Castle Ravenhold might sound appealing, chances are you're probably going to have to settle with being able to create useful out-of-combat items for your party to use, which is still pretty good as it can help you save on coin when money is tight, or create a large crate that can be used as cover if needed during combat. With Performance of Creation, the possibilities truly are endless, and allows you to play with the battlefield or manipulate a scenario to your favor more than a lot of the other features in the game. While this feature doesn't necessarily possess any weird mechanics like other features on this list, it does allow for some very unusual game breaks, and offers nearly infinite ways to solve puzzles or riddles, or quests that might benefit from certain items, all for just a third level feature, which is why Performance of Creation deserves a spot on this list. And at number 3, we have Overchannel. This is a feature available to Evocation Wizards upon reaching 14th level, and allows you to deal maximum damage of a damaging spell that's a 1st through 5th level after you cast it. And you can do this for as many times as you want for any number of castings, but you'll take 2d12 necrotic damage, which can't be reduced by resistances or immunity, for each level of the spell that you're casting after you use this feature the first time. And then you take an additional 1d12 damage per spell level on top of that 2d12 damage per spell level every time after until you finish a long rest. So if you were to cast a fireball, which deals 8d6 fire damage to everything that's radius, it will now instead deal 48 fire damage, unless a creature succeeds a dexterity saving throw, which they'll only take half that damage. But if you want to do it again, you would have to take 6d12 necrotic damage, and then 9d12 necrotic damage to try it a third time. The best part about this feature is the fact that you don't actually have a limit to how many times you can use it. As long as you have a way to maintain your hit points, by virtue of having a dedicated healer for instance, you can deal a lot of consistent damage very quickly. No other ability in this game has a mechanic that works similar to this, and is probably the most unique ability in the game in that regard, because it enables a very high risk, high reward style of play if you wanted to. But of course, you can still only focus on using the freebie it allows you to have before punishing you for multiple uses, which is entirely reasonable as to not make Overchannel feel completely useless if you're not comfortable burning through your own hit points for it. And dealing maximum damage is really good. There are not a lot of ways to actually achieve this outside of multiclassing or building specifically for it. But the reason this feature only sits at number 3 on this list is because, while it plays with the idea of damaging yourself in order to reap great rewards, that's all it really does, which is still within the realm of basic gameplay mechanics. You sacrifice hit points, you deal more damage, is kind of what it boils down to. However, the uniqueness of the ability itself is still worth noting, and being the only ability of its kind to play within the rules of the way it does definitely makes Overchannel worth a high spot on this list. And at number 2, we have Thief's Reflexes. This feature is learned by 17th level Thief Rogues, and gives you the benefit of taking 2 entire turns during the first round of combat, as long as you aren't surprised. You take your first turn at whatever initiative you rolled, and then you take a second one at initiative -10. Just like Action Surge, these reflexes basically increases your own action economy temporarily to allow you to do something extra. The difference here, however, is the fact that, unlike Action Surge, you are given an entire turn's worth of action economy. You can move again, take an action, and another bonus action since that counts as an entirely separate turn in combat. You also gain all the benefits of entering your new turn as you normally would, meaning that if you use your reaction your first turn this round, then on the second turn of the same round, you would once again be able to use your reaction. It also gives you the opportunity to deal 2 sneak attacks in the same round fairly easily without any kind of gimmicky setup, since sneak attacks can be performed once per turn rather than once per round. This feature can be considered weird pretty much for the same reasons as Action Surge, since the game does not normally mess with action economy all that much, due to the fact that it can cause some really bad balancing issues. Even providing yourself a way to perform a second action on your turn using Action Surge can be considered incredibly powerful, simply due to the fact that it combos extremely well with other classes and abilities. So you would think that being able to take another turn entirely would be even stronger, right? While that might be true, the difference is that you learn Thieves' Reflexes so late, meaning there's not very many ways to take advantage of this feature via multiclassing, whereas Action Surge is available to you as soon as you hit 2nd level in Fighter. However, just the idea that there's an ability in the game that straight up gives you another turn to do whatever you want is the reason why Thieves' Reflexes manages to be higher in this list than Action Surge. And finishing off this list at number 1, we have Bastion of Law and Arcane Ward, two features that work similarly but come from two very different subclasses. Bastion of Law is learned at 6th level by Clockwork Soul Sorcerers, while Arcane Ward is learned at 2nd level by Abjuration Wizards. And what both of these features do is allow you to create a ward that reduces the overall damage you would take. However, there are some very key differences between the two wards. To see what I mean, let's start off with the Bastion of Law feature and what exactly it does. Bastion of Law allows you to spend 1 to 5 sorcery points in order to create a magical ward around yourself or a creature within 30 feet of you, and lasts until you finish a short rest or use this feature again. Now, whenever the warded creature takes damage, they can roll up to a number of d8s equal to however many sorcery points you spent to create the ward and reduce the damage by that number, which expends the dice you used. If a creature damages you for 15 fire damage and you decide to spend 2 d8s out of the 5 and roll a total of 10, then you only take 5 fire damage. But now you're only left with 3 more d8s to use. This is a great way to receive some flat damage reduction, which is kind of rare to get in this game, since it's usually more common to reduce damage via resistances. And although the other ways to reduce damage, such as the Monk's Deflect Missile features or the Goliath Stone Endurance racial feature, Bastion of Law is quite a bit stronger and helps you protect your allies for as long as you have the sorcery points to spend on this feature, making it very recyclable if you aren't planning on using your sorcery points for anything else. Meanwhile, the Abjuration Wizard's Arcane Ward creates a ward of magic around yourself that has hit points equal to twice your wizard level, plus your intelligence modifier whenever you first cast an abjuration spell 1st level or higher, such as Mage Armor or Shield, and lasts until you finish a long rest. The Alarm spell is also a viable spell to use since it has the Ritual tag, meaning you can ritual cast the spell at the start of the day for the sole purpose of creating the ward without expending a spell slot. And whenever you take damage, the ward will take the damage instead, breaking if its hit points ever reach 0, and dealing any remaining damage to you instead. However, even at 0 hit points, whenever you cast an abjuration spell of 1st level or higher, the ward restores hit points equal to twice the spell level used for that spell. Just like Bastion of Law, Arcane Ward basically provides a way for you to reduce damage you take and can help protect and buffer your hit points, make it easier for your healer to focus on fighting. However, there are some very notable differences between how these two features function, despite the role these two features both play. For one, reducing damage to 0 through Bastion of Law still technically counts as taking damage, meaning that if the warded creature was concentrating on a spell, they would still have to make a DC 10 concentration check in order to keep focusing on that spell. However, Arcane Ward has its own hit points that take damage instead of you regardless of how it happens, meaning that even if you're concentrating on a spell, if the Arcane Ward absorbs all the damage of attack, then you do not need to make any concentration check until you have actually taken damage to your hit points. Another difference to be noted is that, initially, the Arcane Ward only protects you. Fortunately, once you reach 6th level, you gain Projected Ward feature, which allows you to use a reaction whenever a creature you see within 30 feet of you takes damage, to have your Arcane Ward absorb the damage instead, dealing the remainder damage to the creature if the attack ever reduces the ward's hit points to 0. Another key difference is the fact that because Bastion of Law reduces the damage you take, you still get to apply your own resistances, if any, to the damage afterwards, potentially reducing the damage even further. However, this is not true for Arcane Ward, since it is effectively its own entity and its own hit points that don't gain any of your benefits, even when you gain spell resistance at 14th level, which is supposed to grant you resistance to the damage of spells along with having advantage on saving throws against spells as well. Unfortunately, you can't choose whether or not the Arcane Ward takes damage either, meaning that even if you would resist damage of a spell, your Arcane Ward is going to take the damage before anything else. Whereas Bastion of Law allows you to choose whether or not you can use the ward when you take damage. So while these features are very similar but different, these two deserve to be on the same spot on this list because they each basically fulfill the same role of reducing the damage you or an ally might take, which isn't wholly common in 5e outside of spells or classes whose thing is commonly seen as being the class to protect, such as the Paladin or even Cleric. Normally, wizards and sorcerers don't dabble much into defensive support, but when they do, it's in a very unique way that no other class can really do. However, out of both of these features, Arcane Ward is definitely the weirder feature. In fact, it is such a weird feature that there have been a plethora of sage advice dedicated to clarifying all of the confusing parts of Arcane Ward, most of which have already been covered in this section. But one that I haven't mentioned yet is the fact that, Because Arcane Ward has its own set of hit points, that means you are still able to make use out of temporary hit points through other means. The reason I mention this now is because there is a very fun and unique synergy that Arcane Ward has with a spell that wizards do not normally get, which is Armor of Agathys. You can take this spell through the Magic Initiate feat, but because of how well it scales, you won't really make the full use out of this spell, since the feat version does not allow you to upcast the spell. Instead, you would want to dip a level into Warlock in order to obtain the spell, since the rules for spellcasting allows you to use your wizard spell slots to cast your Warlock spells. As for what Armor of Agathys actually does, well, basically it grants you 5 temporary hit points for 1 hour and costs 1 action to cast. Whenever a creature hits you with a melee attack while you have these hit points, the creature will take 5 cold damage. While this doesn't seem like much, the true strength of Armor of Agathys lies with how well it scales. For every spell slot used above first level, the temporary hit points and cold damage increase by a flat 5 each. Normally, Warlocks have a hard time using this spell due to how few spell slots they have, which can lead to many Warlocks focusing their attention to other spells that can be immediately useful. However, as a wizard, you have plenty of spell slots that you can use in order to activate Armor of Agathys. So if you wanted to spend a 4th level slot to cast this spell, you would gain 20 temporary hit points while also dealing 20 cold damage to any melee attackers. And because the only qualifier you need to meet in order to activate Arcane Ward is for you to be an Abjuration spell 1st level or higher, which Armor of Agathys actually is, this basically allows you to gain a huge amount of temporary hit points plus a second buffer through your Arcane Ward at the same time, if you haven't already created one for the day. On top of that, the only qualifier for Armor of Agathys to activate its damage effect is for you to get hit with a melee attack, meaning that even if your Arcane Ward takes the damage, the effect still procs and deals damage to the creature, while you still maintain the buffer provided by Armor for Agathys, making you a very thorny rose on the battlefield if you take something like the Hexblade subclass, which has no problems being up close to enemies. You can technically do the same thing with Bastion of Law, since Clockwork Sorcerers learn Armor of Agathys by default, but it is nowhere near as effective as when used with Arcane Ward. Out of all the features on this list, the fact that Arcane Ward is such a wildly confusing feature that they later had to make a new feature that functioned basically the same way, but in a less confusing manner, is the reason that both Arcane Ward and Bastion of Law deserve to take number 1 spots on this list. House rules are unofficial rules that players and dungeon masters incorporate into their home games. Most of the time, these rules are there to enrich the game experience in some way, but sometimes house rules can do just the opposite. Today, we're going to go over 10 of the worst house rules that are fairly common in 5th edition. Starting us off at number 10, we have natural 20s always succeed house rule. Now, in certain cases, this is true in the game. Attack rolls do always succeed on a natural 20, but rules as written, that's not the case for saving throws, skill checks, and ability checks. And with those rolls, natural 20s always succeeding can be a lot more questionable. Saving throws don't cause too much of a problem, as they're mostly confined to combat, and it's rarely impossible to succeed on those saves anyhow. So a natural 20 is normally enough even without implementing a critical success. But it's a lot more suspect with skill and ability checks. Allowing players to always succeed on a 20 can be fun for the players most of the time, as it lets them succeed in otherwise hopeless situations and accomplish something their character typically wouldn't be able to do. That said, it can encourage the negative behavior of every player at the table asking to roll on skill checks in every situation just to succeed through the sheer number of dice being thrown at a problem. The actual worst part of this rather common rule is enemies always succeeding on natural 20s. Throughout a typical campaign, there are going to be more enemies than players by an order of magnitude, which means the Dungeon Master will end up mirroring that player strategy and throw a ton of dice at every roll. Any enemy succeeding on any check by just getting a lucky 5% chance to roll a d20 can really undermine what the player can do. Imagine a bumbling group of ogres with a -2 to the perception check trying to spot an epic level 20 rogue who's sneaking around. The rogue's lowest possible roll for stealth is a 25, because of their high bonus combined with a reliable talent class feature that means they can't get below a 10 for their d20 rolls. Well, give 20 ogres each a chance to roll a natural 20, and it becomes trivial to completely invalidate the player's investment to develop into becoming a master of stealth. Why should that rogue roll at a 19 and getting a 34 total stealth be spotted by an oblivious enemy who rolls 1 better? This is even more problematic in social scenarios. Social encounters have nearly entirely been defined by skill checks and various spells and abilities that require saving throws. This house rule can make an entire social encounter become undone by an incidental 20 being rolled on an insight check, even if the character in question has bad insight skills against master social manipulators. Letting the player succeed more often isn't so bad, but crushing player versus encounter interaction through sheer numbers completely messes up the way the game is designed to be played. That's why these types of rolls are excluded in the regular rules from automatic natural 20 success, and should usually stay that way. Though admittedly, there are always exceptions. After all, the rule of cool is an excellent example of a great house rule, and the rule of cool is most often invoked on a well-timed natural 20. Just don't make it automatic. And at number 9, we have the house rule that all spellcasters must use listed material components for their spells instead of component pouches or spellcasting focuses. This one is very common, as it was the way spellcasting naturally worked in older editions. There would even be class abilities or feats you could take to avoid having to obtain and keep track of otherwise inconsequential spell materials. In the translation to later editions of the game, this was removed so there would be a lot less bookkeeping to play a spellcaster, which already required the extra bookkeeping of keeping track of your spells in the first place. Now, this isn't inherently a bad house rule. It fits very well in more survival-based games where resource management and scarcity is an integral part to the theme of the setting. Having to keep track of your components and potentially decide what spells to learn because of the difficulty certain components have to find can really benefit the immersion. Where it gets questionable is your more common heroic fantasy games. Oftentimes, dungeon masters will use this house rule as a way to control the spellcasters in the game, rather than think of a workaround to powerful spells. By just denying access to the material components, they can force the player to avoid certain spells or being able to use them at all. But a house rule that exists just to limit or punish players can feel really unfair. That's why just being able to have and use a focus for most of your spells is pretty important to the accessibility of the more complicated spellcaster classes. And removing that for a little to no thematic reason only adds to the frustration and difficulty of the game for the players. It's already just an option for players to use material opponents instead if they want to enrich the role-playing of their spellcasting after all. Players can naturally choose between component pouches, focuses, or acquiring the materials and using them. A dungeon master forcing it on them without good reason for purposes of controlling the players, or for just being used to the older editions, is the more common way this pops up and isn't very healthy for the game. The mechanic still exists with spells that have rare or costly materials, most notably something like Hero's Feast, and these spells are powerful enough to justify the extra bit of investment. Doing it for every spell turns a rare hunt for a powerful material into a chore the spellcaster has to deal with constantly. This rule is something Dungeons & Dragons has mostly done away with, and for pretty good reason. And at number 8, we have forcing party composition. This is another holdover from very early Dungeons & Dragons, along with some hobby crossovers from role-playing video games. The idea is that for a party to succeed, it must have characters who fulfill certain roles is all too common in Dungeons & Dragons space. Now, some of this is actually player imposed. Players who come to a game later or start working on creating their characters later might naturally gravitate to trying to fill in the roles that the other party characters don't fill. And there's nothing wrong with trying to make a cohesive team like that so long as it's the player's choice to do so. Things become more problematic when the dungeon master and the other players force certain classes or roles into the party composition. This creates a gatekeeping and first-come, first-served environment to character building instead of natural exploration of the classes and roles that the players feel interested in. There's really nothing inherently wrong with a party with 2 bards, fighters, or multiple classes of anything really. It might seem redundant, but plenty of players have played the same class multiple times and had vastly different roles and experiences with these different characters despite being the same class. The same is true for multiples of the same class in a party. More importantly, forced class stipulation is also often used as a crutch for encounter building. It's easier for a dungeon master to just throw out any encounter based on CR if you have a perfectly balanced party. But a less versatile group might need particular creative encounter design that suits their party. For example, if the party doesn't have a wizard or artificer, then the dungeon master should probably avoid the team needing a specific arcana check to continue on a questline, or at least give them a viable alternative that does suit their capabilities. It's generally a much more enriching experience for the world building to suit the players, as opposed to the players being forced into roles they might not be comfortable or happy with just to fit the idea of a correct party composition. That said, like any rule, there are exceptions. Certain settings might be enriched by things like arcane spellcasting being illegal, so players might need to seek an underground wizard mentor to access the class. A good narrative hook is a bit different from outright banning and is a more elegant way to implement class limitation. And at number 7, we have banning multiclassing. Multiclassing has a tumultuous history in Dungeons & Dragons. Historically, multiclassing was how you would break the game in dozens of different ways. The problem was that, over time, certain editions would add far too many alternative class options that would stack or combine in ways to create some sort of impossibly strong character. So a lot of older school dungeon masters have an understandable aversion to it. And there are some powerful multi-class combinations in 5th edition, but nothing that's truly that game-breaking compared to the horribly broken combinations of something like 3rd edition. Multi-classing shouldn't ever be completely banned because all that does in reality is significantly limit player options. It stops them from exploring new avenues from the character or even trying out new combinations they've heard of that can be fun for the player to explore. Now, on a case-by-case basis, limiting multi-classing options isn't that big of a deal. It's perfectly reasonable for a dungeon master to tell the paladin they can't multi-class into warlock on a whim. Maybe the character has no access to an entity that has the power to grant them warlock abilities. but the player only wants to do it for a powerful class combination and not for any real in-game reason that makes sense for their character. But if that paladin does have a really interesting narrative connection to an entity that might be able to grant them warlock capabilities, why not let them explore that? After all, that lawful good paladin seeking power from a divinely good celestial patron wouldn't be contrary to the character at all, and might be more a direct way they can show their connection to the divine. And that's just one common example where it can be good or bad to allow multiclassing. But the option should always be there, and banning that just because of an inherent and largely outdated version of multiclassing doesn't really do anyone any favors. Although I should add that multiclassing is an optional rule in D&D 5e. So if this one is banned, it's more of a case of not allowing people to use this optional rule and less of a ban. And at number 6, we have hyper-realistic combat house rules. The rule is less about player and dungeon master choice and exploration of the game, and more about how combat works in Dungeons & Dragons. A lot of dungeon masters might try to add some realism to their combats by implementing something like a table for where the body and attack hits, and another table for side effects or being hit in certain spots. Examples including things like getting hit in the arm might impose disadvantage on your next attack that uses the arm, or getting hit in the leg might have your movement speed halved until your next turn. While on a case-by-case basis, putting in some consequences for being hurt can add another layer of depth and interest in combat, the real problem with rules like these is the fact that Dungeons & Dragons combat is already relatively long-winded. Adding multiple extra rolls and tables to the already complicated enough combat system can really bog down gameplay. A fight that might take 1 hour of real time could easily double in length because of house rules like these. Also, making players keep track of multiple disabling status conditions or problems they've occurred by taking damage is begging for mistakes to be made, and many of these to be forgotten throughout the course of a fight. This is why 5th edition lumped all floating bonuses into the advantage and disadvantage system, so as to streamline negative statuses and buffs compared to previous editions. This kind of simulated realistic combat exists in other role-playing systems where hyper-realistic combat is the entire purpose of the game, which is why it's commonly adapted to some Dungeons & Dragons tables. A dungeon master with experience in those other games might have liked it there, and is trying to get the same positive feeling in their own D&D game. But those systems and games are made with those rules in mind, and just stapling them into Dungeons & Dragons is often more clunky than just playing the other systems in the first place. And at number 5, we have allowing all third-party D&D content. Now, third-party content isn't inherently bad. Some third-party content eventually becomes just regular content. A recent example of this is Matthew Mercer's Exandria third-party content that has made the transition to be an official Wizards product. But Matthew Mercer is one of the most popular figures in the hobby, and his third-party content designs have more player testers available to try them out than even Wizards of the Coast do. So he gets a lot more feedback on balancing problems than your average third-party developer will. Most third-party content doesn't get nearly enough playtesting, and even those that do are often incentivized to make overpowered content to attract power gamers who are interested in that sort of thing. A blanket allowance of third-party content turns the game less into building a character to suit a story or narrative or interesting idea, and more into a game about who's the best at googling the most powerful third-party content to squeeze into a game so they don't feel useless. Being drawn to making mechanically optimal characters isn't inherently bad or wrong in Dungeons & Dragons. After all, there's nothing that stops an optimal character from being roleplayed to their best compared to an unoptimized character. But when the power difference between characters becomes too vast, the game can devolve into a minority of the characters solving all the problems, leaving the others out of it. A dungeon master not vetting third-party content invites this schism into the group, and it's rarely for the best. You should never really allow just any third-party content unless you're 100% sure your players have a good eye for avoiding stuff that's too powerful or absurd. And at number 4, we have starting over from level 1 when a character dies. Character death is a part of Dungeons & Dragons, and for some dungeon masters, a long-standing house rule is that when you start a new character, no matter what, you start over from level 1. This is a holdover from 1st edition, where players would often have multiple characters and there wasn't a huge difference between a level 2 or level 1 character. Both were probably going to die anyhow. As the game has grown, character progression has gotten more intricate and important to how you play the game. Not to mention, lethality is largely concentrated at low levels instead of the game constantly being lethal like it was in its earliest editions. This can lead to a player having a sort of death spiral as a level 1 character struggles to stay alive in challenges designed for their higher level party members. And also for the party to struggle a bit by trying to pick up the slack of an underpowered level 1 character. The goal of a rule like this is to maintain a sense of progression for characters, and maybe to avoid things like having this random person who's as powerful as your leveled up party members appearing out of nowhere. This can break immersion to a degree, but protecting that immersion is rarely worth the consequences of forcing a player who already suffered the loss of a character to endure a lot more hardship for wanting to keep playing the game. There is some fun to be had with a party that has disproportionate levels and capabilities though. Earlier editions of the game had different character classes level up at different rates as sort of a balance mechanic to curb how powerful spellcasters eventually become compared to their martial allies, for instance. But as of 5th edition, a lot of those power differences have been smoothed over, and the game is largely designed around a party of the same level characters all working together, thus making the start over at level 1 rule obsolete outside of the most obscure circumstances. And on the same note, and at number 3, we have custom experience systems. Now, these aren't always so bad. There can be a lot of interesting and cool ways for a dungeon master to play with how the characters level up, even if they level asymmetrically based on achieving certain goals or having certain defining character moments. A lot of role-playing games have this as a core mechanic, but as mentioned previously, D&D is largely balanced around a same-level party. Implementing old or new style rules that will inevitably lead to the characters drifting apart in levels requires a lot of extra bookkeeping for the players, as well as an entirely new dimension of encounter design balance for the dungeon master to worry about. Even something as simple as a single level difference can cause a cascade of effects that are unfair to certain players. One player having access to their second attack before another on a martial class can lead to the party putting all of their best gear onto that stronger player to maximize efficiency. After all, the magic sword is going to be a lot more effective in the hands of a level 5 paladin instead of the level 4 fighter. This can widen the already large gap in how effective the characters are in their primary roles. A better solution to wanting to mess with the level system in Dungeons & Dragons is to make sure that leveling up is tied to all characters so they level at the same time. Do you want the characters to level when they achieve an important personal goal? Well, make it so they only level when every member of the party has achieved a goal, so they're more likely to work together and help each other out. Or level them all up at the same time when one person achieves a big goal and categorize it as a group effort. There are good ways to do custom leveling and experience systems, but some of the worst house rules are the ones that split the players up in who gets to level and who doesn't. And it can become an even bigger problem if the dungeon master ends up playing favorites, doling out more experience with the players and characters they like best. Any house rule that promotes favoritism is always questionable. And at number 2, we have permanent injuries. Permanent injuries are a fairly common house rule meant to simulate what would really happen to a person if, say, a giant crocodile bit their leg but didn't kill them. It usually seeks to bypass the natural healing mechanics of the game, not messing with hit points but imposing permanent downsides. Very commonly, these permanent injuries will be tied to certain mechanics triggering them, like a player losing half their hit points or more to a single attack or critical hit tables that come with permanent injuries. The latter is especially rough because players can't really avoid being hit with a critical roll every now and then. They already have to suffer increased damage, but a risk of some permanently debilitating injury is unfair because these will only really affect the players. Enemies don't tend to stick around long enough for permanent injury systems to affect them very much, but player characters are in the game for the long haul. Doubly so when the specific injuries can be catastrophic based on a class. A broken jaw might not be a big deal for Barbarian to suffer, but if it prevents the wizard from casting spells, suddenly they're useless. A crippled hand is something a spellcaster might be able to deal with, but the two-handed weapon using fighter is going to have to rethink their entire character to function properly for it. While these decisions on their own in isolated incidents can be interesting or worth exploring in a game, automating it to happen randomly and arbitrarily creates an unhealthy environment for the players. A more reasonable house rule to achieve the more positive aspects of permanent injuries is giving a player permanent injury as a narrative consequence for a decision. This is a much stronger way to go about implementing this kind of obstacle for players rather than leaving it purely up to luck. And it lets you control it so it's not too unfair or arbitrary, so you can make sure the players are still able to have fun. Automating extra failure for players outside of the game's regular failure mechanics can make for some of the most unfun situations, which leads to the last house rule on this list. And at number 1, we have critical fumbles. Critical fumbles are maybe the most common house rule in the game. They're designed to add a bit more spice to the player's worst rolls, emulating the highs of critical hit successes by giving an even bigger lower to a critical failure. Common critical fumbles include things like making players accidentally hit each other with their attacks, somehow bypassing each other's armor class when they catastrophically fail, or hurting their allies. Sometimes more extreme things like the player who rolled a natural 1 losing or even breaking their weapon. Or failure on a persuasion check that can turn a previously neutral or friendly NPC hostile, escalating a situation just because the player was trying to engage in a social encounter. The problem with this kind of rule is that players are disproportionately affected by this compared to non-player characters. Much like the previously mentioned permanent injury table, players are inevitably going to roll 1s throughout the course of a game and are going to have to survive with any critical fumble consequences for the foreseeable future. An enemy critically fumbling isn't that big of a deal. There's always new enemies around the corner. Increasing the likelihood of terrible outcomes in the game just means the player will end up suffering more negative outcomes, and are more likely to suffer a full team party kill or a completely failed objective for something entirely out of their control that isn't really a part of the game. Rolling a 1 is already bad enough. The majority of the time, it's already a failure, and a failure doesn't need a bigger downside. It's not like critical hits where a small increase in damage might be helpful, but damage variants already exist, and critical hit damage is already factored into the bounds of the game. The occasional narrative flair to add to the consequences of a failure is well within the bounds of the rules and can add a lot of spice to the game. But systematically making rolling ones an even more ruinous outcome just encourages player to not try to do anything that requires a roll, for fear of bigger consequences that they can't predict. Failure is an important part of the game, but you should try to avoid anything that might make the players averse to playing the game for fear of failure. In today's video, we're looking at some of the very rare tier magic items, which are some of the hardest to find items in the game right under legendary and artifact items, and ranking some of the worst ones that are either too weak to be considered very rare magic items, or outright useless. And starting us off at number 10, we have the Spear Backbiting, which was introduced in the Tales from the Yawning Portal adventure book. This is one of the first of few cursed items that will be appearing on this list. Usually, cursed items come with drawbacks for players while bestowing them with unique benefits to tempt the player to even use the item to begin with. In this instance, the Spear Backbiting is a +2 magic weapon that is meant for throwing rather than attacking. This is because the spear gains an additional hit dice whenever it's thrown, making its base damage 2d6 +2, while also gaining an increasing throw range of 50-90 rather than 20-60. And once you hit or miss with the weapon whenever you throw it, the spear flies back to your hand immediately ready to be used again. This is a fantastic way to give your players a reusable thrown item, as it deals more damage than pretty much any other thrown item in the game, since it's basically like throwing a +2 greatsword at enemies. However, as this is a cursed item, we do have to weigh the benefits of this item over the drawbacks that come with it. While you're attuned to the Spear Backbiting, you gain an unwillingness to part with the weapon, and will always keep the weapon within reach at all times until you remove or break the curse with the Remove Curse or something similar so that you can unattune to it. You also have disadvantage on any attack rolls you make with weapons that aren't the spear. But the most debilitating part of this curse is what happens whenever you critically fail your attack rolls made with this weapon. When this happens, the spear bends or flies and attempts to hit you in the back, which forces you to make an additional attack roll against your own AC, dealing damage as if you had made the attack. So the price you pay for a pretty strong throwing weapon is being forced to use that weapon at all times with a 5% chance for the weapon to backfire and try to hit you. In terms of curses, this isn't terrible, especially if you manage to have a way to give yourself advantage on your attack rolls with this weapon to minimize the backfire chance, such as with a Samurai Fighter's Fighting Spirit subclass feature, granting them advantage on all attack rolls for the turn. You might also have a way of gaining resistance to piercing damage, such as through the Barbarian Rages feature, if you're choosing to swing it over and over, since your rage bonus and reckless attacks don't actually affect the spear whenever you throw it. Coincidentally enough, you can also circumvent having disadvantage on all attack rolls when using other weapons while attuned to the spear by using reckless attack and give yourself advantage, which cancels out both and changes the attack roll into a normal one. So if you want to use the spear at long range and the greatsword for enemies that are too close to make a ranged attack against, you can actually do both without suffering the negative downsides of having disadvantage on any of your rolls. And if you don't mind using the spear all the time, you can always take the crossbow expert feat, which allows you to make ranged attacks without suffering disadvantage by having hostile creatures within 5 feet of you. So, while the downsides of this magic item are definitely harmful, there are easy enough ways around these negative aspects of the spear that it only takes number 10 spot on this list. And at number 9, we have all the Dragon Scale Mail variants from the Dungeons Master's Guide. These sets of armor require attunement and come in a variety of colors which correspond to the type of dragon they're related to, granting the wearer a +1 bonus to their AC and advantage on saving throws against a dragon's frightful presence and breath weapons. However, every variant of this armor also contains 2 key differences that distinguish them from one another. The first is differences in regards to the resistance each set of armor provides, while also corresponding with the color of the dragon that made up the armor. So, a set of black Dragon Scale Mail would grant you resistance to acid damage, a set of red Dragon Scale Mail would grant you resistance to fire damage, etc, etc. The other key difference is that each variant of Dragon Scale Mail grants you special abilities that you can use once per day to discern the distance and direction of the closest dragon within 30 miles of you, with the color matching whatever variant of the armor you're currently wearing at the time. So, what's wrong with this item? Well, for starters, it's a +1 AC on a set of very rare Scale Mail, which is not very good, considering Scale Mail in general is only the second best set of medium armor in the game, right under Half-Blade armor. And by the time your campaign gains access to very rare magic items, you already have access to +2 armor. Usually, whenever a set of armor has less of an AC bonus than the normal enchanted armor of that tier, there's often effects that mitigate and balance out the loss of that bonus. You could argue that the damage type resistance you gain for wearing this armor might be more than enough to circumvent the lower AC bonus of the armor, which is fair when you consider that you also have some protection against a dragon's frightful presence and breath weapon, arguably their 2 deadliest weapons in their arsenal. However, unless your campaign allows for multiple dragon encounters rather than the occasional dragon encounter, you're not going to make that much use of the protection or the ability to sense a dragon within 30 miles of you. As for the damage resistance, there's already armored rings that you can attune to that give you resistance to specific damage type that are only considered rare quality, but this can be a good way to give yourself resistance to 2 damage types at once. Overall, the dragon scale mail is okay at best, and a straight downgrade at worst, as it mostly functions as a +1 scale mail with resistance to a single damage type. But the worst part about this magic item is the fact that it does require you to have access to dragon scales, which you can obtain from either a slain dragon or as a gift from a dragon, meaning that you would most likely have to encounter at least one dragon before you're able to craft this armor if one isn't available by other means, such as a very rare magic item trader or something. It also doesn't help that each new source book that comes out introduces more types of armor that just power creeps the dragon scale mail by giving the wearer the ability to do things that are generally more useful. Gloomrot armor, which was introduced in the Book of Many Things, is a set of armor which grants you 3 charges of the Calm Emotion spell that recharges at a rate of 1d3 every dawn, and permanent advantage on saving throws to avoid and end the effects of being frightened so long as you're wearing it, and is only considered to be of rare quality. Meanwhile, anti-magic armor, introduced in the same sourcebook, allows the wearer to give themselves advantage on a single saving throw against a spell once per dawn, while flat out giving you the ability to also cast the anti-magic field spell, requiring no spell components once per dawn, which is a very powerful 8th level spell which shuts off all magical effects, including from spells and magical items, while within the spell's radius. So, while the Dragon Scale Mail and its variants might not be that great compared to other types of magical armor in the game, the reason it only takes number 9 on this list is because it's a specialized armor that's meant for fighting one particular type of enemy with, and at least has some general use via its damage type protection. And at number 8, we have the Stonemaker Warpick. This is a weapon which requires attunement and was introduced in the Book of Many Things. While attuned to it, you gain a +1 bonus to attack and damage rolls with it, and comes with 2 properties. The first property allows you to cast the Meld into Stone spell once per dawn, while the other property gives the Warpick a chance to petrified weakened enemies. The way this works is, the Warpick has 1d6 +1 charges that you can spend 1 at a time whenever you score a critical hit on a creature that has fewer than 100 hit points if they fail a DC 15 Constitution saving throw, petrifying them for 8 hours. There's no way to regain any of those charges, so once you've used them, they're gone for good. This is basically a worse version of Power Word Kill that requires you to fulfill a lot of conditions before you can actually pull off a petrification. Except in this instance, petrifying a creature doesn't actually kill it, just takes it out of the combat. But because of how inconsistent this effect is, you really don't want to try and fish for a critical hit against an enemy you might want to imprison or keep alive. There are much easier and reliable ways to do so, and if you want to take someone out of combat, then you're better off letting your spellcasters take care of that with a simple hold person or hypnotic pattern spell. 2 out of many excellent crowd control options. But the worst part about this magic item is its +1 bonus to attack rolls and damage. Unlike armor, very rare weapons can actually have a +3 bonus rather than +2, meaning that the effects of this weapon should be a lot stronger than it actually is. Meld into Stone also isn't that great of a spell under normal circumstances, so there's a very good chance that this property goes fairly unused in comparison to most other weapons of this tier. And to make matters worse, this magic item is actually power crept by an already existing weapon in the DMG, the 9 Life Stealer. This weapon is a +2 with 1d8 +1 charges and has the exact same effect as the Storm Warpick, except it instantly kills instead of petrifies and only expends a charge if the creature is slain. While both of these magic weapons aren't amazing, if I had to choose between the Stone Warpick and the 9 Life Stealer, the 9 Life Stealer would win every time since 9 times out of 10, you're already going into combat with the intent to kill. While the Stone Warpick can technically take out enemies non-lethally, its drawbacks and lack of consistency are just too much of a downgrade to make the petrification feature worth taking up one of your 3 attunement slots. What keeps this item from being any higher on this list, however, is the fact that, unlike some of the other entries on this list, it does have some general use that you might get out of it with its Meld into Stone property, as well as the ability to take something out of combat when or if the petrification decides to work. And at number 7, we have the Forcebreaker weapons. This is one of the new magic items introduced in the Book of Many Things, and can only be crafted on weapons that deal bludgeoning damage. As for what it does, it grants a +2 bonus to attack and damage rolls made with weapon, and comes with the additional benefit of allowing the wielder to instantly destroy structures of force, such as those created by Force Cage or Wall of Force spells. If the structure is large or smaller, then the magical force completely shatters, while huge or larger structures will only have 20 cubic feet of it destroyed. There's not really much to say about this weapon other than it's an incredibly niche tool to have, as it would only really function in times where you might be encountering a lot of magical barriers, such as traversing an evil wizard's magical tower, since spells like Force Cage and Wall of Force aren't typically used very often against players. When it does come up, however, the Force Breaker is amazing. Fortunately, this item has 2 saving graces that keep it from being any lower on this list. The first is the fact that it's a +2 weapon, meaning you're not losing much when it comes to the bonuses it has in comparison to a normal +3 weapon of the same tier. The second saving grace is the fact that it does not require you to attune to the weapon in order to make use of it, allowing you to pocket the weapon until you need it while you have a +3 greatsword. And since one of the weapons you can have Force Breaker on is Sling, you can also give this to one of your backline party members on the off chance they need to break someone out of a Force Cage from range. So while this weapon might not much have going for it, the fact that you can just pocket it until it's needed does give the Force Breaker weapon a tiny bit of flexibility when compared to other magic items on this list. And at number 6, we have the Sword of Sharpness. This very rare sword comes from the Dungeon Master's Guide and does quite a few things. Firstly, whenever you hit an object with the sword, it always deals the maximum amount of damage. Secondly, it allows you to speak a command word of the sword, causing it to shed bright light in a 10-foot radius, while shedding an additional 10 feet of dim light outside of that, and you can speak the word again or sheath the sword to put it out. But the most important thing about the Sword of Sharpness is its ability to deal an extra flat 17 slashing damage and chop off limbs whenever you roll a natural 20 for either effect. Dealing an additional 14 extra damage flat regardless of whatever blade this effect is put on is an excellent effect to have. But the fact that you have to roll a natural 20 is what makes this weapon kind of niche, similar to how you need to critically hit with the Stone War Pick in order to activate its petrification effect. And even if you do, unlike the Stone War Pick, where the enemy has to make a saving throw, you have to roll another natural 20 in order to activate the effect that slices off the creature's limb. Statistically speaking, you only have a 1 in 400 chance to actually pull off both effects at once, which is not favorable. And while not necessarily the biggest deal, the wording on this magic item implies that it only works whenever you roll a nat 20, and not whenever you just score a critical hit, meaning you can't really cheese the effects with class features like the Champion Fighter's improved critical subclass feature. The only saving grace this weapon has is the fact that dealing an extra 14 slashing damage on its own is infinitely better and more consistent than rolling an additional damage dice whenever you land a crit. And if this weapon had any bonuses to attack and damage rolls, this wouldn't be so bad. But because it applies to +0 weapons by default, the overall usefulness of the Sword of Sharpness just kind of makes it a bit inconsistent and inaccurate to use when compared to much better items as a rarity, so it takes number 6 on this list. And at number 5, we have Demon Armor. This is a set of +1 plate armor that comes from the Dungeon Master's Guide and is another cursed item. It grants you the ability to speak Abyssal and comes with a set of clawed gauntlets that turn your unarmed strikes into magical weapons that deal slashing damage with a +1 bonus to attack and damage rolls, while also providing your unarmed strikes a damage die of 1d8. The drawback of this armor? You have disadvantage on attack rolls against demons, and you're more susceptible to their spells and special abilities by having disadvantage against them. And if you think you can just take off the armor before heading off into a demon field hunt, you'd be wrong because the curse also prevents you from taking off this armor in the first place, unless someone uses something like a remove curse spell in order to suppress the curse long enough for you to take it off. On the surface, being able to make such strong unarmed strikes on a character that normally doesn't get them, like monks, sounds pretty neat. However, the biggest problem with demon armor isn't so much the stats or the curse itself, rather the utility of this armor. Plate armor is heavy armor that only a few classes can be proficient in, and the classes that are proficient in heavy armor can already use weapons that deal much better damage. Paladins and Fighters are the main 2 classes that start with heavy armor proficiency, and can very easily use a +3 greatsword which deals 2d6 damage over the demon armor's 1d8 damage that it does, which is much less preferable. So in most cases, donning the demon armor can be seen as an active downgrade over what you can already get with non-magical weapons. Overall, the demon armor is pretty terrible as a set of +1 plate armor, since you'd have +2 armor and +3 weapons available by the time very rare items start becoming available, neither of which require you to attune to them. And even if you were to find some way for a monk to wear heavy armor for some bizarre reason, there's a pretty good chance that your monk's martial art die will already be 1d8, as levels 10 to 15 in the typical range for the rare items to start making an appearance. So whatever way you look at it, the demon armor is a terrible item with terrible stats that also has a debilitating curse that makes you worse at fighting and defending against demons, making it not even worth taking as the negative effects far outweigh the benefits you would get otherwise. And it's only really a number 5 on this list because there are even more items to cover that are just worse than a set of demon armor. And at number 4, we have Arcane Propulsion Arm. which originates from the Eberron Rising from the Last War sourcebook. What it does is allow a creature with a missing hand or arm to attune to it and gain a fully functional replacement limb, as it magically forms a perfect copy of whatever hand or arm you're replacing. You can also use your action to detach the arm for whatever reason, and will also remove itself whenever you unattune from it. But the best thing the Arcane Propulsion Arm does is it gives you a rocket punch-like ability with a range of 20-60 if you throw the arm, which causes the prosthetic to detach itself and fly at the target of the attack before immediately returning and reattaching itself back to you. The damage this deals, regardless of whether or not you're using it normally as a punching option or as a rocket punch, is 1d8 force damage on hit and also counts as a magical melee weapon. While there aren't any downsides to using this magic item, the only worthwhile benefit of this item is the 1d8 force damage, which isn't even that great since most weapons can already deal 1d8 damage by this point. However, because this damage is force, most creatures in the game won't be able to resist it, which is still a plus. But since this counts as a magical melee weapon, it doesn't qualify as a monk weapon, meaning you can't use some of your key points with it. And since it doesn't count as a simpler martial weapon, you also can't make the arm a monk weapon via the dedicated weapon monk feature introduced in Tasha's Cauldron of Everything, which gave classes a whole bunch of optional features like the one mentioned. Overall, this is more of a fun weapon rather than a good one. 1d8 damage without any other bonuses is kinda weak for something that's supposed to count as a very rare magic item, which normally would have a +3 bonus by default. But the reason this item takes number 4 on this list and not any higher is because of 2 factors. The first of which, its force damage, we've already covered. The second thing is the fact that because, for all intents and purposes, the Arcane Propulsion Arm is attached to your own body, meaning you can basically count this as a weapon that you can sneak into places that you normally wouldn't be able to by passing off the arm as a mundane prosthetic. So while this magic armor is just a fancy common item that you can already get, there are some niche situations where having a rocket punching arm can be useful, not to mention how cool it is to have. And at number 3, we have the Bracelet of Rock Magic. This is a magical gold bracelet introduced in Tales of the Yawning Portal, and is yet another cursed item. While wearing the bracelet, you gain immunity to the petrified condition, while also allowing you to cast the Flesh to Stone spell 3 times as an action. The spell used in this way has a DC 15 Constitution saving throw against whatever creature you're using it on. On a failed save, the creature becomes restrained and now has to effectively make death saving throws by saving against the spell 3 times. Where the effect will instantly end. However, if the creature fails the saving throw 3 times, they become petrified for the duration of the spell, or until the effect is cured if you manage to concentrate on the spell for the entire duration of 1 minute. Once you've used the spell 3 times, you can no longer cast it, but can now instead cast Stone Shape 13 times as an action, which is not as good, but can still be useful for shaping stones into idols or improvised weapons or something, whereafter the bracelet will become inert and the gold turns into lead. Free spells are always nice whenever it comes to magic items. However, since you can't choose which of the 2 spells you can cast and must use Flesh to Stone before you can use Stone Shape, this kind of limits what you can use the bracelet for at any time. And while 3 chances to turn a creature into stone is nice, by the time you gain access to this magic item, most creatures will have high enough constitution that they can very easily beat a DC 15 Constitution saving throw with no problems. But what about the curse this weapon has? Does it make worth taking this item? In a way, it does, since it doesn't directly affect the creature that's wearing it. To explain, the bracelet doesn't like it when you try to petrify creatures that have a strong relationship to earth and stone, such as stone giants and dwarves, using the bracelet to cast Flesh to Stone. Doing so causes 3 things to happen. First, the dwarves make their saving throw against the spell with advantage. The second thing happens whenever such a creature successfully saves against the spell, which is your attunement with the bracelet instantly breaks and tries to cast the spell on you, which you make at disadvantage. The final thing that happens if you fail your saving throw against the spell, that's it. You're petrified instantly instead of having the chance to make the saving throw at the end of your turns. And if there's no immediate way to cure yourself of petrification, then that's basically instant death in a lot of cases. In short, as long as you don't use Flesh to Stone spell against a creature that is in tune with the earth and stone, then this curse shouldn't really be a problem. But it does mean you have to be careful not to use the bracelet on the wrong person, or risk instant death for your misuse of it. However, even if we don't count the curse, the item in general is just not very good, simply due to the fact that it only has the charges that come with the bracelet, rather than having charges that it can regain at dawn like so many other magic items have, which further restricts how and when you can want to use this item. Because of this, there's a very good chance that you waste the only 3 charges of Flesh to Stone you have on a single creature simply because they either got lucky with their saves or just have too high of a constitution score to even be affected, since DC 15 is such a low saving throw at this point of the game, which makes the Bracelet of Rock Magic pretty terrible overall. And at number 2, we have the Bag of Devouring, a very rare wondrous item that can be found in the Dungeons Master's Guide. It closely resembles the Bag of Holding, another magic item that's useful for carrying large amounts of stuff with you. But the Bag of Devouring is anything but that. In fact, the Bag of Devouring is actually a feeding orifice for a gigantic extra-dimensional creature. It fully consumes any plant or animal matter that's placed inside, making them unable to be retrieved ever again, while any inanimate objects placed inside the Bag of Devouring will be swallowed and spat out into a different plane of existence once per day. And any creature that dares to reach inside of the bag will have a coin flip's chance of being pulled inside of the bag, with the only way to get out is by using its action to try and make a successful DC 15 strength check to attempt an escape. And if that doesn't work, another creature can use their action to reach in and pull you out, but also get subjected to the 50-50 chance of being pulled in when doing so, and the DC for the strength check for pulling their friend out of the bag is 20 instead of 15. And if any creature starts its turn inside of the Bag of Devouring, they are simply devoured, body destroyed, and unrecoverable. As a last resort, however, if you manage to pierce, tear, or otherwise destroy the Bag of Devouring, everything inside is transported to a random location on the astral plane. This magic item can either be used to bait your party into thinking they have a Bag of Holding, when really, they've been carrying a Bag of Devouring that's been taking and eating anything and everything, including important magic items that have been placed in there. Or alternatively, if your party knows they're in possession of a Bag of Devouring, they can use the bag as bait or decoy for undesirable company such as a group of bandits or guards. However, at the end of the day, this item serves very little purpose other than consuming important items or people. And if one of your party members gets pulled inside, it's very possible to cause an entire TPK if everyone gets unlucky on their strength pulls to pull their friends out. But while this magic item is a bit on the unfun side of things, since losing important items is never fun, it can still work as a bit of a plot device. For example, you might give your players a very powerful item early on and then trick them into placing it inside of a Bag of Devouring they thought was a Bag of Holding, which could start a treasure hunt-like quest to recover the item after it's been spat out somewhere else. Having at least some use, even plot-related ones, is why Bag of Devouring takes number 2 spot on this list, since, if you can believe it, the next item is even worse. And the number 1 pick for this list is the Hammer of Runic Focus, which was introduced in the Book of Many Things. It's a warhammer that requires attunement and comes with 3 charges that restores at a rate of 1d3 per dawn. You may expend 1 charge as a bonus action and slam the hammer on the ground, creating a 15-foot radius circle of glowing runes centered on the point of impact for 1 minute, or until you either create a new circle or use your bonus action to dismiss it. While you're inside this rune, the hammer gains a +3 bonus to attack rolls and damage rolls made with the hammer. While the idea of the warhammer covered in runes is admittedly a cool concept, everything else about this weapon is just unnecessary. Requiring attunement for a weapon that doesn't do anything special, unless you use a bonus action to give yourself a +3, is probably the worst effect you can have on a very rare tier weapon, especially when you consider that weapons of this tier grant a +3 bonus to attack and damage rolls by default and don't require attunement and doesn't need any actions to give you these bonuses. And that's not to mention the fact that Hammer of Runic Focus requires you to expend charges that have an inconsistent recharge rate in order to activate in the first place. If the circle of runes affected your party members in some way by affecting their weapons too, then this item would actually be pretty good. But because this item has too many restrictions and limitations and is instantly power crept by just buying or making a +3 warhammer, a baseline weapon you can find in the DMG, the Hammer of Runic Focus is definitely the worst magic item on this list. Magical items in D&D 5e come in various shapes and sizes, meant to bestow a variety of different benefits. Some of these benefits can be as minor as allowing your cape to billow as a bonus action, or as major as allowing yourself to cast Fireball by consuming charges. When it comes to rare magic items, however, the benefits tend to weigh more on the major side of the spectrum, and is usually where you'll start seeing the impact magic items can have on your overall gameplay. For this reason, in today's video, we'll be going over some of the worst rare quality magic items in the game, and ranking them based on how little or how negatively they impact the player experience compared to other items of the same rarity. With that being said, let's get started. And starting this list off at number 10, we have the Flayer Slayer. This is a +1 Great Axe introduced in the Pandelver and Below, the Shattered Obelisk adventure module, and requires attunement to use. As with all +1 weapons, this Great Axe gains a bonus of +1 to all attack rolls and damage rolls that you make with it. But what makes this Great Axe stand out from all the others is its secondary effect of being able to deal an extra 1d12 slashing damage to aberrations, which include things like Mind Flayer and Slats. Additionally, if the aberration is grappling a creature, such as through the Mind Flayer's tentacle attacks, then it must succeed a DC 15 strength saving throw or be forced to release the creature that it is currently grappling. On the surface, this isn't a terrible weapon. Dealing 2d12 slashing damage to aberrations is extremely good, but being able to force a Mind Flayer to release their grapple against a creature is also nice to have, since it gives you a chance to save someone from having their brain extracted by that Mind Flayer. However, that's all this weapon is good for at the end of the day. While it's very useful in the adventure module it was featured in, it's not so much outside of that, since even though the Mind Slayer can work on any aberration, there aren't very many of them outside of Mind Flayers that can grapple as part of their attacks, unless they go out of the way to do so, meaning you're only ever getting one of the two major benefits of this weapon most of the time. Even then, being tied to a single enemy type has the major drawback of not being effective against every other type of creature in the game. That, and the fact it requires you to attune to it, makes it an unfavorable weapon to use, unless you know for sure what kind of enemies you'll be fighting against. Otherwise, you'll want to switch your +2 Great Axe, a rare quality item that doesn't require you to attune to it. As for why the Flayer Slayer only takes number 10 on this list, it's a specialized item. It's meant to be used against one specific type of enemy and nothing else, but does a pretty decent job at it, all things considered. If it did a poor job at even that, then this weapon would deserve a higher spot on this list. And at number 9, we have the Bone Counter. This is a magical +2 mace which is introduced in the Sleeping Dragon's Wake adventure module, and it has the unique benefit of spawning a single silver piece inside your pocket whenever you use this weapon to destroy any undead creature. That's all it really does. If you're fighting a whole horde of zombies or skeletons, then this mace can help you net you and your party a bit more money than you normally would have. However, one silver piece is such a low amount of money that you would need to slay dozens of undead creatures in order to make this weapon worth using over, say, a Mace of Disruption, which deals an extra 2d6 radiant damage on undead creatures and forces them to make a DC 15 Wisdom saving throw or be killed instantly once they drop below 25% hit points. The best thing about Mace of Disruption, however, is the fact that even if the undead creature successfully makes their saving throw, that creature is still frightened until the end of your next turn. While not exactly relevant to this part of this video, there is a funny thing to point out with the Mace of Disruption and another mace, the Mace of Smiting. Despite its name, the Mace of Smiting does not actually smite undead. Instead, it's a +1 mace that turns into a +3 mace when attacking constructs. And whenever you roll a 20 on an attack roll with the weapon, you deal an additional 7 bludgeoning damage, and instantly destroy the construct if it has 25 or fewer hit points remaining after taking the damage. For some reason, Wizards of the Coast has elected the Mace of Smiting is more effective on constructs while the Mace of Disruption is more effective on undead, which is just a silly thing to point out. Anyways, back to the Bone Counter. There are still upsides to using it over other weapons. For one, it's a +2 mace, which is just as good as any other +2 mace you'll get, so its extra bonus effect is just an additional benefit over its normal counterpart. Another thing that makes the Bone Counter pretty useful against undead is the fact that it deals bludgeoning damage, a damage type that skeletons happen to be vulnerable to, which can help secure kills and make cash much more easy. However, the reason Bone Counter even takes a spot on this list is because, while its extra effect is strictly an upgrade to a normal +2 mace, as mentioned before, there are far better weapons to use against undead creatures. While Mace of Disruption doesn't have a +2 bonus to attack like the Bone Counter does, and requires attunement to use, it still does, at minimum, a +2 extra radiant damage against fiends and undeads, while having additional useful properties that no other weapon has, including the unique property of being able to debilitate a creature even if they succeed on their saving throw, albeit with the caveat that the creature needs to be below 25 hit points. Overall, the Bone Counter only takes number 9 on this list purely because there are no real downsides to it, but there aren't any real upsides to it that really makes it stand out as a rare quality magic item, other than it's a +2 mace that can sometimes make you a little bit of money, but not enough money to actually matter. And at number 8, we have the Dagger of Venom. This is a +1 dagger from the Dungeons Master Guide and comes with the effect that allows you to, once per day, use an action to coat the dagger with a thick black poison for 1 minute, or until an attack made with the weapon hits a creature. Once it does, the creature makes a DC 15 Constitution saving throw, or takes 2d10 poison damage, and then is poisoned for 1 minute. The best thing about this weapon is being able to do an extra 2d10 poison damage to your target and giving them the poison condition, giving that creature disadvantage on attack rolls and ability checks. The worst thing about this weapon is how you're supposed to get there to begin with. Unlike weapons such as the aforementioned Mace of Disruption, which just deals this extra damage on hit, the Dagger of Venom requires you to first use your action to coat the dagger in poison, which restricts that turn to your bonus action. Usually this means that you have to give up your attack in order to do this, which you normally don't want to do, unless what you're doing next is going to make up for the potential loss of damage, such as setting up a strong Armor of Agathis or casting a big spell like Slow. In this case, however, you're giving up an action for the potential to deal an extra 2d10 poison damage, the most resisted damage type in the game. On a failed Constitution saving throw, the worst stat you want to target in the game, since more creatures have high Constitution scores or proficiency in Constitution saving throws than any other stat of the game, which isn't a very good trade-off. And to make matters worse, whether or not the creature passes or fails their saving throw, you can't attempt to poison them with a Dagger of Venom until the next dawn. Meanwhile, you have the Flame Tongue, which is a rare quality magic weapon that just deals an extra 2d6 fire damage whenever it hits, no save required, and only uses a bonus action to apply its effect. And if you're strictly using daggers, then a Dragon Tooth Dagger, another rare quality item, might be preferred over the Dagger of Venom, as it's a +1 dagger that deals an extra 1d6 acid damage, a far better damage type than poison. While this damage is definitely lower than what you would get with the Dagger of Venom, it's at least guaranteed damage on hit, and will most likely surpass the total 2d10 damage that you would have gotten after enough attacks throughout the day. While not as important, the Dragon Tooth Dagger also comes with the added benefit of being extra effective against enemies of the Cult of the Dragon, making the dagger a +2 dagger and dealing 2d6 acid damage instead of 1d6, which is just a nice bonus if you happen to be in that situation. Overall, the cost of using the Dagger of Venom is far too high for what you can get out of it, especially with how weak the effects are to begin with, and how many other weapons can just dish out free damage without even requiring a saving throw to begin with, which is why the Dagger of Venom sits at number 8 on this list. And at number 7, we have the Hellhound Cloak. This is a special cloak that was introduced in the Tales from the Yawning Portal adventure module, and has the unique effect of allowing the wearer to spend an action to command it to transform them into a Hellhound for up to 1 hour, as if they transformed via the Polymorph spell. As a bonus action while transformed, you can revert back to your normal form. Being able to transform into a Hellhound isn't the worst thing in the world. As with all wild shapes and polymorphs, you can take on the statistics of whatever creature you've turned into, with a couple of caveats, such as maintaining your alignment and personality. This also means that you take on the hit points of the creature you're polymorphed into, meaning you essentially gain a 45 hit point buffer before you take any real damage to your actual hit points. As for the Hellhound statistics themselves, Pack Tactics is amazing for maintaining free advantage on your attack rolls while you have an ally within 5 feet of the creature you're attacking. Keen Hearing and Smell is another great trait to have, which just gives you advantage in perception checks that rely on hearing or smell. Hellhounds also have immunity to fire damage altogether, which is always nice to have. In terms of actions, you have a basic bite attack, which deals an okay amount of damage, but the main draw of being a Hellhound is its Fire Breath, which deals 66 fire damage to creatures in a 15-foot cone that fail a dexterity saving throw, or half on a success. The main drawback of this attack, however, is that it not only needs to recharge by rolling a 5 or 6 on a d6 at the start of each of its turns, it's also a fairly low DC save for the time you would typically have the option to even obtain a Hellhound Cloak. While all of this is okay at best, the biggest drawback of the Hellhound Cloak doesn't necessarily come from the Hellhound itself. Rather, it comes from the curse that comes with the cloak. Along with the typical effects of having a cursed item where you're unwilling to part with them, there also happens to be an even more punishing effect for repeatedly using the cloak. Once you've used the cloak for the 6th time, and every time thereafter, you're forced to make a DC 15 Charisma saving throw, or be stuck as a Hellhound until your transformation is forcibly dispelled or your hit points drop to 0. While transformed this way, you also lose the ability to revert back to your normal self as a bonus action, and it gets worse from there. If you're a Hellhound for 6 hours, the transformation becomes permanent, and you lose your sense of self. As a result, your statistics are then completely replaced by those of the Hellhound, with your only hope of returning to normal is by being hit with a remove curse or similar magic that can revert you to normal. If you don't have access to such a spell, 6 days later, while transformed into a Hellhound, your only hope of reverting back is through the use of a wish spell, which can be difficult to find considering it's a 9th level spell. So unless you have a relatively high charisma, have irregular access to the remove curse spell, or only use the cloak a total of 5 times, there's not really much reason to use this item. The Hellhound is a CR3 creature, which is nice to have around at early levels once rare items start becoming available, but quickly falls off as you level up and creatures start becoming more and more resistant or even immune to fire damage. That's not to mention that the overall stat line of the Hellhound leaves a lot to be desired. Overall, while the Hellhound Cloak does provide a pretty decent transformation option, the risk of being permanently turned into a Hellhound unless your party spends resources to fix you after this 6th transformation is just too much of a hassle to really make this item useful. However, because it's a pretty decent transformation for the first 5 uses, it only takes number 7 on this list. And at number 6, we have Golthia's Staff from the Curse of Strahd adventure module. This is a magic quarter staff that comes with 10 charges, which recharge at a rate of 1d6 plus 4 daily at dusk. While you're attuned to it, blights and other evil plant creatures don't regard you as hostile unless you harm them in any way. The staff also has the Vampiric Strike feature, which allows you to expend 1 charge on hit to regain hit points equal to the damage you deal with the weapon. Normally, this would be an incredibly useful feature, if not for the drawback of forcing a DC 12 Wisdom saving throw to not be afflicted with Short-Term Madness every time you spend a charge. Short-Term Madness lasts for 1d10 minutes, and the effects can range from having the urge to eat strange things like dirt, to becoming stunned, incapacitated, or even outright fall unconscious for the duration. However, a DC 12 saving throw is low enough for someone like a monk to both make use of the Golthia's Staff as a monk weapon, and have a decent chance to not succumb to the short-term madness that comes with it. And if you manage to never succumb to any of the effects of short-term madness, or never get punished for it, then this weapon is amazing, as keeping your hit points topped off without needing to rely on your healers is great. In short, while the healing aspect of the weapon is really good for characters that can squeeze out as much damage as they can out of the weapon, it just comes at too high of a cost. Even if becoming paralyzed or unconscious can be detrimental, as any attack roll you're hit within 5 feet of you will result in an automatic crit, which can completely mitigate any kind of healing you would have gained from the staff and more. And the cost of resources your party would have to commit to try and mitigate these effects, such as through the use of a 3rd and 5th level spells, Beacon of Hope and Circle of Power. Beacon of Hope can be used to keep your Golthia's staff wielder alive if they ever happen to succumb to any of the aforementioned conditions, by allowing the healing effects of your party to be maximized instead of rolling, while also granting the unique benefit of having advantage on death saving throws. Circle of Power, meanwhile, grants allies advantage in all saving throws against spells and magical effects, which would include the Wisdom saving throw of the magical staff that's trying to make you go mad. Additionally, this spell also grants you a pseudo-evasion, where whenever you succeed on a saving throw, which you'd end up taking half damage, you instead take no damage. So, while there are ways you can try and mitigate the short-term madness part of this weapon, the question then becomes, is it even worth spending the resources for a weapon that would heal, at most, for as much as a cure wounds per hit? In some cases, the answer might be yes, since classes like monks can make multiple attacks per round, which can result in a lot of healing, which is why the Golthia's Staff takes a higher spot on this list. Like the Hellhound Cloak, the benefits the staff provides are pretty good, all things considered. However, unlike the Hellhound Cloak, there is always a chance of succumbing to a terrible effect each time you use this special effect. While the risk of being turned into a permanent Hellhound might sound like a worse effect, keep in mind that even as a Hellhound, you're still able to act and play around with your transformation. Whereas, if you fall unconscious, get stunned, paralyzed, etc., everyone in your party is going to divert resources and attention to keeping you out of harm's way, turning a safe encounter into a much more deadly endeavor. At worst, however, if you have no plans on using the staff at all, it at least has the benefit of killing any blights in a range of 300 feet of the staff whenever you break or burn it to ashes. And at number 5, we have the Armor Vulnerability from the Dungeon Master's Guide. This set of plate armor is a unique piece of cursed armor that grants interchanging benefits and downsides, depending on whether you have the bludgeoning, piercing, or slashing variants. Essentially, how these armors work is they grant you resistance to that damage type, which halves the damage you take, while cursing you with vulnerability to the other 2 types of physical damage, which doubles the damage you take. For example, the bludgeoning variant of Armor Invulnerability grants you resistance to bludgeoning damage, but vulnerability to piercing and slashing damage. What makes this armor so bad is the fact that a lot of physical damage in D&D 5e is pretty random and diverse across encounters. You might fight a group of bandits that are wielding bows, which deal piercing damage, clubs, which deal bludgeoning damage, or short swords, which deal slashing damage, which kind of makes your armor fundamentally useless, as 2 out of the 3 types of damage present will shred right through you. Even outside of fighting bandits with varied weapons, most creatures have at least 2 of the 3 types of physical damage baked into their stat block, or even all 3 damage types in the case of something like a Chimera from the Monsters Manual. So unless you know for sure that an encounter that you're about to come across is going to have nothing but bludgeoning damage, for instance, then you aren't really going to benefit from having resistance from 1 single damage type at the cost of taking double damage from 2 other common damage types in the game. The only reason this item isn't any higher on this list is due to the fact that it's a curse item that can only be identified as such by using the Identify spell or attuning yourself to it. So it can be easy for an unexperienced adventurer to mistakenly don this armor, thinking they finally found a set of plate armor, only to be punished by their hubris by not checking to see if it was cursed first. In other words, the armor vulnerability takes number 5 spot on this list simply because a character would most likely not even consider attuning to this armor if they knew exactly what it was in the first place. Unlike, say, a Hellhound cloak, where someone might not mind playing as a Hellhound for a little bit while their party gets the transformation thing sorted out. And rolling in at number 4 is the Dodecahedron of Doom from the Waterdeep Dungeon of the Mad Mage Adventure module. This is a magical D12 that produces different effects, whether you use your action to hurl it up to 60 feet, which can be determined based on the table for it. While these effects are pretty mild, they can feel pretty nice granting a creature 1d10 temporary hit points for an hour, or cast the light cantrip on itself to light up a dark area. However, these effects are far too random to ever be used in any practical or consistent manner. Having the die cast Ray of Frost can be kind of dangerous since the target of it is chosen at random, which could result in some friendly fire. Shocking Grasp relies on a creature to actually touch the die after it's been rolled. Darkness is useful for crowd control and displacement, assuming you roll a 9 or 10 on the die, which makes it the best use for this magic item, unless you count the effect that happens when you roll a 1 or 2. Rolling a 1 or 2 causes the die to explode and be destroyed, making it unusable. Any creature within 20 feet of the die are caught in the explosion and have to make a DC 13 dexterity saving throw, or take a whopping 98 force of damage on a failed save, or half as much on a success. While this damage is nothing to scoff at, coming at the cost of destroying the die might not seem worth it. But given that the other effects of the die are situational at best, it could be argued that the one-time 98 force damage is the best possible outcome. However, because of how the die works, you pretty much always want to roll the die near a group of enemies as much as possible. But at the same time, you don't want to accidentally give an enemy temporary hit points. If you're a stealthy character, it might not be a bad idea to get into a position where you can roll the die in the middle of a group of unaware enemies before combat, and pray you get the force explosion so that you can get a whole lot of damage on board straight away. Unfortunately, this is really one of the only ways you can actually make use of this magic item, simply due to the fact that hurling in the first place costs an action to do so. In short, the Dodecahedron of Doom is a magic item that is just too random to really make use of consistently, with the best results coming from rolling a 1 or 2 to score some high force damage on enemies. However, this comes at the cost of foregoing your action for the turn for a 1 in 6 chance to make this explosion happen in the first place, which aren't favorable odds, and might even end up helping your opponent by giving them temporary hit points, or hurting you and your allies with a Ray of Frost. If the effects of the D12 were a bit stronger, then this item might be a little bit better. But as it stands, the Dodecahedron of Doom just has a bunch of effects attached to it without the fun of the Wild Magic Sorcerer's Wild Surge ability of randomness. And at number 3, we have the Scissors of Shadow Snipping, introduced in the Wild Beyond the Witchlight Adventure module. And what it does is allow you to use your action to snip the shadow off of a humanoid creature, detach it from themselves and rooting itself to the spot where it was snipped, until you use your bonus action to cause it to act a certain way, so long as you can see the shadow. You can either control the shadow's movement up to 30 feet along any solid or liquid surface, even vertically, but the shadow must remain within your line of sight the entire time. Or you can relinquish control of the shadow, allow it to become autonomous and behave as the DM wishes, and takes on the shadow stat block, with the only difference being that it's considered a fey creature rather than undead, and its strength drain attack does not cause a creature to die when its strength becomes 0, but instead makes them fall unconscious, which can be useful if you're trying to take down an important character that you don't want dead immediately, but also means you can't create more shadows since the effect of strength drain explicitly requires the target to die. As for the shadow itself, while it's still within your control, it is harmless and also can't be harmed in any way, is invisible while in darkness, can't speak, and doesn't require air, sleep, or nourishment of any kind. While being able to control someone's shadow sounds really nice, there's no real reason to do so, and there aren't a lot of uses for the shadow being under control other than to maybe try and spook someone who might be afraid of shadows. But doing so would still require the shadow to be within your line of sight, which might limit what you can do with it. The best use of these scissors, however, is its combat prowess, allowing you to snip a creature's shadow during combat, and then immediately relinquish control of it with your bonus action to create a potential ally in the battlefield. But since a creature unwilling to part with their shadow can make a measly DC 15 charisma saving throw to retain their shadow, it's probably better to use it on an ally instead, or maybe even yourself, just to get the shadow out. Unfortunately, the shadow only has a challenge rating of 1/2, meaning that it's quite weak overall compared to the level you'd probably have access to this magic item. Luckily, the shadow stat block isn't the worst thing out of a CR 1/2 creature, as it sports a whole lot of damage immunities and resistances combined, at the cost of being vulnerable to radiant damage, which gives it a lot more durability than most creatures of the same challenge rating. Other than that, however, its overall stats are kind of too low to really make use of. Having a +4 to hit with strength drain basically means that is almost never going to hit with this ability. However, it does come with the advantage of gaining advantage with its attack roll if it successfully hides, which it can easily do as its stealth becomes a +6 rather than a +4 while in dim light or darkness. And it can use its hide action as a bonus action while in it, giving the shadow a way to set up advantage on its own. At the end of the day, however, only being able to summon one shadow per dawn isn't really worth using up one of your 3 available attunement slots, especially since the scissors of shadow stepping can only be attuned to by fake creatures or spellcasters. Most of the time, spellcasters have access to a lot of better summoning spells, and being restricted to a fae as a non-spellcaster heavily limits who can attune to this item outside of being a spellcaster. In short, the scissors of shadow stepping don't really provide much use to the player at worst, and grants a mediocre ally in the battlefield at best, and is too restrictive on who can actually attune to it. And at number 2, we have a 3-way tie between Mindblade and Mindlash from Volo's Guide to Monsters, and the Amulet of Protection from Turning introduced in Tales from the Yawning Portal. While these items do wildly different things, they all have one thing in common: they don't really do anything for the player. The Mindblade is a non-magical sword turned magical that deals an extra 2d6 physical damage to any target it hits, but can only be equipped by specific Mind Flare or its thralls. The Mind Lash is a whip that can only be attuned to by Mind Flayers, deals an extra 2d4 psychic damage on hit, and can force a creature to disadvantage on all mental saving throws for 1 minute, unless they successfully make a DC 15 Wisdom saving throw that they can repeat at the end of each of its turns if they fail it. And Amulet of Protection from Turning grants you advantage on saving throws against effects that turn undead, which most players aren't going to be playing as. In isolation, all of these magic items are really good. Extra 2d6 and 2d4 psychic damage provides both great damage and coverage, simply because very few creatures resist psychic damage in the first place, and having advantage on being turned as an undead can also be very good, as it would mean that the undead would still be able to take its turn, rather than waste them all for 1 minute. There could be ways you might be able to homebrew these items to work for your players. Perhaps a Pact of the Great Old One Warlock might be making a deal with an Elder Brain or similar creature that blesses them with the ability to use Mind Flare weapons, for example. Necromancy Wizards and Oathbreaker Paladins might use the Amulet of Protection from Turning by giving it to their captured undead from their Control Undead and Command Undead features, providing a little bit of protection against clerics and other creatures that might have the option to turn your undead companions. The reason these items take number 2 spot on this list should be pretty obvious. For such amazing effects, you can't use them under normal circumstances. However, the reason they don't take number 1 on this list is because not every magic item is meant to be used for the players. And these 3 items are great examples of this. They are magic items that are meant to either beef up enemies or provide benefits to creatures other than the players themselves. The only way these items would take the top spot on this list is if the effects were not only worse, but also available for players to attune to as well. Which brings us to a number 1 pick on this list, the Lodestone. The Lodestone is a magic gem introduced in Tales from the Yawning Portal and is worth 150 gold pieces, but comes with the downside of being a cursed magic item. While the Lodestone is on your person, if you take the dash or disengage action, your speed gets reduced by 5 feet, and your maximum load and lift capacities are halved until you're hit with a remove curse or something similar, and you're unwilling to part with the stone as per usual with cursed items. You can use the Identify spell to reveal the Lodestone's true nature, but not detect magic, which is important to note. However, a wizard that knows Identify can easily cast on the Lodestone if they feel suspicious of it, especially since Identify is a ritual spell, meaning Identify doesn't need to be prepared in order to cast, and doesn't use up a spell slot at the cost of taking 10 more minutes to cast the spell. Other than that, however, there's not really any way to detect that this stone is cursed other than fulfilling the condition for activating it, which isn't hard to do in the first place. As a result, the Lodestone can be nice to use as bait for your players into thinking they struck a truckload of money, only to be met with a punishment for their greed. Or, if the players know the Lodestone is cursed, they might instead hand it over to a bandit leader looking to make a quick buck, only to then be sabotaged by the Lodestone's hefty presence. In either case, the Lodestone doesn't provide any benefits to the player unless they manage to sell the gem for the full 150 gold pieces. While this can be seen as an objective benefit, it's important to keep in mind that, unlike other cursed items, there is no immediate benefit to having this item on you at any given moment. The Armor of Vulnerability at least provides you with the benefit of having resistance to certain damage type, while the Demon Armor lets you have a cool claw weapon that deals an okay amount of damage. Meanwhile, the Lodestone only grants you the benefit of gaining money for successfully selling it, which you can already do by just playing the game and completing quests or looting. Even if that weren't the case, having your speed and maximum load and lift capacities reduced can be extremely detrimental to most characters, especially martial characters that like to move around a lot, or big characters that like to carry around a bunch of stuff at a time. Overall, the amount of hassle your party would have to put up with for 150 gold just isn't really worth it in the long run, since you not only have to have Remove Curse on hand, you also have to try your best to never dash or disengage while carrying the lodestone on your person, lest you activate the curse once more, which is why the lodestone takes number 1 spot on this list. There are 13 official classes in D&D 5e, and each class has a number of different subclasses that enhances and changes the way those classes function. However, there are some classes that have a lot to be desired, as the abilities and features might feel too niche or outright useless in some cases. While some subclasses are definitely more catered to certain types of campaigns than others, there are some subclasses that don't really bring much to the table to begin with, or take too much time and effort to really be worth taking to begin with, which is what the subject of today's video is going to be about. With that out of the way, let's get started. And starting this list off at number 10, we have the Path of the Battle Rager Barbarian. This Barbarian subclass allows you to fully weaponize a set of spiked armor in order to dish out punishment to creatures that dare set foot near you. At 3rd level, you're able to use your bonus action to make a melee weapon attack with your spiked armors, using your strength modifier for the attack and damage rolls of this attack, in order to dish out 1d4 piercing damage to a creature within 5 feet of you. Also, whenever you succeed at a grapple check against a creature with your attack action, the creature takes 3 piercing damage flat out. And at 6th level, you gain Reckless Abandon, which grants you temporary hit points equal to your Constitution modifier while you're raging and disappears once it ends. This feature helps provide a little bit of extra survivability. Meanwhile, at 10th level, you gain Battle Rager Charge, which allows you to take a dash action as a bonus action, so as long as you're maintaining your rage. And last but not least, at 14th level, you gain Spike Retribution, which punishes creatures within 5 feet of you that make melee attacks against you to, while you're wearing spiked armor and are raging, take 3 piercing damage each time. At first glance, a lot of these features are really neat concepts on paper, but sort of lack substance compared to other subclasses. For instance, being able to use your bonus action to make an additional attack is always very good, since that's extra action economy your barbarian can use. However, only being a 1d4 plus your strength modifier damage that never goes up over the course of the campaign is kind of underwhelming, when another barbarian subclass, the Path of Berserker subclass, can make an additional weapon attack using their Great Axe as a bonus action while using their unique Frenzy feature, albeit at the cost of gaining levels of exhaustion when that frenzy ends. As for being able to damage enemies that you successfully grapple, 3 piercing damage isn't really that good, especially considering this damage is non-magical and more enemies you face will resist non-magical damage as you get further into a campaign. At that point, it's better to just make an attack instead of a grapple unless you were intended on grappling a creature in the first place. It doesn't really specify whether +1 and above spiked armor would make this piercing damage magical for the purposes of overcoming resistances, so that could just be left to your DM. And while your attack rolls made with the armor could be considered magical with +1 of the spiked armor, nothing really says that they would gain the +1 bonus to those attacks since it is magical armor, which only states that it gives you bonus AC. Again, this might be up to the DM's rule, and nothing really breaks if you're allowed to gain these benefits. Meanwhile, Reckless Abandon granting you temporary hit points equal to your Constitution modifier while you're raging sounds useful. There's the glaring flaw in the fact that these temporary hit points are too few to really matter. Even if you were to max out your Constitution via increases, you would only gain 5 temporary hit points at maximum for the entire duration of your rage. And once again, these temporary hit points don't increase or get better as you level up, so you'll find yourself losing those hit points as soon as you gain them anyway. While this might feel effective against melee attacks due to the natural resistance of bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing damage, this basically does nothing against elemental attacks. And while it isn't that much better, the Path of the Storm Herald subclass allows you to pick the Tundra effect for your Storm Aura feature at 3rd level, which allows you to use your bonus action in order to give creatures of your choice within the 10-foot aura 2 temporary hit points, which scales up to 6 temporary hit points at 20th level. While the overall average of these temporary hit points are quite low, the fact that these temporary hit points can not only refresh every turn using your bonus action, but can also be granted to nearby allies makes this a much stronger feature than Reckless Abandon, a 6th level feature that doesn't refresh and never scales. As for Battle Rager Charge, being able to use the dash action as a bonus action is actually extremely good and useful for barbarians, since they basically always want to be in melee range so they can maintain rage more easily and take hits for allies, which is kind of a shame when you consider this is a 10th level feat, while a rogue can do this and more at 2nd level. And since most campaigns often don't reach 17th level, you could very easily dip 2 levels into rogue if you really wanted to get a bonus action dash as soon as possible. However, the ability to dash as a bonus action baked into your subclass at all is still really good regardless. Spike Retribution kinda suffers the same problems as the grappled portion of the Battle Rager armor feature, where the damage the creatures takes would be resisted pretty often. However, being a 14th level feature that only activates whenever you're hit by a melee attack, only dealing 3 damage back at the attacker feels extremely lackluster. for what's supposed to be a subclass's capstone feature. There's also the caveat that this subclass is only available to dwarves, but it does specify that a DM may remove this restriction as needed, so it's not that much of a knock on the subclass itself. Overall, the Battle Rager has a lot of neat features that feel way undertuned and leaves a lot to be desired. The biggest problem with this subclass is the lack of scaling with any of its features. Maybe if the damage of the bonus action attack, the grapple check portion, and the damage from Spike Retribution, as well as the temporary hit points granted by Reckless Abandon scaled over the course of the campaign at all, then maybe this subclass would feel more appealing. But as it stands, this subclass just doesn't really do all that much to be worth taking over the other Barbarian subclasses, which is why Path of the Battle Rager makes it on this list. And at number 9, we have the Inquisitive Rogue. This is a rogue subclass which allows you to root out secrets and unravel mysteries using your talents and unrivaled perception and investigation skills to figure out the true intentions of the creatures you come across. This subclass has a lot of flavorful features that are very fun in the right settings. Starting at 3rd level, you learn 3 separate features. The first is Ear of Deceit, which allows you to sniff out lies made by other creatures by treating any d20 roll that is 7 or lower as an 8 whenever you make an insight check to determine if someone is lying. The second feature you learn is Eye for Detail, which allows you to use your bonus action in order to make a perception check in order to spot hidden objects or creatures, or investigation check in order to decipher clues. Lastly, you gain the Insightful Fighting feature, allowing you to use your bonus action to make a contested insight check against a creature's deception check in order to allow you to make sneak attacks on that creature, regardless as if you have advantage or not if they fail, but only as long as you don't have disadvantage on that creature. This effect lasts for 1 minute or until you successfully use this feature against a different target. This feature is pretty solid due to the fact that it isn't tied to any sort of resource, so you can spam it as a bonus action every turn until it works. Moving on to the Inquisitive Rogue's 9th level feature, you gain the Steady Eye feature, allowing you to make perception checks and investigation checks while moving with advantage, so long as you move more than half your speed on the same turn. This basically means that, as long as you're moving at half speed, this feature should always be on outside of combat. But not only that, there's also a hidden bonus that this feature provides if you know how passive perception works. Basically, passive checks are determined by adding 10 to any given modifiers for that check. So if you have a +3 for your perception checks, then your passive perception is 13. However, the rules for passive checks also explain that if the character has advantage on the check, add 5. For disadvantage, subtract 5. This effectively means that as long as you never move more than half of your movement speed, you not only have advantage on your perception and investigation checks, you also gain a +5 bonus to your passive perception and investigation checks, which might even eliminate certain rolls altogether. Upon reaching 13th level, you gain the Unearing Eye feature, allowing you to use your action to gain a Spidey Sense-like ability whenever you're in the presence of illusions, shape-changers that aren't in their original form, and other forms of magic meant to deceive creatures within 30 feet of you, as long as you're not blinded or deafened. However, you only know that there is such an effect present, not what is actually causing it or where it's originating from. And you can only use this a number of times equal to your Wisdom modifier and regain all expended uses when finishing a long rest. Finally, at 17th level, you gain the Eye for Weakness feature, which lets you add an extra 3d6 sneak attack damage to a creature that's affected by your Insightful Fighting feature, which is an excellent increase in damage against a specific target. In terms of raw abilities and features you get with the subclass, you definitely get a lot of useful tools that can help your experience as an Inquisitive Rogue. But the biggest problem the subclass faces is the fact that a lot of its features are just too niche for most campaigns. In a combat-light setting, the Inquisitive Rogue has the potential to be one of the most powerful subclasses, simply due to how well they are at investigating people and places. However, since D&D 5e focuses more on combat most of the time, there aren't very many things that an Inquisitive Rogue has an edge on. While Insightful Fighting allows you to use your sneak attack feature against a creature even if they don't have advantage on it, it wouldn't really be useful for 2 reasons. The first reason is the fact that you can also proc sneak attacks on allies within 5 feet of your target, which tends to happen very often to begin with. And the second reason is due to an optional feature included later in Tasha's Cauldron of Everything, Steady Aim, which allows you to use your bonus action and forgo all of your movement speed for the turn in order to gain advantage on your attack roll, with the added caveat that you must not have already moved on your turn to use this feature. This basically meant that you could always use your sneak attack as long as you were comfortable not moving from a spot and have a higher chance to hit than you would normally with Insightful Fighting. And while you do gain the extra 3d6 sneak attack damage from your Eye for Weakness on the target that's under the effect of your Insightful Fighting feature, you have to wait until 17th level before you can use it. Overall, this subclass does have some good roleplay potential, as all the non-combat features are actually quite good. However, if your campaign ends up being combat heavy, you might find the subclass a bit lacking in that department. And at number 8 on this list, we have the Oathbreaker Paladin. This subclass gives the Paladin class a range of options that are supposed to cater towards those that have chosen to break their oath in order to pursue a darker and more evil path, according to the flavor text. However, this isn't always the case, and can usually be changed to fit a character that may have just fallen out of favor with their oath. Unfortunately, the features and spells learned from the Oathbreaker subclass would still only reflect a darker and sinister character either way. As for what you learn when you take the subclass at their level, the first thing you'll learn are new spells that you would gain at appropriate levels, which are quite good. For example, Inflict Wounds is a first level spell that deals 3d10 necrotic damage to a creature you hit within 10 feet of you, while Hellish Rebuke allows you to use a reaction when taking any damage from a creature within 60 feet of you in order to deal 2d10 fire damage to the attacked creature. You can also learn Animate Dead at 9th level in order to animate corpses to serve you, which can be important due to some of your subclass features you learn as an Oathbreaker. Along the extra spells, at 3rd level you gain the Channel Divinity feature that, like all paladins, have special effects tied to whatever subclass you picked at this level. For Oathbreakers, they may choose between 2 different effects. The first effect, Control Undead, allows the paladin to use their action in order to force an undead creature whose challenge rating, or CR, is lower than the paladin's level, and also within 30 feet of them, to make a successful wisdom saving throw or fall under the effect of the paladin for the next 24 hours, or until they use the Channel Divinity option again. And there are quite a few undead creatures you can control with this feature that can be quite terrifying to have under your command, such as a Tyrannosaurus zombie or even a Mummy Lord, for example. Meanwhile, the second option you have for the Channel Divinity, Dreadful Aspect, allows you to use your action in order to inflict creatures you choose within 30 feet of you to fail a wisdom saving throw with the frightened condition for 1 minute, making it so that those creatures have disadvantage on attack rolls and ability checks while the paladin is in their line of sight, while also preventing any creatures from willingly moving towards their source of fear. And creatures frightened this way actually cannot roll another wisdom saving throw like most other effects in order to remove the condition. Instead, creatures that are frightened by the paladin with Dreadful Aspect must first end its turn more than 30 feet away from their source of fear if they want to make further saving throw attempts to try to shake being frightened. At 7th level, you gain the Aura of Hate feature, allowing you and any fiends and undead within 10 feet of you to gain a bonus to your melee weapon damage rolls equal to your charisma modifier, but no less than a +1 bonus. And then at 18th level, the aura increases to 30 feet. While this feature is excellent at increasing the amount of damage you can do as a paladin, the biggest downside of this feature is the fact that it doesn't discriminate when it comes to the kinds of fiends and undeads that get the damage boost. So if you're in a very undead heavy campaign, you would only be making things harder for yourself and your allies. Most of the time though, you should be fine, and this benefit should only really affect you if you play things right. Also, if you've animated a hefty sum of undead over the past few days, they would all be able to benefit from this extra damage, which could be a very nice bonus to damage. Moving on to the Oathbreaker's 15th level features, we have Supernatural Resistance. All this does is give you resistance to bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing damage from non-magical weapons, which isn't terrible, but means creatures with magical weapon traits such as Balors, Pit Fiends, and pretty much every golem will ignore your resistances. And like every other paladin subclass, the Oathbreaker also comes with a 20th level capstone feature. For them, they gain the Dreadlord feature, allowing them to surround themselves in a gloomy aura for 1 minute, granting special bonuses. All bright light in a 30-foot radius of yourself gets reduced to dim light, and whenever a creature starts its turn inside the aura and is frightened, they take 4d10 psychic damage. In addition to this, the paladin and creatures they choose can become draped in shadow, forcing creatures that rely on sight to have disadvantage on attack rolls against them. And lastly, this aura gives the paladin a bonus action that they can use in order to make a melee attack against a creature that is inside the aura, dealing 3d10 plus the paladin's charisma modifier necrotic damage if it hits. On paper, this feature seems very good. Dealing 4d10 psychic damage to a frightened creature is very nice. However, the reliance on being frightened can be kind of a hindrance for this feature, due to the fact you would only have 1 chance per long or short rest to inflict the frightened condition with your Channel Divinity, unless you have another way to use your Channel Divinity feature twice, such as through the use of the Amulet of Devout magical item, which not only allows you to use one of your Channel Divinity features without expending it, but also increases the spell attack roll and saving DCs of your spells, which is also extremely useful, considering that paladins tend to be spread out more and might not be able to max out their spellcasting stat, depending on what you might be going for. Unfortunately, this bonus only applies to the paladin's spellcasting and not their Channel Divinity feature, so you can't use this magical item to make it easier to frighten creatures. Wrathful Smite is also another good way to inflict the frightened condition on a creature, since that creature would have disadvantage on the wisdom check they'd have to make to try to end the effect due to being frightened in the first place. But if creatures happen to be immune to being frightened, then you're kind of out of luck with this part of the feature. As for being able to grant your allies within 30 feet of you a defensive buff by imposing disadvantage on attack rolls against them, this is a very solid feature for the most part, with the only downside being that it doesn't work on creatures that have blind sight. As for the bonus action part of this feature, being able to effectively cast a free inflict wound spell every turn as a bonus action is pretty good. But since your Divine Smite feature requires a weapon attack roll and not a spell attack roll in order to work, you can't really gas it up with more damage if you really wanted to. But free damage as a bonus action is still very solid regardless. Overall, there is a lot of potential with Oathbreaker, but it sadly doesn't really do anything that other classes can just do better. If you really want to run an Oathbreaker as a Necromancer, then you're better off running a Necromancy Wizard, since their 6th level feature, Undead Thralls, not only allows your Animate Dead spell to raise an extra body, but also grants them extra hit points equal to your Wizard level and bonus damage equal to your proficiency bonus. Necromancy Wizards also have access to the 5th level spell, Dance Macabre, which can animate up to 5 corpses that also gain a bonus to their attack rolls and damage rolls equal to your intelligence modifier, which are all further buffed by your Undead Thralls features too. To put this into perspective, a normal skeleton that's been animated only has a +2 bonus to hit normally and deals 1d6 + 2 damage when it does hit, which is pretty inaccurate. But the beauty of being able to animate a lot of corpses is being able to create a small army. And as long as you have enough spell slots each day to reassert control over your current undead companions, you can just create more since Animate Undead doesn't require you to concentrate on the spell. So what ends up happening is you eventually have 10 plus skeletons making individual attacks against creatures, meaning some of them are bound to hit something, whether it's because of a lucky high roll or a critical hit. And even if 3 out of those 10 skeletons hit their mark, that's an average of 16 damage they just dealt at the cost of your bonus action. And if we're assuming your 9th level, since this is the earliest you can gain access to Dance Macabre, your damage of your skeletons would become 1d6 + 6 due to your Undead Thralls features granted them +4 bonus because of your proficiency modifier, which averages to around 28 damage if the same 3 skeletons hit. And if you were to use Dance Macabre in order to raise 5 skeletons and have them attack instead, then if we were to assume your intelligence is maxed out by this point, these skeletons would have a +7 to their chance to hit, which would deal 1d6 + 11 damage with each hit. Not only are these skeletons more likely to hit now, they would also just deal a whole lot of flat damage this way as well. And if 3 out of these 5 skeletons were to hit, that would be an average of 43 damage at the cost of a single bonus action. Meanwhile, the Oathbreaker Paladin doesn't get the buffed version of Animate Dead and only provides a damage bonus to the already inaccurate skeletons or zombies they do animate. On the other hand, being able to grant a damage bonus to an enslaved undead with your Channel Divinity, which is pretty good since some creatures do come with multi-attack features, which Oathbreaker does have over Necromancy Wizard, since Undead Thralls only works on undead you've created with Necromancy spells, which does not apply to an undead you enslave with the Necromancy Wizard's 14th level feature, Command Undead, which works similarly to the Control Undead Channel Divinity feature, except it has a few more stipulations that are taken into account, such as the undead creature's intelligence stat. Basically, any undead creature with an intelligence stat of 12 or higher can repeat the Charisma saving throw of this feature once every hour to try to break free of it, while a creature with intelligence stat of 11 or lower that fails the check is permanently under your control until you use the feature again. There also isn't a challenge rating limit on Command Dead, meaning you could theoretically control a Nightwalker, which has an intelligence stat of 6 and is a CR 20 undead with some really terrifying abilities, like Life Eater, which makes it so that a creature can't be revived except by a wish spell if it reduces the creature's hit points to 0, or even Finger of Doom, which frightens and paralyzes creatures that fail a wisdom saving throw against it. The Nightwalker also has a 30-foot aura that just deals 66 necrotic damage every turn to any creatures inside of it, including you and your teammates, and can reduce the max amount of hit points of creatures with its enervating focus. So while both of these subclass features have ways to control and enhance the abilities of undead creatures, Necromancy Wizards definitely do a better job at being necromancers, which isn't very surprising given their namesake. As for the reason why Oathbreaker takes number 8 spot on this list, it's because the Oathbreaker Paladin can only be found in the Dungeon Master's Guide, which is usually only reserved for the DM. Essentially, the Oathbreaker Paladin is more meant to be played by a character that is antagonistic towards the party, and would naturally have fiends and undead thralls at their command in order to comfortably and safely benefit from the Oathbreaker's class features without providing an inherent downside to their allies, which actually makes the subclass really good. So while technically the Oathbreaker isn't really meant as a player class to begin with, you can still make an Oathbreaker player character, which is what is being judged and why it makes this list. And at number 7, we have College of Whisper Bard. This Bard subclass is all about uncovering secrets in order to extort and threaten their opponents by infiltrating and exploiting circles using their unique talents and powers. How do the Whispers Bards achieve this sort of feat? Well, for starters, let's take a look at what you get at 3rd level. Starting at 3rd level, you'll learn the Make Psychic Blades as well as Words of Terror features. Psychic Blades allows you to expend your Bardic Inspiration resource whenever you hit a creature with a weapon attack in order to deal 2d6 extra psychic damage to it. The extra damage of this feature also increases as you level up, becoming 3d6 at 5th level, 5d6 at 10th level, and 8d6 upon reaching 15th level. However, the only caveat is this can only be done once per round and only on your turn. Regardless, this extra damage is actually pretty solid for 3rd level. As for the second feature you'll learn while taking the subclass, Words of Terror, this one is more of an out-of-combat feature as it takes 1 minute to take effect and only while speaking to a humanoid creature alone. When this happens, you plant seeds of paranoia inside the creature's mind, forcing it to make a wisdom saving throw against your spell save DC once the conversation ends, or else you become frightened of you or another creature of your choice for 1 hour, or until it sees an ally being attacked or damaged. One good upside of this feature is that creatures have no idea you're even trying to frighten them if they succeed in their saving throw, so you don't have to worry about them turning hostile immediately after, but you do have to finish a short or long rest to use it again, regardless of the outcome. This feature can be pretty good for setting up fights against politicians or high-ranking figureheads in order to force the creature to have disadvantage on attack rolls and ability checks before combat even starts. Another way you can use this is by having them become frightened and paranoid about someone planning to overthrow them, which might boil into something even more volatile, as they might start having second thoughts about their current position. Maybe the captain might want to confront the source of their fear by having the second command thrown out, or create other conflict as a result. The big thing about this feature is there's no range limit or any other sort of limitation in determining who that person is frightened of, as it only needs to be a creature that you choose. It could be someone in the other room, or one on the other side of the world. And the usefulness of this feature can vary depending on how you try to manipulate them during your conversation, making this a pretty fun subclass feature to use. At 6th level, you gain the Mantle of Whispers, allows you to, once per short or long rest, use your reaction in order to magically capture the shadow of a humanoid that dies within 30 feet of you, which you can retain until you use it or until you finish a long rest. And what this shadow does is it allows you to use your action in order to assume a disguise that makes you look exactly like the person that died for 1 hour, or until you end the disguise as a bonus action. While you're disguised as this person, you gain general knowledge about them, through memories and details about their background and personal life, to the extent that you'll be able to pass off as them whenever needed. However, you don't gain access to any secrets the person may have known. You also gain a +5 bonus to your deception check whenever someone attempts to see through the disguise by beginning a contested insight check, giving you a good odds at fooling people due to how well you play the part. This is another subclass feature that is really fun for roleplay purposes, as it allows you to infiltrate certain circles that you or your party normally wouldn't be able to. However, it does require you to kill a key individual, which might not always be the best solution in some cases. But when it is the best or only solution, it can work wonders as a way of gathering key information that your party might be able to make use of if they need to. However, due to the limitations of being only disguised for 1 hour, you have to make absolutely sure that you use this shadow at the perfect opportunity, or else the person you killed would have died in vain, and might actually cause more problems depending on how important that person was. If it was a higher ranking individual, for example, people might start noticing they're missing and might start sending a search party after them or tighten their own security. So there are ups and downs for using this feature. Upon reaching 14th level, you gain the Shadow Lore feature, which allows you to, once per long rest, charm a creature within 30 feet of you for 8 hours as an action if they fail a wisdom saving throw against your spell save DC. This form of charm is perfect for forcing the creature to hear a whisper, a magical phrase only audible to them, convincing them that you know of their most mortifying secret. But you don't actually get to know what the secret is. It just thinks you do. While charmed in this way, the creature will be so afraid that you'll tell everyone its secret that it'll do anything you ask it to, except risk its life for you or fight for you, unless it was already inclined to do so. You'd also be able to obtain gifts and favors as it would be a close friend. Once the effect ends, the creature would have no understanding of why it was even afraid in the first place. In terms of combat prowess, this subclass does sport decent damage potential through its use of the Psychic Blade feature. However, the biggest downside to it is that it does use your Bardic Inspiration in order to fuel, which means taking away potential support from your allies, as Bardic Inspiration normally only allows you to give 1 to a creature so they might be able to use it and grant a d6 bonus. That increases at certain levels to 1 ability check, attack roll, or saving throw, potentially turning those failures into successes. And you only get a number of these equal to your Charisma modifier. However, if you have extra Bardic Inspirations to spend, then the extra psychic damage is really good, especially at higher levels, where your weapon attacks basically become psychic nukes against a single target at 15th level. As for the other subclass features, however, they require a lot to work to function in a way that you'd want them to. It kind of suffers from the Inquisitive Rogue subclass, where it wants to be in situations that your party might not normally be comfortable engaging in. A party that might not be catered to stealth, for example, might not want to send their Whisper Bard alone for an hour to gather information about a cult, especially if someone were to get lucky enough to see through the Bard's disguise. Unlike something like an Arcane Trickster rogue that can not only disguise themselves as someone using the Dispel Disguise self, but they can also be extremely stealthy or even become invisible if they need to be. And while bards can learn both the disguise self and invisibility spells, the Arcane Trickster just has more options for getting out of sticky situations if things happen to fall apart. They have more mobility options, uncanny dodge to reduce hit points once per turn, and typically high stealth, so they can make a quick getaway and regroup with the party if combat needs to happen. In fact, the Arcane Trickster can basically do the same things that a Whisper Bard can do, right up to being able to deal psychic damage by casting a 2nd level spell, Shadow Blade. Although not as strong as the Whisper's Bard's Psychic Blades, unless you proc Sneak Attack very often, which isn't that hard to do. But it can learn the Booming Blade Cantrip, which also deals solid damage, especially if your DM allows you to use it with Shadow Blade, since by rules as written, you technically can't use them together. Arcane Tricksters can also use the Fear and Charm Person spells, and can even impose disadvantage on creatures it targets with these saves due to its magical ambush feature at 9th level, so as long as the rogue is hidden when it casts these spells. And for spells like Charm Person specifically, if you're hidden while in combat and you cast a spell, the advantage the creature usually would have on the wisdom saving throw against you would just be normalized into a normal roll due to having disadvantage. And then you can just follow up with the Silvery Barbs if they do succeed the roll, since Silvery Barbs is only a first level spell that forces a creature that succeeds an ability check, attack roll, or saving throw to roll again and take the lowest number. And while yes, bards inherently have access to these spells too, the Arcane Trickster definitely has an easier time using these spells, as opposed to bards by simply being able to force disadvantage on these saving throws. But ignoring spells and coming right back to the subclass features, the biggest problem with the Whisper Bards, and why it takes number 6 on this list, is due to the fact that all of these features require a lot of socializing with potentially dangerous people in order to get the most out of all the out-of-combat features. And the amount of payoff you get for all this is purely determined by your DM, since they'd be the one that would decide what kind of information they'd want you to get out of it and how much. And because of how much Whisper Bards want to socialize with other groups so they can infiltrate and manipulate, it might actually feel bad when you can't use your out-of-combat subclass feature simply because there might be more combat that day, or more exploration hanging out with your party members rather than trying to gather information on a dark secret or a cult or bandit group. And at number 6, we have the Assassin Rogue. This rogue subclass is all about capitalizing on the first strike in combat, and slaying foes before they even get a chance to react. They can do this by making use of their Assassinate feature, which they obtain at their level when taking the subclass. Assassinate allows you to have advantage on any attack roll you make during your first round of combat, so as long as the creature you're attacking hasn't taken a turn yet in combat. And if you manage to hit a creature that is surprised, it automatically crits. Surprise is a mechanic that allows you to ambush creatures before they have a chance to act. Essentially, a character looking to surprise a creature or a group of creatures must make a contested stealth check against the creature's passive perception score. If you roll higher than a creature's passive perception, then the creature will be surprised at the beginning of combat and will be able to do anything for the first round of combat, including taking actions and reactions until their turn comes up, in which case they do get a reaction until the end of the round. And because rogues tend to have a naturally higher than average stealth than most creatures, they can achieve this pretty consistently. Certain tables might run the surprise mechanics in other ways, however, such as making the first attack against someone mid-conversation to spice things up a little bit, so the stealth doesn't have to play a huge part in determining who is surprised. However, this does require a bit of setup in order to execute the auto-crit portion of the Assassinate feature, and so you might not be able to proc it as often as you'd like. A lot of times, combat can just happen on a dime, and most random encounters won't give you time to stealth up immediately. And while having advantage on any enemy that hasn't taken a turn in combat is strong, if you're willing to forego your movement for that turn, any rogue can basically achieve this with the steady aim feature from Tasha's Cauldron of Everything. But not having to forsake your own movement is definitely a plus. Along with this feature, Assassin Rogues also gain proficiency with the Disguise and Poisoner's kits. Moving along to your 9th level feature, you gain the Infiltration Expertise feature, which allows you to spend 25 gold and 7 days of in-game time in order to create a completely false identity, including history, professions, and affiliations, but can't steal an identity that belongs to someone else. Afterwards, when you assume the disguise, creatures would believe your identity 100% with no obvious reason not to. While definitely a good feature to use to create the perfect infiltration disguise, the fact that it takes 7 whole days to do kind of makes this feature useless in most cases, since a lot of things can happen in in-game time within a few days anyway. But in the situations where you can pull this off, you basically have a free pass to critical information depending on who you're trying to gather knowledge from. Pretending to be a high-ranking member of the Big Bad Evil Guy's cult could go a long way when figuring out the Big Bad Evil Guy's motivations or master plans, or even how to defeat them or to just learn more about them in general by reading up on them in the cult's library. You might even get to learn about their pastimes, patrol routes, and day-to-day routines, which might help your party plan around for a big siege on the cult's base of operations. But outside of infiltrating big and important establishments, there isn't really any use for this feature that something like Disguise Self or Stealth might be able to accomplish in a more immediate fashion. At 13th level, you'll learn to become an imposter, gaining the ability to mimic the way someone talks, writes, or behaves perfectly. In order to do so, however, you have to spend at least 3 hours studying and examining these aspects of the creature. Once you do, however, you gain advantage on deception checks to avoid being found out if the creature does happen to become wary while being disguised as the person you're mimicking. This is definitely a supplemental feature used to reinforce your disguise using the disguise kit or other sources that allow you to mimic someone of importance, but isn't always required. Finally, at 17th level, you gain the Death Strike feature, which allows you to deal double damage to surprise creatures that you hit if they fail a Constitution saving throw. which is huge considering your Assassinate feature also lets you automatically crit when you land an attack on a surprise creature. With being able to proc Sneak Attack, automatically critting to double all of your dice, and then proccing Death Strike at the same time to further double that damage, this is probably one of the highest damage sources you can have on a character without hardcore min-maxing, since all you do is just take 17 levels of Assassination Rogue in order to do so. However, from the overall reliance on the surprise mechanic and the very specific situations required for your out-of-combat features to be useful, the Assassination Rogue takes number 6 on this list, because being able to disguise yourself in order to obtain information is something that can already be done in a number of other ways while achieving more immediate results, rather than spending 7 entire days creating a fake identity to fulfill a similar purpose. And at number 5, we have the Transmutation Wizard. This subclass is meant to be a master of altering the forms of physical and mental qualities of objects or creatures around you. For instance, when you take the subclass's 2nd level, you learn the Minor Alchemy feature, which allows you to temporarily alter the physical properties of wood, stone, iron, copper, or silver, changing them into any of the other materials that was listed. For every 10 minutes you perform this action, you can transform up to 1 cubic foot of material, and it stays that way for either an hour, or whenever you lose or drop concentration on the transmutation, whichever comes first. This is definitely not a feature you'd want to use in combat, since it takes 10 minutes to use and also uses your concentration, which you might need for spells that are actually important. Other than that, you also learn this same feature all other wizard subclasses learn that focus on a school of magic, where you're a savant and can spend half the amount of time and money copying spells from that school of magic into their spellbooks. In this case, transmutation spells. Things get a bit more interesting once you reach 6th level, learning how to make a transmuter stone by spending 8 hours creating such a stone. Once this is done, you may either keep it for yourself or give it to another creature in order to grant certain benefits to whoever possesses the stone. You can choose one of 4 buffs with creating the stone, but can change the buff by casting a transmutation spell 1st level or higher. As for what the buffs are, you are granted Dark Vision out to a range of 60 feet, increased movement speed by 10 feet while the creature is unencumbered, proficiency with Constitution saving throws, and a resistance to acid, cold, fire, lightning, or thunder damage of your choosing when selecting this benefit. There isn't any limit for any one of the benefits. The creature just has to have the same stone in its possession. But there are other ways to use the stone, which you will learn to do upon reaching 14th level, where you become a master transmuter. This feature allows you to consume the magical reserve stones within the stone and choose one of the 4 effects. Whichever effect you choose destroys the stone and prevents you from making another until you finish a long rest. Major Transformation lets you choose a non-magical object that's no larger than a 5-foot cube and turns it into another non-magical object after handling the object for 10 minutes. The new object must follow the law of equivalent exchange and maintain a similar size and mass of equal or lesser value. Panacea allows you to remove any curse, disease, or poisons that are affected on a creature you touch with the stone, as well as restore all hit points to the target, which is an incredible feature, even if you can only do it once per stone. Restore Life allows you to cast Raise Dead without needing to know the spell or using spell slots. However, you still need the material component of a diamond worth at least 500 gold pieces in order to cast it. And Restore Youth does exactly what it says. A willing creature you touch with the stone has their age reduced by 3d10 years to a minimum of 13 years. But does not extend their lifespan. The weirdest thing about this feature is the fact that you do have to touch a creature with the stone for these effects to take place, which sort of incentivizes you to keep the stone in your possession rather than giving it to someone to benefit off of. But overall, the effects and benefits you learn as a transmutation wizard just aren't that great and are kind of niche. If you have someone that lacks dark vision, giving them the stone to gain dark vision is pretty neat. Increasing the movement speed of an already speedy ally is also pretty good. Proficiency in Constitution saving throws can help your fellow casters maintain concentration on spells whenever damage is taken. And resistance to one of the 5 basic elements that are interchangeable at the drop of a level transmutation spell is quite useful for how often you change the resistance on the fly. And at 14th level, Panacea would probably be the best effect you can use simply for the full heal. Simply imagine your nearly 200 hit point Bear Totem Warrior Barbarian finally reaches low hit points somehow, and you just show up with your transmutation stone and bring them back to full health, giving your DM another health bar to burn through. Of course, this isn't always going to happen, and maybe your healer gets focused down first, bringing them the full hit points rather than using a potion or a low-level healing spell to simply get them back into the battle is a better solution for ensuring the creature doesn't go down in a single hit next turn. And before we move on to the next spot on this list, there is one feature that hasn't been mentioned, which is Shape Changer at 10th level. But all that really does is teach you Polymorph and allows you to cast it for free once per short or long rest, but only to transform yourself into a beast whose CR is 1 or lower, which is okay for roleplay or new situations where being an animal might prove to be beneficial, and if you lack a druid already, but not really anything special. Honestly, if it weren't for Panacea being as good as it is, the Transmutation Wizard would be deserving of a much higher spot on this list. And at number 4, we have the Way of the Four Elements Monk. This is a monk subclass which is supposed to specialize in using your key points in order to manipulate and control the elements in the form of spells and other various features. The way this works is at 3rd level, you gain the Disciple of the Elements feature, which allows you to learn an Elemental Disciple when you first learn this feature, another one at 6th, 11th, and 17th level. Elemental Disciple basically allows you to learn how to cast spells or perform different abilities by spending key points in order to do so. Some of these spells and abilities are locked behind level, and you're limited to how many key points you're allowed to spend at one time when casting a spell, as dictated by the table. Now, let's go over the different kinds of spells and abilities you can learn by taking Elemental Disciples. Starting at 3rd level, you have a few special abilities to choose from. Elemental Attunement you learn for free without needing to pick a discipline, and allows you to use an action in order to control the elemental forces within 30 feet of you. It can cause one of 4 effects to occur, such as creating a harmless sensory effect out of air, earth, fire, or water, snuffing out a candle, torch, or small campfire, chilling or warming up 1 pound of non-living material for up to 1 hour, or shape 1 cubic foot of earth, fire, water, or mist into a crude form for 1 minute. Basically, this works like the Prestidigitation cantrip, which has similar effects, only more flavorful to fit the 4 elements. Shape the Flowing River allows you to spend 1 key point in order to manipulate an area of ice or water within 120 feet of yourself. The ice can't be larger than 30 feet on one side, and can basically be molded however you want, so long as you don't exceed half the area's largest dimension, and as long as you don't try to trap or injure a creature in that area either. Unbroken Air is a discipline that allows you to spend 2 key points in order to force a straight saving throw against a creature that's in 30 feet of you, dealing 3d10 bludgeoning damage for the initial hit, and additional 1d10 bludgeoning damage per key point spent, effectively making this attack deal a total of 5d10 bludgeoning damage. You can also knock back a creature up to 20 feet away and make them fall prone if they fail their saving throw. However, they'll only take half damage and not be knocked away if they do manage to succeed their saving throw. Water Whip does the opposite of Unbroken Air, instead opting for a choice between pulling your target up to 20 feet towards you or making them fall prone if they fail a dexterity saving throw, while maintaining the same amount of damage as the aforementioned discipline. Meanwhile, Fangs of the Fire Snake essentially allows you to do a mini smite with all of your attacks on your turn whenever you take the attack action by causing tendrils of flame to stretch out for your fist and feet. It costs 1 key point to activate these tendrils and increases the reach of your unarmed strikes by 10 feet for both the action and any attacks you make for the rest of the turn. Hits with this attack deal fire damage instead of bludgeoning, and you can spend 1 key point every time you land an attack to deal an extra 1d10 fire damage with your fists. This is by far the most useful out of the special abilities you can learn, as it's just a flat damage increase. Just be wary of creatures that resist or have immunity to fire damage, which is quite a lot of them. As for spells that you can learn when learning a Disciple, there are 3 first level spells which all require you to spend 2 key points in order to cast them, starting at 5th level, which can be upcasted by spending 1 key point per level upcast to a maximum of key points you're allowed to use for your spell, which is listed on the table for the subclass. First, you have Fist of Four Thunders, which grants you the ability to cast Thunderwave. Second, you have Rush of the Gale Spirits, which allows you to cast Gust of Wind. And thirdly, you have Sweeping Cinder Strike, which allows you to cast Burning Hands. While these spells are okay, they're not really worth using as a monk. Thunderwave and Gust of Wind are both decent knockback spells and can help make room for you if you need to push or move something off of a high ground. However, Burning Hands is just a terrible spell to use for a monk in general. It deals 3d6 fire damage to creatures in a 15-foot cone, which seems pretty good for dealing with multiple targets. But, because in most cases, you're better off just making a bunch of attacks with your fire tendrils from the Fangs of the Fire Snake discipline. But for the biggest reason these spells aren't great for monks is the fact that they require creatures to make saving throws, which might sound weird, but let me explain. You see, in D&D, you have full casters like wizards and sorcerers, half casters like rangers and paladins, and third casters like arcane trickster rogues and eldritch knight fighters. Full casters tend to prefer focusing on getting the most use out of their spells, and so will commonly prioritize maximizing their spellcasting stat in order to get their spell attack rolls and spell DCs as high as possible to be able to capitalize on casting a slow or deal full damage from a fireball. Meanwhile, half-casters and third-casters kind of use spells as a secondary resource that they could use to supplement their main attacks using weapons and other class features. For this reason, a paladin might prioritize strength over the charisma, their spellcasting stat, in order to be able to maximize their accuracy with their greatsword, then burning spell slots to fuel their divine smite feature. This goes even deeper with arcane trickster rogues and eldritch knight fighters due to these subclasses wanting to prioritize other stats over a higher intelligence stat in order to make use of some of the wizard spells they get to learn. What this does is encourages half-casters and third-casters to pick spells that don't require a spell attack roll or saving throw, since these being lower means these spells are less accurate. So spells like Spike Growth, Bless, Invisibility, or Magic Missile might be preferred over something like Entangle, Bane, Charm Person, or Scorching Ray, simply because you don't need to do anything other than cast a spell to gain their benefit. So, moving back to monks, they kind of run into the same situation. They want to have high strength or dexterity for their attack rolls, AC, and deflect missiles features that also lets them add the dexterity modifier to damage reduction, as well as your evasion feature, which is excellent for surviving things that force you to make a dexterity saving throw, reducing all damage from that score to 0 upon a success, while having the damage on a failure. Monks also need good wisdom for their unarmored defense feature, and saving throw DC for things like stunning strike and other abilities that they might learn. So, just like a half-caster, you're already going to prioritize your main attack and survivability before your wisdom in most cases. But if you take a look at the full list of spells and abilities you can take throughout your time as a 4 Elements monk, you'll notice that pretty much every one of them requires a saving throw with only a few exceptions. And those few exceptions you have aren't very great either, other than Fangs of the Fire Snake, or maybe being able to cast the Fly spell on yourself just for the extra mobility it can grant. And out of all the spells that do have saving throws attached to them, Cone of Cold, Fireball, and Shatter are easily the best picks, even though you would learn them much later down the line than most other casters do. Another problem with the 4 Elements monks has its lack of resources in order to be able to continuously cast many of these spells over the course of a day. Between Stunning Strike, Flurry of Blows, and other monk features that require them to spend key points on, there are just too few of them to be able to cast your spells more than a couple of times per rest. While you could spam Fireball 5 times at 20th level, that's all you'll really be able to do until you rest up to restore your missing key points. But at that point, you might just be better off rolling a Wizard or Sorcerer if you wanted to spam Fireball. Also, another downside is the fact that when you cast any of these spells or use most of these special abilities like Unbroken Air or Water Whip, you actually do have to cast the spell. They aren't part of your attack action or anything, which means that you can't follow up with a Flurry of Blows or do anything else except spend a key point to dodge, disengage, or take the dash action. And if you're wondering why we haven't gone over the other subclass features it learns, like the others on this list, well, that's all they really get. Just one extra elemental discipline at each subclass level. You can even replace one of the disciplines you know if you're not feeling like something you picked is pulling its weight. Overall, the heavy resource management mixed with the steep cost of the spells and abilities you're able to learn with the subclass makes Way of the 4 Elements a very terrible class to play, since even the spells lack variety due to the fact you kind of have to take the hard-hitting options to even be effective in the first place, which all amounts to the reason why this subclass places so high on this list. And at number 3, we have the Banneret Fighter, which is also referred to as the Purple Dragon Knight subclass. This fighter subclass basically focuses on granting your allies some of the same features you would normally get as a fighter, but with less effectiveness than the actual feature. For example, let's take a look at the Purple Dragon Knight's 3rd level feature, Rallying Cry. This feature allows you to choose up to 3 allied creatures that can see or hear you, and are within 60 feet of you, to restore hit points equal to your fighter level whenever you use your 2nd wind feature. A bonus action features you get at 1st level and restores hit points equal to 1d10 plus your fighter level. Another instance where you get to share your fighter features happens at 10th level, where you gain the Inspiring Surge feature, allowing you to choose 1 allied creature within 60 feet of you, 2 allies at 18th level, to use their reaction to make 1 melee or ranged attack whenever you use Action Surge, a feature you learn at 2nd level and allows you to take any action you want a 2nd time on your turn. And for the last feature, we have Bulwark at level 15, which lets you share your Indomitable feature to an ally within 60 feet of you whenever you use it yourself. Normally, Indomitable allows you to reroll any saving throw that you fail and then use the new roll. However, Bulwark only allows you to share your Indomitable feature whenever you fail an Intelligence, Wisdom, or Charisma saving throw specifically. Now, the benefit of all these features is definitely the fact that their effects kind of feel natural and flows really well with the benefits that come from using your day-to-day class features as you normally would. However, the problem with the Purple Dragon Knight comes from the fact that these extra benefits don't really amount to much, and are kind of boring in general. You don't really get anything unique like Echo Knights or Eldritch Knights, and the added benefits from your subclass features feel too underwhelming for what they're meant to do. Overall, the subclass has a really cool concept attached to it, but just like the Battle Rager Barbarian, the Purple Dragon Knight feels undertuned in terms of how strong its effects are. In fact, the only thing Purple Dragon Knight even has going for it is its 7th level feature, which we haven't even talked about yet, Royal Envoy. And all that does is give you proficiency and expertise on persuasion checks. As for everything else, if the shared features part of the subclass was a bit stronger than what it is right now, maybe allowing Inspiring Surge to also allow a select creature to take the attack or cast action as a reaction instead, it might feel much better to play. But as it stands now, the Purple Dragon Knight gets to sit the number 3 spot on this list. And at number 2, we have the Undying Warlock subclass. Not to be confused with the much better looking and more functional subclass, the Undead Warlock. The Undying Warlock's whole theme revolves around the idea of everlasting life, which sounds amazing at first, until you learn about the subclass features you obtain as an Undying Warlock. You can pick this subclass as soon as first level, and it grants you access to an expanded spell list for you to choose from when picking Warlock spells. These spells aren't that good, other than maybe Contagion and Silence, but are also not super terrible. Additionally, you also gain the Among the Dead feature, which teaches you the Spare the Dying cantrip for free, gives you advantage on saving throws against any disease in the game, and provides you the benefits of the Sanctuary spell whenever you're facing undead creatures, where if it tries to harm you with an attack or harmful spell, it must succeed a Wisdom saving throw or be forced to either choose another target for the attack or waste it altogether by doing nothing with it. This doesn't apply to area of effect spells like Fireball or Shatter, and if the undead creature successfully makes their Wisdom save, they're immune to any further effects feature for the next 24 hours. This makes for a really solid defense option when fighting undead creatures. However, there is one additional caveat that makes this feature almost useless. If you target an undead creature with an attack or harmful spell, then the creature also gains immunity from this effect for 24 hours, which can be detrimental if you want to play on the offensive. You would have to play very defensively around undead creatures if you want this part of the feature to be turned on as much as possible, which is kind of counterintuitive to how Warlocks want to play. Usually, they'd want to sit back and cast Eldritch Blast or throw a couple of AoE spells or debuffs at enemies, meaning that, realistically, you'd only really have this effect up during the first round of combat, where creatures might try to attack you before you attack them. Moving on to your 6th level feature, you gain the ability Defy Death, which allows you to regain hit points equal to 1d8 plus your Constitution modifier whenever you either succeed a death saving throw or stabilize someone using Spare the Dying. This can only be done once per long rest, and can be kind of risky to pull off for your allies since Spare the Dying normally requires a range of touch in order to instantly stabilize the creatures whose hit points are at 0. So if your frontline fighter goes down to a powerful attack, the last thing you want to do is run up to them to try and pick them up with Spare the Dying, since you'd be putting yourself in danger as well. And because this can only be done once per long rest, you better hope that the next attack doesn't just knock you out or your fighter back down again. In fact, this entire feature is pretty bad because you can just have your Bard or Cleric cast Healing Word in order to achieve the same effect. The only difference is that this effect happens automatically when you yourself succeed on a death saving throw. Even if you were to make Defy Death once per short rest, this feature wouldn't really be good to use, since it's really just a glorified Cure Wounds that only works when someone is already dying. Undead Nature is a feature you learn at 10th level, and completely strips away your need to eat, drink, breathe, or sleep. In addition to that, the rate at which you age is now slower, as for every 10 years that pass, your body only ages 1 year. You're also immune to age-altering effects through magic. This feature is purely for flavor and roleplay purposes, but for a 10th level feature, it may as well not even exist. Honestly, this feature just feels like it should have been included at first level when you first take up the subclass. And if you're a Damper or another race that can forego eating, sleeping, and breathing, then half of this feature is effectively useless to you. And at 14th level, you get the incredible Indestructible Life feature, which lets you restore hit points equal to 1d8 plus your Warlock level once per long or short rest, as well as reattach severed limbs you might have lost. This is basically just a glorified Second Wind feature that fighters get to have from the beginning of their lifespan, except slightly weaker since Second Wind uses a d10 while Indestructible Life uses a d8. Overall, Undying Warlock has too many flaws and all of its subclass features are fundamentally useless or clash heavily with the Warlock playstyle, and everything it learns are just things that other subclasses can do better, which is why this subclass is so high on this list. But to put this into perspective before moving on, let's take a look at what the Grave Domain Cleric can do. At first level, they immediately learn Spare the Dying cantrip with a buffed 30-foot range instead of the normal range of touch. And in addition to that, whenever they use a healing spell to heal a creature that's at 0 hit points, they restore the maximum amount of hit points for each die rolled instead of rolling for them. Both of these combined basically do what Undying Warlocks want to do, but much better, since Spare the Dying being range is actually pretty useful even if you already have someone with Healing Word, as you'd still be able to stabilize someone with only a cantrip at a safer distance. And like it was said before, Indestructible Life is just a worse Second Wind, although reattaching fallen limbs is admittedly neat flavor-wise. And finishing off this list at the number 1 spot is the Knowledge Domain Cleric. This subclass is all about obtaining knowledge and either sharing it to libraries or universities, or hoarding it all for yourself, or whatever you want to do with the knowledge you obtain. When taking the subclass at first level, you gain access to some extra spells that count as cleric spells for you, and gain the Blessings of Knowledge feature, which allows you to learn 2 languages of your choice and 2 proficiencies chosen with either arcane, history, nature, or religion. While you're proficient in these 2 skills, you effectively have expertise in them, allowing you to double your proficiency bonus when using them. At 2nd level, you gain the Channel Divinity feature called Knowledge of Ages, which allows you to use your action to become proficient in one skill or tool for the next 10 minutes after using it. And you gain another Channel Divinity option at 6th level called Read Thoughts, which allows you to do exactly that. As an action, you select one creature you can see within 60 feet of yourself and force them to make a Wisdom saving throw. If they fail, you gain the ability to read the creature's surface thoughts for 1 minute, similar to the spell Detect Thoughts, as long as the creature remains within 60 feet of you. During that 1 minute interval, however, you can cast the Suggestion spell on that creature without expending any spell slots, and that creature automatically fails its saving throw against the spell. This is admittedly a pretty strong feature, as Suggestion is already a good spell on its own, since you can influence the actions of someone you might not want to deal with by telling a guard to make sure his family's okay and spend more time with them. All Read Thoughts really does is reinforce an idea you might use for the spell, which might make it easier for the creature to follow whatever you're suggesting. If a guard is worried about his lost dog wandering around, you might be able to use that to feign a situation where you might have seen a dog at a certain part of the city, making it more likely the guard might take your suggestion to look for his lost dog while your party slips into the building unhindered. Upon reaching 8th level, you gain Potent Spellcasting, which lets you add your Wisdom modifier to the damage of your cleric cantrips. And at 17th level, you gain the Visions of the Past feature. This feature allows you to spend a number of minutes equal to your Wisdom score in order to call up visions of the past to either an object you're holding or an area that you find yourself in. You must concentrate during this time as if concentrated on a spell, and can only use this feature once per short or long rest. Doing this while holding an object gives you information about how its previous owner acquired or lost the object, as well as the most recent significant event involving that object and the owner. You may also spend an additional minute to learn more about any recent owners that may have come into contact with the object within a number of days equal to your Wisdom score. Meanwhile, reading an area, such as a room or tunnel, will yield visions of significant events within a number of days equal to your Wisdom score, starting with the most recent events. These events might involve battles, murders, funerals, or other related events filled with powerful emotions, although some might feel more mundane, but important to you nonetheless. The main thing that makes this class the worst class in the game is the fact that you don't really get anything worth using until 6th level. While gaining proficiency with more skills is definitely nice, rogues and bards tend to be the go-to class when it comes to being really good with skill checks. And rogues just get more of them overall. Meanwhile, Read Thoughts only exist to set you up for Suggestion, in which case you might be better off just casting Suggestion, if you're okay with using a spell slot for it and cutting out the middleman, since both require a Wisdom saving throw anyway. Potent Spellcasting is just something that most other clerics get anyway, while their 17th level feature is strictly for role-playing purposes and flavor. However, it does have one of the best world-building potentials, as it might help create a timeline of events regarding how an item or an area got into the state it was found in. But overall, none of these features really help when it comes to combat scenarios, other than Potent Spellcasting and maybe Read Thoughts. But that not only costs an action to use, but you would still need to spend another action actually casting Suggestion in the first place, so you may as well just cast the spell on its own. And if you're using Read Thoughts just to know what someone is thinking, you can just cast Detect Thoughts instead, and not have to worry about them making a saving throw unless you want to pry further for more information, which is unfortunately not an option, since Detect Thoughts is not a cleric spell, and isn't included in your bonus spells for taking the subclass. Knowledge clerics suffer the most out of the previous subclasses, because they have nothing that helps them in combat other than a feature other clerics can get at the same level, and its flavor and RP uses don't bring anything to the table. In fact, its extra skill proficiencies are really the only thing worth having, as you gain Legend Lore as a bonus spell, which kind of works similarly to Visions of the Past, but arguably better, since the information provided by the spell extends to specific names as well. The only limitation to Legend Lore is that whatever you name has to have legendary significance, or you just don't learn anything about it. But in most cases, players would only probably use Legend Lore in the same places that they would use Visions of the Past, unless you're investigating a more generic area or object, in which case it would be a very useful feature if it wasn't acquired at such a high level. At the end of the day though, Knowledge Domain clerics don't really have anything going for them, other than extra skills which can be covered by taking other subclasses that are much more functional and flow better. In this video, we'll be going over high CR monsters who are kind of weak for their high CR rating. And I'll be using a minimum CR of 15 for this video, going all the way up to the maximum of 30. And to start off this video, we'll go over a CR 22 monster, the Zaratan. This is a gargantuan elemental with only 2 intelligence, so it's really dumb and will try to single-mindedly kill whatever's in front of it. With its normal multi-attack action, it only deals around 54 damage on average, which isn't a lot. For comparison, the CR15 Purple Worm deals around 83 damage on average with its multi-attack. That only hits 2 times. And the Purple Worm isn't even the highest damage dealing CR15 creature, although it is pretty good at what it does. So I'll be kind of using it as a measuring stick for the rest of this video. Although even with dealing less damage than a CR15 creature, it does make up for it with its legendary actions, where one of them is the ability to make an extra stomp attack. And if it uses the stomp 3 times, then its average damage jumps up all the way to 132, which definitely makes it the second highest average damage of all the monsters that will appear on this list, and kind of why it's only at the number 10 spot. Although this is assuming you use all of its legendary actions in order to stomp. This creature wasn't really intended to be used in this way. You see, it has a unique legendary action called Retract, which costs 2 of its actions to use and causes the monster to retreat into its shell, giving it resistances to all damage, but also treating the creature as restrained. Now, resistance to all damage is nice, basically takes half damage. The restrained condition means that it can't move, has disadvantage on all of its attacks, and all attacks against it have advantage, so it really kind of cancels out the benefit that you receive. And the only reason to use Retract is in order to use its other 2 legendary actions, which can only be used if the creature is currently retracted. But both of those cost 2 actions to use as well. So with only having 3 legendary actions, you have to wait until your next turn in order to use either of them. One of them allows it to heal for around 50 hit points, and the other one allows it to use its Spit Rock ability, which it can use with one of its 2 legendary actions without having to use Retract. Spit Rock is just a ranged attack, which hits for around 40 damage, and isn't half bad, I guess, but not more damage than just using Stomp with all 3 legendary actions. So its little gimmick of retreating into its shell is kind of bad, and you're better off just ignoring those features altogether. The creature also has Vulnerability, which is kind of rare for high CR creatures, where it takes double damage from thunder attacks. But it does have a neat bonus action, which basically allows it to destroy obstacles and create difficult terrain in a 120-foot radius. So this thing is deadly if you fight in the middle of a city, and not at all dangerous if you have the ability to fly, which a lot of high-level characters do have. Now, it does also have an AoE ability called Spew Debris, which doesn't hit very hard for a high-level AoE, but it does have a really wide radius of a 90-foot cube, so it is an option if you can hit the entire party with it. But it won't actually do more damage than its multi-attack unless it hits at least 2 or more targets. Now, another funny thing of note with this creature, despite the fact that it's a giant turtle, it actually has less health and AC than the Ancient Bronze Dragon, which is also a CR22 creature. In fact, it has less health than all of the Ancient Dragons and is being out in AC by half of them. Speaking of dragons, at number 9, we have the Ancient Red Dragon. This is a CR24 creature, which deals around 126 damage on average during its turn, assuming you include its 3 legendary actions using its tail for maximum damage efficiency, which, funny enough, is slightly less damage than the Zaratan, but it does have significantly more health and 1 higher AC, as it has an impressive 550 health on average. Although, why is one of the hallmarks of Dungeons & Dragons on a list of worst high-level monsters? Well, because it doesn't really do much outside of its Fire Breath. Its Fire Breath is really good. It deals around 91 damage on average to everything in a 90-foot cone, which is straight up more damage single target than if it took its multi-attack option. And if you're able to hit the entire party with it, then it's actually quite a bit of damage. Although, it's fire damage, which is one of the most easiest types of damage to get a resistance to. And it requires a dex save, which is one of the easiest types of saving throws for a lot of classes, with some classes being able to straight up not take any damage if they succeed it. So its most devastating attack might not do much if used directly in a party of high-level adventurers. And then outside of the Fire Breath, it can't really do much. The best way to play the dragon is just to have it flying and do hit-and-run tactics, but it doesn't have flyby, so it takes attacks of opportunity if you go in for hits and aren't able to outrange them with its 10 feet of reach, and it kind of needs to stay within reach to use its legendary actions to attack. There's also the fact that this super high CR creature instantly loses to a single force cage, which it has no way to save itself from, and it's basically just stuck there for an hour until it goes away, or until you combo it with something else that kills it inside. Since the creature doesn't have a way to teleport, it only has 3 legendary actions per turn and no other special abilities. So with a properly timed and positioned Fire Breath, you could potentially take out a whole party with one attack, but it's one of the worst types of damage to try to do this with, using one of the worst types of saving throws, so there's really good chance that it's just not going to work. And at number 8, we have the Lich. Now, this might seem kind of like an odd creature to put on a list of worst high-level monsters, because the Lich is another hallmark of Dungeons & Dragons, and is usually the end boss of a whole bunch of campaigns. But the Lich has one little flaw that definitely lets it deserve a spot on this list, which I'll go over in a little bit. Now, the Lich is a CR 21 creature, and it has the potential to deal around 124 damage per round, counting legendary actions, all using maximum damage efficiency of casting 3 cantrips. And 124 damage is not half bad. That definitely beats the threshold of the Purple Worm, although this is counting its legendary actions. It can only deal around 60 to 70 damage on its own turn without them, and that's through the use of its highest damaging spells like Finger of Death or Disintegrate. Now, the Lich does have Power Word Kill available to it, which means it has the ability to instantly kill one low health party member, which is usually a healer or a squishy spellcaster in the backline. But Power Word Kill has a 60-foot range, which just happens to be the range that Counterspell requires in order to be used. So if you do want to use your one action for the turn to kill one party member, and the Lich is close enough in order to use the spell, it's going to have to cast it through a barrage of counterspells trying to stop it. Although even then, an instant kill is still not half bad. It's just not very likely to go off because of the major flaw of the Lich. You see, the Lich only has 135 health on average. The Purple Worm has 247 health as a CR 15 creature. The low health of a Vampire Warrior, who is also CR 15, even has slightly more health at 144 on average. The Lich has an absolutely abysmal health pool, and can be killed in a single round by a high-level fighter, if it just beats it on initiative and gets into melee range. And there's a good chance it will be low on initiative since it only has a +3 dex, and a high-level party will easily be able to deal 135 points of damage in a round. The Lich has got to be one of the lowest health pools of all high CR creatures, and he only has 17 AC, which he can increase to 23 if it uses shield as a reaction, although it's probably better saved for a counterspell. He does also have a whole bunch of other immunities and resistances, but those are easily overcome by just not using poison damage against it, and having a magic weapon. And the spells it does have aren't that scary, to be honest. Power Word Kill sounds more scary than it actually is. If it had something like Force Cage, then it would be something to contend with. If you want to run a Lich, you might want to double its health and give it better spells to use. Kind of like what they suggest in Tomb of Annihilation, where they tell you in the module that you can swap out the final boss's spells with any other wizard spells to fit your playstyle, since they knew the Lich spells themselves are probably not that powerful, and they're best used for running away as soon as a high-level party gets to them, instead of attacking, using stuff like invisibility or a dimension door. As the module even says, the Lich's #1 tool against fighting adventurers is time, as eventually they all die of old age. And at number 7, we have the Androsphinx. This is the first creature that is below challenge rating 20 to appear on the list, only being a CR 17 creature. Now, the Androsphinx only deals 34 damage on its turn with its multi-attack, which is kind of laughably bad for a high CR creature, but it does have legendary actions and can make a claw attack with only one of its actions, which brings its average damage up to 85 per round with those 3 extra attacks, which is a lot more respectable. This allows it to pass the Purple Worm test, dealing a little more damage than the average amount of a Purple Worm, counting all of its legendary actions. Now, the Androsphinx itself is not really made for combat. It's more of an RP creature that has a whole bunch of flavor spells that it has available to it, which is why it doesn't really have any scary spells to use. The best damaging spell it has is Flame Strike, which it can use with 3 of its legendary actions, but it's not really the best use of a 5th level spell slot, and only does as much damage as a Fireball. It does, however, have the Banishment spell, which is pretty powerful and can completely remove half the party from the fight if it uses it with its 6th level spell slot, assuming the average party size of 5 to 6. It does also have this unique roar feature, where it gets stronger the more times it uses it, but it needs to use its full action each turn in order to use a roar, and the roar effect only gets good on its second try, where it has a chance to actually paralyze creatures, and then the third roar actually deals some decent damage. Although the Andro Sphinx would probably be dead by the time it gets to the third turn in order to use its third roar, it does have less health than the Purple Worm, at only around 200 on average, but it does still have more health than the Lich, which isn't saying much. I think part of the reason this creature isn't as strong is definitely because it's not really supposed to be used for combat very much, and it's usually used only against the really low level characters, where it would definitely live long enough in order to use all of its roars and not be that much of a threat. I think part of the reason this creature isn't as strong is definitely because it's not really supposed to be used for combat very much, or just against really low level characters, where it would definitely live long enough to use all three of its roars, and the reason it has low damage is so it doesn't completely wipe them out too quickly. And at number 6, we have the Vampire Warrior. This is a variant of the Vampire which wears plate armor and wields a greatsword, and also has a higher challenge rating because of this, putting it up to 15, which is the lowest limit for the arbitrary numbers I added for this video. Now, the Vampire Warrior, assuming highest damage dealing abilities and its legendary actions, can deal about 53 damage on average, which is definitely less than the 83 of the Purple Worm. It also only has about 100 less health than the Purple Worm, and has a whole bunch of weaknesses which are basically there for lore reasons, because vampires in literature have a whole bunch of weaknesses and they definitely carried over into D&D. Although vampires do have a few good things going for them. They have the Charm action, which can allow it to slowly turn the entire party to his side, as if they fail a DC 17 Wisdom save, they treat the vampire as a trusted friend and willing to perform requests for the vampire in the most favorable way it can, which lasts for 24 hours, or until they succeed another saving throw and they take damage or something. So since its normal actions don't do very much damage, it's probably better off just trying to charm the party one by one, and using its legendary actions to perform its strikes and bite attacks, which have a chance to heal him for a little bit if it deals damage. It's also really good at running away thanks to its Misty Escape and the ability to shape change. Plus it heals every turn assuming it's not subjected to one of its million weaknesses. For the high CR rating the vampire has, it kind of deals really mediocre damage, has a whole bunch of weaknesses, and its best ability uses a full action and is a save or nothing type ability. And at number 5, we have the Leviathan. This is a CR 20 creature, which deals around 62 damage on average, counting all of its legendary actions, so it definitely fails the Purple Worm test of dealing less than 83 damage with a full turn of abilities. Although the damage it deals isn't really the main point of this creature, it's definitely the tidal wave action it has, where it's a huge AoE that's 250 feet long and high, 50 feet thick, and puts everyone who's caught in it underwater where they have to succeed a DC 24 athletics check in order to swim during their turn, which a lot of classes straight up can't pass. Although the tidal wave doesn't really do that much damage for being the main selling point of this creature, at only around 33 damage on average during the first turn, where it decreases every turn that the ability is up until it loses all of its water. And it can potentially only use tidal wave a single time per combat since it has a recharge of 6. Leviathan also has a weakness, where if it takes 50 or more cold damage in a single turn, it starts to partially freeze. Where its speed is reduced by 20, it makes all of its attacks at disadvantage, which is a pretty substantial negative debuff. Having disadvantage basically means you're not going to hit anything anymore, so you can completely render this thing worthless by just pumping a whole bunch of cold damage into it really fast. It does have a neat little ability where it can occupy the same space as someone else, and has legendary actions to move so it can keep close to things, but it also doesn't have any teleport, so it instantly loses to any kind of force cage. Although it does at least have legendary resistances, so it doesn't lose to all types of spells instantly. If it wasn't for Tidal Wave being kind of decent, I probably would have put this at a lower spot on the list, instead of only at the middle, because it has to jump through hoops that do so little damage, as it can only get one extra attack with its legendary actions. And at number 4, we have the Dragon Turtle. The Dragon Turtle is a CR 17 creature, which has more health than the Zaratan, clocking in at 341 health, which really makes sense since, it's a big turtle. It almost seems like a huge oversight that the Zaratan has such little health for what it's supposed to be. Anyways, having a high health pool is basically the only thing the Dragon Turtle has going well for it. It's an aquatic creature, so it only has a land movement speed of 20 feet. It can at least breathe air and water, so it's not completely screwed if it's on land. It only has 40 feet of swim speed underwater, which is 3 times less than the Leviathan, and it can only deal around 58 damage on average with its multi-attack, which is definitely less than the Purple Worm, but not the lowest damage of all the creatures on this list. The lowest is still probably the Vampire Warrior, but seeing as he's a CR 15, that's kind of reasonable. Now, the Dragon Turtle does have a nice Steam Breath ability, which hits all targets in a 60-foot cone for around 53 fire damage each. And this ability requires a Constitution save instead of a Dexterity one, which is slightly better for actually hitting a full party of adventurers. Although unlike the ancient Red Dragon's Fire Breath, this one does not deal more damage single target than its multi-attack. You would have to position it to hit at least 2 or more targets to be worth using it, and it's really the only good thing it has going for it outside of its higher than normal health pool. If you want a big tank that's able to just absorb a lot of damage against a tier 3 level party, the Dragon Turtle definitely fits that niche, as you won't really have to worry about it killing any of your party members either. And at number 3, we have the Night Walker. This is a CR 20 creature which doesn't have legendary actions or resistances, so it auto-loses to any kind of control that it's not immune to, which it is immune to a lot of them, to be fair. It only deals around 56 damage on average, which is slightly higher than the Vampire Warrior, who is 5 CR levels lower than it. Although it does have a really scary trait called Life Eater, where if it drops a character to 0 hit points, it dies and can't be revived by anything short of a wish. So I'm assuming that's why it has such low damage and stats, because being killed by this creature hurts more than pretty much all the other creatures on this list. And I assume it's this feature that gives it such a high challenge rating, because it does have an appropriate health pool for this CR rating at around 300. Its armor class is ridiculously low though at only 14, and it only does a minor amount of damage with its Annihilating Aura, which affects creatures that start their turn within 30 feet of it. Otherwise, for how little damage this creature does, it really should be a much lower CR rating. And at number 2, we have the Tarrasque. This is only one of 2 CR 30 creatures in the game, and can deal around 232 damage on average, counting its multi-attack and legendary actions. So it definitely hits the hardest out of all of the creatures on this list, and it's even softly immune to targeted spells with its Reflected Carapace, where if you just have a spell that has an attack roll or a line, you don't want to use it on a Tarrasque. It also has 3 legendary resistances and a really big beefy health pool at 675 on average. So, why is a big tanky creature that's able to deal a whole bunch of damage in one turn on this list, and at such a high spot too? Here's the thing with the Tarrasque. You can beat the Tarrasque with a party of level 1 rangers that are each equipped with a +1 longbow, who also have a way to fly with something like a flying carpet, and a lot of patience, as the Tarrasque has no ranged abilities at all. It also loses to Force Cage, since it doesn't have a teleport, and a whole bunch of other combinations of high-level spells. But there's also that fact that a patient ranger with a flying speed can kind of take out a Tarrasque by itself, assuming they have a lot of free time, of course, since there's not much the Tarrasque can do other than try to run away or hide behind cover. So it kind of has a few glaring weaknesses that allow you to render it almost useless, despite the fact that it does have the potential to take a lot of damage and dish out a lot of damage if it's able to hit things. And at number 1, we have the Kraken. This is a CR 23 creature who's able to deal around 83 damage on average, counting its legendary actions, which allows it to barely match the Purple Worm in damage for a turn, despite being 8 challenge rating levels higher. This is to say it doesn't do a lot of damage, but that's because a lot of its damaging moves have a whole bunch of extra effects to them, so that's fine. Some creatures are just kind of built for doing other things besides dealing damage. It does also have the Lightning Storm ability, which it's able to spam if there's at least 3 creatures within 120 feet of it, where it does deal more damage than its other abilities since it doesn't have the multi-attack feature, as Lightning Storm allows it to target up to 3 creatures and deal around 22 lightning damage to each of them. It can also use 3 tentacle attacks with its legendary actions, and even another use of Lightning Storm using 2 of its legendary actions. It has a pretty high health pool at around 475, which is also higher than the Zaratan, It's immune to lightning damage, and it can even throw targets that it's grappled, which is a neat feature that a lot of creatures that can grapple don't usually have. But there is one glaring weakness to the Kraken, besides the fact that it doesn't do a lot of damage, and that's the fact that it doesn't have legendary resistances. The Nightwalker also doesn't have legendary resistances and is also a high CR creature, but that thing is immune to basically all forms of crowd control anyway, so it kinda gets a pass on that. The Kraken is only immune to the Frightened and Paralyzed condition, so it just auto-loses to a handful of really good spells in the game, which is something that's easily prevented by just giving epic level creatures some legendary resistances. That way they're not instantly defeated by a single banishment. It of course also loses to Force Cage since it can't teleport, and a whole bunch of other crowd control spells. The Kraken is one of the few high CR creatures that doesn't have legendary resistances, and it also doesn't do a lot of damage, and it's really kind of a disappointing creature because of how iconic the Kraken is, and how it's an excellent creature to have as a final boss in an aquatic type of game. Just, if you do run the Kraken as a final boss, make sure to homebrew some legendary resistances into it, so it's not defeated by the first crowd control spell your casters throw on it. In this video, we'll be going over some of the worst 3rd level spells you can pick up, although generally it's because they're very specific in their uses, so think of them as the least good 3rd level spells, rather than terrible, since none of the ones I'm going to list are actually straight up bad. And at number 10, we have Flame Arrows. What this spell does is it allows you to touch a quiver that contains arrows or bolts, and then it enchants 12 pieces of ammunition that are drawn from that quiver, where the next 12 shots for that quiver deal an additional 1d6 fire damage. The ability lasts for 1 hour and requires your concentration, so you can just cast the ability at the start of a dungeon that you know you're going to be fighting in pretty soon, so that you don't waste your first action in combat using the ability to enchant your arrows, if you're wanting to use this only on yourself. And it also works for other people who are pulling ammunition out of that quiver. So if you're in a party full of ranged attackers, you're just providing an extra 1d6 fire damage to all of their attacks. Or if you have a lot of NPCs that have bows, you can just basically double their damage by allowing them to have one of your flame arrows, with that extra 1d6 fire damage. However, those are about as far as the uses for the ability goes. If you're just using this on your own quiver, gaining an extra 1d6 fire damage every round for a full 3rd level spell slot and using up your concentration, it's just not the best thing in the world. Especially since a lot of spells require concentration, so you don't really want to waste it on just a little bit of extra damage. Now, the extra damage is nice. It's just this is compared to all other 3rd level spells in the game, where a lot of them are able to completely win you the encounter on their own. Or just deal a ton of damage like Fireball, which also can win you the encounter on its own. So, adding an average of 3 extra damage to all of your ranged attacks is just not as impactful as a lot of those other things. But it's not bad either, as long as you're able to precast before combat. If you're not, then you're wasting a whole round basically enchanting your arrows to then do some mediocre damage on your next turn. So, you really have to plan around the ability to get the full mileage out of it, and it's not really game-breaking or super amazing damage like a lot of the other 3rd level spells, which is why it makes us bottom this list, if at the bottom at number 10. And at number 9, we have Summon Lesser Demons. This spell is kind of like Conjure Animals, in that it allows you to summon a whole bunch of demons of different challenge ratings. The difference between the two spells is that you can't actually control the demons you summon, whereas with Conjure Animals, you do have full control over all the animals you summon. And also, when you summon the demons, they're hostile to all creatures, including you. So this spell could actually just end up summoning all these demons that attack your party members instead of your opponent, depending on the position of where the demons are summoned. Obviously, the best place to summon the demons is right in the middle of an enemy group. But if you have any melee characters who might want to run into that group, then they have to worry about the demons potentially attacking them. You do have the option to draw a circle of blood around yourself, which demons summoned through the spell will basically ignore whoever's inside that circle. But of course, if you need to move at all, then this circle is rendered moot. And at number 8, we have Water Breathing / Water Walk. Now, let me start by saying, neither of these spells are bad, just really situational. Water Breathing allows you to grant 10 people the ability to breathe underwater for 24 hours. Water Walking allows you to grant 10 people the ability to walk on water for 1 hour, and also allows you to float to the surface of water quicker. Both of these abilities cost 1 action to use, and can also be ritual cast and not waste a spell slot. Now, these two abilities are very useful in water campaigns, but kind of useless everywhere else. And the thing is, if you are in a watery campaign where you need to go underwater, chances are your DM is just going to have an NPC that can cast these abilities on you, or give you some kind of temporary item that can grant either of these abilities, rather than require a player to actually have the spell on themselves. So basically, you never really need to have these two spells prepared, but they're definitely very useful in situations in which they were meant for. So this falls into the category of incredibly specific niche usefulness that you probably don't need to worry about, aka an NPC spell, which is a lot more useful for the DM than the players. And at number 7, we have Plant Growth. This ability has two effects depending on which of the cast times you pick. If you choose to cast the spells in action, you can then choose one point within 150 feet of you in order to turn all normal plants within 100 feet of that point you choose into overgrowth, which basically creates double difficult terrain, where creatures have to move 4 feet of movement for every 1 foot they wish to go through it. And you can also create as many pockets within the area of the spell as you want so that you don't hamper the movement speed of your allies, which definitely sounds very good. You can potentially create a whole bunch of really difficult terrain that completely shuts down people who need to move on the floor in order to get places, which is a vast majority of the creatures in the game. And it's an absolutely massive radius too at 100 feet. Here's the problem with this though. It only works if there are already plants in the area. So if you're in the middle of a forest or a plain of grass, then this should be live, unless your DM doesn't allow you to use grass as plants for whatever reason. But in a forest encounter, you're almost always going to be able to use it to its full effect. Anywhere else though, it's completely useless. In a very long game I was in, I took this spell as a ranger in a desert campaign, and I never once got to use the ability in combat, because there was never any plants anywhere. Although, I like to take bad spells on purpose, so I wasn't exactly hoping to use it, but this is another one of those that's only really useful in very specific settings or situations. And if all you want to do is just create a lot of difficult terrain, Sleet Storm is probably the king of 3rd level spells which are able to accomplish this in all settings. It's not as slow as 4 times movement speed, but it's definitely a lot more usable than only working on already existing plants. And the other use of the ability is if you spend 8 hours to cast the spell, you're able to enrich all the plants within a half-mile radius for 1 year, which causes the plants to yield twice the amount of food when harvested. This is more of an RP use of the ability, which could also be useless depending on your setting, or incredibly helpful in order to gain favor. This was the only use I ever got out of the ability, and while it wasn't really worth the 3rd level spell slot, it was definitely fun having the ability because of how much my party members just absolutely hated that I took Plant Growth in a desert campaign, and would tell me to change out the spell every chance they got. And at number 6, we have Wall of Water. This allows you to create a wall of water that's 10 feet high, 1 foot thick, and 30 feet long, or a ring wall that's 20 feet high, which basically just blocks ranged attacks and fire effects that pass through the wall. Although it doesn't stop them completely, it just provides disadvantage on ranged attack rolls through the wall, and fire damage is halved if it goes through the wall. There's also some slight difficult terrain if they try to move through the wall, but it doesn't really block paths or line of sight, and portions of the wall can even be frozen if cold damage is done through them. Although the wall doesn't really do enough to justify a 3rd level spell slot. You can actually give yourself full cover if you just use the Cantrip Minor Illusion, and create an illusionary wall that you just hide behind. While it may be an illusion and things can pass through it no problem, it does provide full cover, which means you can't be attacked unless they have line of sight on you. Although Minor Illusion is pretty small, so the use of a Wall of Water is definitely to provide coverage for your entire party. It's just there is other spells that can kind of do what this spell's trying to do, but a little bit better. If you're running away from enemies, you're better off using Hypnotic Pattern or Fear before running away. If you're trying to hamper your opponent's movement, Sleet Storm or Grease are better spells to use. If you're trying to stop archers from attacking you from a distance, Darkness or Fog Cloud can completely give your party cover. Wall of Water is just more of a wall of inconvenience, which isn't really worth the 3rd level spell slot. But then again, most of the wall spells in the game are kind of mediocre, outside of some of the high level wall spells. And at number 5, we have Bestow Curse. This spell, as an action, allows you to touch a target in order to curse them, where if they fail a wisdom saving throw, you can then choose one of the curses of your choice in order to bestow upon them. Where you can make it so they have disadvantage on ability checks and saving throws to a chosen ability score, make it so they have disadvantage on attack rolls against you, make it so they have to succeed a wisdom saving throw at the start of each of their turns, or else waste their turn doing nothing. Or you can make it so each of your attacks deal an additional 1d8 necrotic damage to the target. The curse lasts for 1 minute, as long as you keep concentration, and can be ended early if someone casts Remove Curse on them. and you can choose a different option for a curse just as long as the DM approves it. Here's the thing with Bestow Curse. Adding an additional 1d8 damage with all of your attacks is really good if you're able to cast some kind of multi-hit attack, like Eldritch Blast or Scorching Ray. Although there's two problems with this. Bestow Curse requires you to touch a target, i.e. get in melee range. So if you're trying to blast them with a ranged spell, you're going to have disadvantage if you want to use this on a melee target. Although you'd have to wait until your next turn because Bestow Curse uses a full action. And also, Warlocks can't learn this ability baseline, and Eldritch Blast is a Warlock spell, so you'd have to find some other way to get Eldritch Blast through a feat or some other class option if you really want to combo with one of the best multi-hit cantrips. Although if all you want to do is just buff the damage of Eldritch Blast, Hex is a much better spell to use for that, as it can be cast on a target that's 90 feet away, requires a bonus action instead of a standard action, and lasts for a full hour instead of just 1 minute. It's also only a first level spell and not a third level, so Bestow Curse definitely has a lot of good curses it can put on a target. It's just the melee range portion of it definitely drops it down a few notches in usefulness, especially since it also requires a full action rather than a bonus action, like a similar ability Hex. And at number 4, we have Non-Detection. This ability costs 25 gold to cast, allows you to cast a buff on one target that you touch for 8 hours, that makes it so the target can't be targeted by divination magic or perceived through magical scrying sensors. Now, there were some confirmations by sage advice saying that non-detection does work on spells like True Seeing or See Invisibility. So, non-detection can make it so you're very hard to detect if you have invisibility spells. Although it doesn't protect you from monsters' innate true sight, just specifically the True Seeing spell. And it also makes it so you can't be scryed on. Now, here's the problem of the ability. No one's trying to scry on your character. And also, very few NPCs have the ability to cast See Invisibility or True Seeing. This one falls into the category of just incredibly specific, like plant growth. If you're in a campaign where you're constantly going invisible and everyone and their mom has See Invisibility, then this is incredibly useful. Or if you're trying to run away from a big bad evil guy who's trying to scry on your location, this could literally be a lifesaver. But if you're a ranger in a desert campaign with plant growth, it's probably not going to be super useful. And non-detection is similarly not super useful in most games. It is not really worth your spell slot. This is kind of an ability to just give to NPCs if you're a DM so that your players have a harder time trying to find them out. Or have it cast on targets that you want your characters to have a very hard time to see. Like maybe if you have a bad guy who always casts greater invisibility before combat starts, they might have non-detection on themselves so that they're super invisible. Although they can just be countered if you hit them with Fairy Fire, since this also reveals invisible targets and is not a divination spell. And Fairy Fire is just a very good second level spell outside of its ability to reveal invisible targets. So there's a better chance players have that over See Invisibility anyway. And at number 3, we have Daylight. This spell basically creates a very bright light from a point you can see, which spreads out for a 60-foot radius sphere, and then sheds dim light for an additional 60 feet beyond the initial point. And the only real mechanical benefit that Daylight has is that if it overlaps an area of darkness created by a spell at 3rd slot or lower, then Daylight will dispel that darkness. And seeing as the darkness spell is a level 2 second level spell, Daylight kind of counters it, and that's really where the benefits of the spell kind of end. As despite the name of the spell being Daylight, it doesn't actually simulate daylight. So if an enemy creature like a Drow or Kobold has a sunlight sensitivity trait, the Daylight spell does not simulate the direct sunlight required in order to give them disadvantage on their attacks. Or a vampire which takes radiant damage in sunlight is also unaffected by daylight. The only use of the spell is providing lots of bright light and dispelling darkness specifically, which you're better off just having the spell dispel magic because it can be used on more than just one spell. And also, daylight can be countered completely by just covering it with a bowl, in case an enemy PC just really doesn't want there to be light out there. And if all you really want is just a whole bunch of bright light from a spell, you're kind of better off with just the light cantrip, rather than using up one of your precious 3rd level spell slots. Unless you just really need a ton of light for whatever specific situation you find yourself in. And at number 2, we have Catnap. This spell basically allows you to give 3 creatures a short rest in only 10 minutes rather than a full hour. There are some classes which greatly benefit from a short rest, like Warlocks getting all their spell slots back, so being able to get that back in 1/60 amount of time seems pretty good. However, there's a couple of downsides to this spell. For one, it uses a 3rd level spell slot in order to give a short rest to 3 people. So you do lose a pretty valuable spell slot in order to allow 3 creatures to get a short rest. It also puts the 3 creatures asleep for the full 10 minutes, which makes them more vulnerable than they would be during a normal short rest, where they can be awake for the full hour. Which means the other party members have to protect the 3 people who are sleeping during that catnap. And also, there are rarely situations where you only have 10 minutes to take a short rest and not the full hour. Unless you're in some kind of dungeon crawl where your time is very strictly kept track of. And also, if you're trying to take a short rest quickly so that you can stay out of danger, you're better off just using the 2nd level spell Rope Trick, which allows your full party to take a short rest with almost full protection from everything, as it allows you to crawl into a pocket dimension where you can short rest for an hour while having full awareness of your surroundings. Catnap is one of the spells that definitely seems like it's a lot better than it really is, but can definitely be useful in a couple of very specific situations. Like in a high-level dungeon crawl campaign where 3rd level spell slots mean nothing, and granting quick short rest is totally worth the spell slot. And at number 1, we have Feign Death. This ability allows you to touch a creature and put them into a sleep-like state that looks exactly like they're dead for 1 hour. And also, while they're in this state, they're blind, incapacitated, their speed is reduced to 0, but they have resistance to all damage except psychic, and if they're diseased or poisoned, it's suppressed until the spell ends. So if someone is dying to poison, this could be a way to delay that ability for 1 hour, while you try to bring them to an area to get help. Or if you're up against a very powerful foe that's not going to move your body after you die, you could use Feign Death in order to situationally escape those kinds of situations, but only yourself and not your allies. Although even this carries some risk of them just picking up your body and taking you with them, or trying to dispose of your body afterwards. I think the best use of this ability is just as a DM tool, in order to spring an ambush on other players, or as a way for an NPC to try to get away with faking their death. But for a player, it's not super useful, unless you really want to try a Trojan horse-like approach to entering a stronghold, where you just have a whole bunch of people cast Feign Death on themselves, and then be wheeled into a location that's accepting dead bodies for whatever reason. But even that seems like a stretch. This one is just incredibly niche in its uses, requires you to be very creative in order to get any kind of real benefit from it, and is probably most useful as a DM tool for NPCs to have, which is why it's number 1 spot on this list. I'm sure there are technically some useful applications of Feign Death, it's just not as useful as all the other 3rd level spells. In this list, we'll go over some of the worst cantrips in D&D, where pretty much all of them have their uses, so just because it appears on this list doesn't necessarily mean it's bad, just not as good as a lot of the more other useful cantrips. And at number 10, we have Shocking Grasp. This is a melee cantrip, which requires you to perform a spell attack roll on the target in order to deal 1d8 lightning damage. And if you succeed, they can't take reactions until the start of their next turn. So the most useful application of this is if you're a spellcaster in melee and you want to run away. This ability will give you some damage and the ability to get away without provoking an attack of opportunity. So, free damage and escape all in one. That sounds really good, doesn't it? Well, here's the thing about Shocking Grasp. The damage it deals is fine. It's just if what you really want to do is get away from a dangerous enemy, you can just take the disengage action to 100% guarantee they won't hit you with an attack of opportunity. Shocking Grasp has a chance to fail. If you miss your attack, that's it. You'll still have to move out and get hit, or sit still and wait for them to beat on you in your next turn. It adds a level of risk to a situation in which you want to avoid risk by trying to get away from them. So in worst case scenario, you miss your attack and you still have to move away anyway and get hit. Best case scenario, you do a little bit of damage and then you're able to get away. Shocking Grasp doesn't have the worst damage of a cantrip. It even scales as you get to higher levels, which is good. But it's definitely not one of the harder hitting ones either. If you really want a melee ranged cantrip, there are better options than just trying to use Shocking Grasp. Generally, you want to be at range using your hard hitting range cantrips like Firebolt or Eldritch Blast. Although if you do have a high attack roll and you have the extra cantrip slots, and you're pretty confident you'll be able to land it against whatever target you're trying to run away from, I guess it's not half bad. Definitely one of the best cantrips on this list, but not really as useful as it might appear. Unless the target you're using on has really good reactions that you want to shut down, in which case you might want to run up to a target to use Shocking Grasp, like if you want to shut down a spellcaster from being able to use Counterspell, for example. And at number 9, we have Mending. This is a cantrip with a 1-minute cast time, which basically just repairs small broken pieces of equipment or items. Like if there's a break in a chain, a broken key, broken arrows, really small stuff, you can fix them with magic thanks to mending. That's the thing about mending though, it's only situationally useful, and its effect is so minor that it could be added to prestidigitation and no one would notice. It's like they took one of the many magical effects of prestidigitation and then branched it off into its own ability because the ability to fix minor breaks and scratches seemed a little bit too much to be added to a spell that already does everything. There are definitely uses for the spell though. There are even some classes which require this ability in order to heal their pets. I'm not talking about those ones though. For people who don't require this ability as part of their base class, you won't really miss out on much if you don't take mending. Or if no one else in your party takes it. You can't really use it in combat since it has a 1-minute cast time, so it's squarely an out of combat type ability, and if you want to use it to fix big problems, you can do it with enough mending uses. There's even an official module for D&D that has a part which requires someone to use mending in order to fix a door, and you can't really complete the encounter without fixing this door in some way. And the module says you can use mending on it 5 times in order to fix it. So you'd have to defend someone for 5 minutes while they cast mending a whole bunch of times in order to fix the door. But even in the module, it says if no one in your party knows mending, there will just be a random NPC in the building who knows it, and you can just go fetch them. So it just adds one more step to the encounter, and that's it. So even an encounter designed for this ability, it wasn't actually needed, which I found kind of funny. It's definitely more of a flavor thing, even if it can have some situational uses. Like other situations need to fix a badly damaged door, and you have an ample amount of time in order to do it. So it's not useless, but it's not needed either. And for the most part, a lot of cantrips are pretty situationally useful anyway, so that's why it's on this list. And at number 8, we have Light. This is a cantrip which allows you to turn basically any object into a flashlight. You can cast the ability on someone's weapon so they have bright light for 20 feet. You can use it on a stone in order to throw it in a dark hallway, or use it on something in order to throw it in the air to act as an emergency flare. The light also lasts for 1 hour and doesn't require concentration, so it definitely fits into the situationally useful category. Here's the thing though. You can accomplish the same feats with a simple torch. A torch literally provides the same amount of light and only costs about 5 copper per torch. So all of the benefits of the cantrip can be accomplished by a very simple piece of adventuring gear. However, if you're in a situation in which you can't use the torch, or if you want to light up one of your weapons so that you don't have to drop a torch at the start of your combat with your free action in order to use your weapon with both hands, then light frees up the item interaction for something, I guess. There's also the thing where a lot of magic items will sometimes passively give a light effect, and a lot of races have dark vision so they don't need torches anyway. And there's 3 other light-giving cantrips which are a tiny bit more useful. Dancing Light allows you to produce 4 balls of light that you can move around the room however you want. Control Flames allows you to double the brightness of a torch, or to control the fire in the torch into whatever shape you want, which opens up a whole bunch of different kinds of creative uses. And Produce Flame allows you to create a light for 10 minutes, which can also be used to attack something for 1d8 fire damage. Now, of all the light-giving cantrips, Light does give you the brightest light without requiring a torch. Otherwise, Control Flame gives you the brightest light by doubling the torch's range. So it's not even the best at giving you the most amount of light. But even with all of this, it's still situationally useful. And it's in a situation that comes up a lot, which is why it only gets a low spot on this list of, the worst of. And at number 7, we have Poison Spray. Now, this is a damaging cantrip which has a 1d12 damage dice, which is the highest damage dice that cantrips can go up to, and even scales with your level. Although there's 2 things about this cantrip that kind of make it a trap ability for new players, because that sounds a lot better than it really is. You see, it deals poison damage, which is kind of the worst type of damage in the game because of how easy it is to gain resistances or immunity to it. It also has a 10-foot range, so it's the shortest range cantrip in the game, and is basically a melee ability with how close you have to be in order to use it. And it requires a Constitution saving throw, where most monsters in the monster manual have high Constitution scores, so that's kind of a terrible saving throw you want to force enemy monsters to use. But assuming you're getting in range to do everything anyway, you have a high spell save DC, and you're confident they're not resistant to poison damage, then it's not half bad and does some pretty competitive damage. Although Toll the Dead is still better, it does the same damage, has a longer range, and deals necrotic damage, and targets Wisdom, which a lot of monsters have a low score in. And at number 6, we have Resistance. This is a 1-minute buff you can cast on someone, which allows them to add a d4 to a saving throw. This does require concentration and is actually not half bad at first glance, because basically giving someone a minor buff for a saving throw can only be a positive. It's just, unlike Guidance, which basically lets you do the same thing but for skill checks, you don't know when you're going to be doing saving throws most of the time, and you can't use Resistance on someone who's about to make a saving throw because they're getting attacked by a spell. It has to be cast on them beforehand, where you can use Guidance on someone before they're about to attempt a skill check to like jump over a pit or something. So even though you can't use Resistance reactively, there are still some situations in which you might want to use it, like if you're sending someone to go out to check for traps. For that minute, they'll have a buff that will give them a slightly higher chance of avoiding the trap if it requires a saving throw. Or if you know you have some time to prep before combat is about to start, giving Resistance to a squishy target could help them on a saving throw for getting hit by a spell or something, as long as you have no intentions of using your concentration for anything else though. The concentration requirement is kind of what kills what could be a lot more useful ability. There's a chance you could just drop it before the target even gets to perform a saving throw. So while it has situational uses, they're a little too far and in between to be considered a must-pick spell. And at number 5, we have Magic Stone. This is a damaging cantrip which allows you to enchant 1 to 3 stones in order to allow them to deal 1d6 damage plus your spellcasting modifier. And if you throw the stones, gives them a range of 60 feet, rather than the normal 20 feet of an improvised weapon attack. You can even use the magic stones with a sling if you have it, in which case it still does the same damage. So, what is bad about this ability? Well, at early levels, it's actually pretty good. Being able to throw stones at people isn't half bad. You only have to use this as a bonus action a single time in order to get 3 charges of it essentially, which will free up your spells on subsequent turns if you want to use them for something else. Even though you still do need to use your action in order to throw the stones, so it doesn't free up your actions, it just frees up having to use a spell in order to enchant those stones. You can also give the stones to other people and they'll still have your spell attack modifier on the roll, which could allow you to arm commoners with actual good attacks to use. And it's even one of the few cantrips that actually increases its damage based on your spellcasting modifier. However, here's the thing with it. It doesn't actually scale more than that. And even if you had a +5 to your spellcasting modifier, it would still do less damage than Toll the Dead or Poison Spray. And at early levels, you very rarely have a +5 to your damage modifier. So once you leave tier 1, it kind of stops becoming useful because it doesn't scale like a lot of other cantrips. And that's the only reason it's on this list. It's actually great in early levels, almost competitive with other ranged attack cantrips. But even then, it's still slightly worse than Firebolt, Chill Touch, or Eldritch Blast, while also having half the range of those abilities. And then as soon as you enter tier 2 and above, it almost becomes useless, outside of the use of being able to arm very weak creatures with magic stones to throw at people. And at number 4, we have Friends. This is a cantrip which allows you to have advantage on all of your charisma checks directed at one creature of your choice which isn't hostile to you, which can be incredibly useful when you're trying to sneak past a guard or talk your way out of a social situation that might go sour, which are situations that come up quite a bit in a lot of games of D&D. But there's one little downside to this ability, and when I say downside, I mean such a big downside that a lot of people don't ever use it because of it, where after its 1-minute effect ends, the target you use it on will know you use magic on them and then immediately become hostile to you. So if you just try to talk your way out of a situation normally and fail, there is a chance they won't actually attack you or anything else, unless you have a really vindictive DM who punishes failed rolls. Although, if you use Friends, then you're guaranteed they'll attack you afterwards. In a lot of cases, it's just straight up worse than trying to perform your checks like normal. However, even with these really bad downsides, there are still some situations in which it's useful. Like if you're trying to quickly get past a guard who might have stopped you while you're on your way out of a fortress or something. This would allow you to talk your way out of it much easier, and then by the time the effect ends, you'll be long gone so there's no risk of retribution. Although, if you're trying to use it to get past a guard in order to get into a place, then you probably just alerted everyone there to your presence instead. So it's not completely useless, but I have yet to see anyone actually use this ability in a campaign in my 4 years of playing the game, despite many people taking the cantrip, just because they're too afraid to actually use it. And at number 3, we have Druidcraft. This is basically prestidigitation for druids, where prestidigitation is a cantrip that allows you to perform basically one of any minor magical effect, and made it into my list of the top 10 best cantrips. There's also another similar ability called Thaumaturgy, which allows you to perform a minor magical effect, although ones involving sound and noise, which are pretty useful in a lot of situations. Druidcraft allows you to perform a minor magical effect that has to do with nature, although none of the effects are as good as prestidigitation or thaumaturgy. With Druidcraft, you can instantly make a single flower blossom, create a harmless sensory effect like a puff of wind, a few falling leaves, or the faint odor of a skunk. Just as long as those minor magical effects fit in a 5-foot cube. You can predict the weather for the next 24 hours, and you can just instantly snuff out a small source of fire, like a candle, torch, or campfire. The only one of these things that might be useful is simulating the sound of a small animal somewhere else to maybe create a distraction, and predicting the weather in a campaign where the DM actually rolls for negative weather effects. Otherwise, the effects are kind of laughably minor in comparison to some of the stuff you can get away with prestidigitation or thaumaturgy. It is definitely the weaker of the 3 minor magical effect cantrips, where prestidigitation can actually do half the things Druidcraft is able to do, while also doing more useful things, like create small minor illusions or clean blood from your clothes after a battle. Druidcraft is just not as useful in comparison, and is definitely more of a flavor spell if you're in more RP-focused game and really want to fit in a nature-loving character. And at number 2, we have Blade Ward. This is a spell which grants you resistance to bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing damage dealt by weapon attacks until the end of your next turn. The ability does take your action to use and basically only lasts for 6 seconds. You can't really precast it before combat in order to have the resistance. Here's the thing with Blade Ward. Resistance to those damage types is good, sure, but mechanically speaking, it's not better than just taking the dodge action. The dodge action doesn't require you to know a cantrip, can be used by anyone, and gives advantage on all attack rolls for the turn. So if you want to take less damage for a turn, you're better off taking the dodge action. However, if you're able to take the dodge action as a bonus action or something, and really want to take extra less damage, then also using Blade Ward on your turn might be a situationally useful thing to do. There are some situations in which you might want to use Blade Ward over the dodge action though, like if you want to take damage but just a little bit of it. There's a spell in the game called Armor of Agathis, which gives you 5 temporary hit points per spell level you use to cast it, and while you have these temporary hit points, it will deal 5 cold damage to creatures that hit you, which also scales to the level of the spell. And as soon as the temporary hit points are gone, the spell ends. So, if you want to extend the duration and life of Armor of Agathis as long as possible, because you want to deal that reflect damage to as many targets as you can, then that's a situation in which Blade Ward is more useful than the dodge action, because you'll be able to take more hits and reduce the damage of those hits. Or if you're playing a caster that's able to attack as a bonus action due to a class feature or some other ability, you could use Blade Ward as your action and then whatever else you're going to use as your bonus action for that turn if you wanted to take less damage. So Blade Ward is most useful when it's not used as your action, and you're able to choose it as a bonus action or something, if you're able to do something else because you casted the spell, or if for some reason you just want to take damage but not a lot of it. These situations still don't make it very good though. Blade Ward is kind of meant to be situationally useful, and would be too useful if it was an actual reaction spell. So they kind of made it an action instead, which almost made it useless outside of those incredibly niche situations I mentioned earlier. And at number 1, we have True Strike. This is definitely the worst cantrip in the game, and it's almost like they created this cantrip as a joke because of how unuseful it is in most situations. What it does is it allows you to concentrate in order to target someone within 30 feet, which grants you the effect that on your next turn, you have advantage on your first attack roll against that target. This ability does take your action to cast and only comes into play on your next turn. So even if you're able to cheat the spell as a bonus action, you still have to wait a turn before using it. And here's the thing with True Strike. Statistically speaking, your chance to hit with an ability is the same if you just attack twice anyway. With True Strike, you have to set up the ability using one action, then use one action on your next turn in order to actually gain the effect, which just gives you advantage and allows you to roll twice for that attack roll. Or you could just attack twice, which also allows you to roll twice for the attack roll. You don't actually gain a statistical advantage for using True Strike. However, in situations in which it might be useful, say you have permanent disadvantage against a target for some reason, True Strike could negate that disadvantage, I guess. Say you have an ability that you absolutely want to land because it's a hard-hitting strike or spell or whatever that you can only use once a day. Then you can't really attack twice with it anyway, so True Strike would give you an advantage in trying to land it. But one of the other bad things about True Strike is that it requires your concentration. So the spell can end early before you actually gain the benefits of it, if you just get attacked a few times during your turn and you fail your concentration rolls. So it's just kind of a bad spell, which is overly balanced for an effect that's only situationally useful, and easily earns the #1 spot on this list. In this video, we'll be going over the worst feats you can possibly pick up in D&D. And at number 10, we have Tavern Brawler. This feat allows you to increase your strength or constitution score by 1. So it automatically earns you a whole bunch more points than a lot of the other feats on this list, which don't give you an ability score improvement. Because at least you can kind of take this feat to round out a stat, and then gain a minor benefit on top of it. So any feat which gives an ability score improvement, which are also known as ASIs, it's basically half an ASI anyway, so it won't rank very high in this list. Now, in addition to this ability score improvement, it also allows you to become proficient with improvised weapons, and used to give you proficiency in unarmed strikes as well, before they just made an errata that allowed everyone to have it baseline. So one of the original benefits of this feat was kind of just made baseline and removed from the feat. In addition, its next feature gives you an unarmed strike that deals 1d4 damage. Normally, an unarmed strike, if you're not a monk, only deals 1 damage, plus your strength modifier. So this feat basically turns that into the same damage as a dagger, which still isn't very good. But in situations in which you can't use weapons, which do come up occasionally in D&D games, this will allow you to do significantly more damage with your unarmed attack. I should also note that improvised weapons do 1d4 damage baseline. So if you just pick up a rock or a thick piece of wood, you still don't need to do an unarmed attack. And its last feature is that if you hit a creature with an unarmed strike or an improvised weapon, you then gain the ability to use your bonus action to perform the grapple action, which allows you to use your athletics check against your opponent's athletics or acrobatics check, and if you win this contest of skill, you get to reduce their speed to 0. Now, a grapple is actually useful in a lot of situations, like preventing someone from running away or preventing them from going to the back line to attack your casters or something. Reducing the target's movement speed to 0, where they have to attempt an escape action to get away from you, is a beneficial effect to have. However, the big problem with this is that you have to use an unarmed attack or an improvised weapon in order to be able to use this bonus action. And normally, you don't want to do that, since just using a normal weapon or spell will do more damage. And this is kind of what makes this bonus action grapple kind of useless. This feat is only really useful in incredibly situational circumstances, and even then, not by that much. However, there are some ways you can maybe make use of this. The Alchemist Fire counts as an improvised weapon, and you could throw that at someone and have them burn for 1d4 fire damage each turn, and then grapple someone. Same with Vials of Acid, those deal 2d6 poison damage and count as an improvised weapon, and will allow you to grapple as a bonus action. You could also maybe argue that the Piton could be considered a finesse weapon to allow you to use it as an improvised weapon to proc sneak attack on a rogue, and allow the bonus action grapple. Or you could argue that the Shield counts as an improvised weapon. It could be used to deal 1d4 damage and then allow you to grapple. Going based off of Raw, the examples with Alchemist Fire and Vials of Acid work no problem, although the examples with the Piton and the Shield would require a DM to be okay with it. And this is if you really want that bonus action grapple with this feat. And at number 9, we have Weapon Master. This feat allows you to increase your dexterity or strength by 1, and since it allows you to gain a stat, it automatically places ahead over a lot of the other feats on this list, even though it is by far one of the worst ones. You see, in addition to the ability score improvement, it also allows you to gain proficiency with 4 martial weapons of your choice. It also allows you to pick simple weapons, but pretty much every class is proficient in all simple weapons. Now, the usefulness of this comes in the fact that it also allows you to pick any martial weapons, including ones that aren't in the normal player's handbook. So, if you run across an exotic weapon that an NPC was using, Weapon Master could give you proficiency in it, if your DM doesn't just let you have it because it's similar to another weapon you already have proficiency with. Another use for this is if you're playing a caster who wants to use a sword or something without having to multi-class into fighter or some other class to gain those proficiencies. Weapon Master would allow you to use that sword with your proficiency bonus without having to multi-class, although it probably wouldn't be very good. That's the thing with Weapon Master. Generally, the classes that use weapons already get proficiencies in those weapons baseline, and the ones who don't have those proficiencies generally don't need them, unless you're like a rogue who really wants proficiency in heavy crossbows. That would be one example in which you're using a weapon that your class doesn't start off proficient in. And you see, in this one particular circumstance, being able to take a +1 in your dex and being able to use heavy crossbows without multi-class is a benefit. And it's pretty hard to think of other ways in which you could use this to great benefit, outside of RP reasons in which you want to play a wizard who attacks things with a sword occasionally. And at number 8, we have Skulker. This is a feat which requires you to have at least 13 dex or more, and is the first feat on this list which does not give an ability score improvement. Although out of all the mediocre feats which don't have an ASI, Skulker is definitely the best of the bunch, which is why it appears so early in this video, but still makes the video for a couple of reasons that I'll detail in a bit. This feat gives you 3 benefits. One of them allows you to hide while in lightly obscured areas. The other allows you to not be revealed from hidden if you miss with a ranged attack, and it removes the dim light disadvantage on your perception checks. Now, let's go over these 3 features in detail. The first one, you can try to hide when you are lightly obscured from the creature from which you are hiding. You see, most players don't have the exact rules of hiding memorized. Neither do DMs to an extent. In order to hide, it can be done while you're in full cover, invisible, or in a heavily obscured area. And what Skulker does is it also adds that you can hide in lightly obscured areas, which most DMs would probably let you do anyway. However, there is this other ruling that most people forget, and that's that dim light counts as lightly obscured. So with this feat, if you are simply in dim light, you can use the hide action to hide from someone who's looking directly at you, and it works based on rules as written. However, funny enough, most DMs would not let you do this, because the hiding rules are very widely misunderstood, and you'd have to talk to your DM to see if they'd even allow you to use Skulker in this way. And if they did give you the okay, you'd probably start seeing a lot more torches in dark dungeons so that creatures with dark vision would no longer have any problem seeing you. The next feature, when you're hidden from a creature and miss it with a ranged weapon attack, making the attack doesn't reveal your position. This is good for sneak attacks, surprise attacks, and assassinations as it allows you to redo them with the same advantages. So it negates a disadvantage and doesn't actually give you an advantage, and it only works for ranged attacks, and not a lot of sneaking comes from that. Generally, all the advantages of attacking from hidden are tied to melee attacks in some way. Not all of them, but even with the ranged attack sneak stuff, this doesn't really give you an advantage, it just overrules a negative. And lastly, dim light doesn't impose disadvantage on your perception checks that rely on sight. With rules as written, if you have dark vision and you're in total darkness, you technically only see as if you have dim light. So you should have disadvantage on a lot of your checks. However, this is rarely remembered or enforced, and it's a very common house rule that dark vision just straight up gives you perfect sight in darkness. People don't do this consciously, it just kind of happens because people forget. So, if you're playing an experienced group that remembers the downsides of dark vision, then you can actually gain the benefits of this feat. So, 2 of the 3 features are largely ignored by a lot of groups, and the only real benefit with the ranged attack thing is only a minor boost at best. So, this could be either really good on certain classes that can hide as a bonus action if you're in a lot of dim light, and if your DM allows it, or it can be made useless very easily by the DM or not be a benefit at all if they don't use the negatives of dark vision in the first place. This feat gains more benefits the closer your group follows the rules, and loses a lot of its luster the more home rules come into play, and these are pretty common ones, which is why this feat makes this list, even though it has the potential to be very good. And at number 7, we have Spell Sniper. This feat requires you to have the ability to cast at least one spell, allows you to learn a cantrip of your choice as long as it has an attack roll, and then gives you 2 benefits on top of this. One of them allows you to double the range of your spells that have attack rolls, and it allows your attack rolls to ignore all but full cover. And this all seems pretty good. So why does this make this as one of the worst feats list? Well, the first benefit that allows you to double the range of your spells, it's just kind of rarely useful. A vast majority of fights will happen in small rooms actually, to the point where crossbow expert feat is taken by a lot of spellcasters just so they can use spell attacks in melee range without disadvantage. The ability to snipe someone across an open field just doesn't happen very often and is actually kind of hard to simulate on a tabletop. Fights are just easier to set up if they're in a smaller enclosed space. Although, if you're trying to chase down people often, you know you're going to be fighting in huge open spaces, or you're like on city gates trying to defend it from an attacking army, then you'll get more mileage out of it. But in normal games, in normal situations, it's pretty situationally useful, as most spell attack rolls have about 120 foot range anyway, which is more than generous for hitting pretty much anything. It is a lot more useful on spells with a lot shorter ranges, like maybe Ray of Frost, which only has a 60 foot range baseline, or Witch Bolt, which only has a 30 foot range. Its next ability, the one that allows you to ignore cover, this is actually pretty nice. I take Sharpshooter a lot on characters that use a bow, and that feat also has this feature for ranged weapon attacks, and I gotta tell ya, rarely does it come up. Generally, creatures don't have half or 3/4 cover, but in the few times that they do, it is nice to be able to hit them without penalties. I wouldn't take a feat just to eliminate partial cover penalties, unless I knew my DM loved to use them, but it is a nice bonus on top of other things in the feat, which Spell Sniper doesn't really have in comparison to Sharpshooter. And let's go on to the last point. It allows you to learn one cantrip that has an attack roll. You see, this is pretty good if you really want Eldritch Blast on a non-warlock, since that's one of the best attack cantrip rolls you can pick up. However, what makes Eldritch Blast good is its invocations, which requires at least 2 levels in Warlock to obtain. Specifically, Agonizing Blast, which lets you add your spell modifier to each bolt, or Repelling Blast, which allows your bolts to push targets away. Although there is this new feat in Unearthed Arcana called Eldritch Adept, which just straight up allows you to take Eldritch invocations without being a Warlock. So with Spell Sniper and that feat, assuming you pick Eldritch Blast, that would allow your Eldritch Blast to be as efficient as a Warlock's, assuming your spellcasting modifier was also Charisma, without having to take a single level in Warlock. But the feat Magic Initiate also grants you that cantrip, as well as another cantrip, and the free use of a level 1 spell per day. So if all you want is Eldritch Blast, Magic Initiate is better, since having a free use of a level 1 spell per day is more versatile and more useful, depending which spell you pick, even if it does lock you to the Warlock spells if you pick Eldritch Blast as one of your cantrips. And even then, allow you to pick another useful cantrip as well. But if all you cared about was Eldritch Blast, and you didn't want to play a Warlock, and you were planning on taking the Eldritch Adept feat as well, and playing in a game which allowed the Unearthed Arcana feat, then the ability to cast it at double range and ignoring cover is a nice benefit. And at number 6, we have Dungeon Delver. This feat gives you 4 advantages that are only useful while inside dungeons, kind of. And since the name of the game is Dungeons & Dragons, this feature seems like it would be incredibly useful, when actually it's only normal useful in very specific types of dungeon crawl games, like if you're running Dungeon of the Mad Mage or the Tomb of Annihilation, in which case it's still kind of questionable if you'd want to take this feat or not. Now, what this feat does is it gives you advantage in searching for secret doors, it gives you advantage on saving throws to avoid traps, lets you take half damage from traps, and allows you to travel at a faster pace without penalty to your perception. Now, let's go over all of these traits. The first one, you have advantage on perception and investigation checks to detect secret doors. And only secret doors, as funny enough it doesn't let you find traps easier. That's relegated to a level 2 spell, which no one picks up because it's kinda bad. Now, advantage on looking for secret doors essentially gives you a +5 to your passive perception for that check, which can be useful. There's this one module I ran, which is part of a full campaign released by the people behind D&D, and there is a secret door near the entrance to a large dungeon, which has an incredibly high perception check required in order to find it. And if the party is able to find it, they can essentially skip the entire dungeon and go straight to the end. And when I ran this campaign, they obviously missed this secret door because the check was way too high for their low level. However, if someone had this feat, they probably would have been able to find that secret door and gain a huge benefit out of it. And that would have been the only time they would have gotten use out of that feat in the entire 6+ month long campaign, as a situation like this never happened again. And generally, I wouldn't have advised taking a feat just to skip to the end of a single dungeon, as finding all the other secret rooms was not particularly difficult. The next part, the one that gives you advantage on saving throws against traps and allows you to take half damage from traps, is situationally useful as well. Here's the thing about traps. Generally, the damage they do is not a big deal. Unless you know your DM loves traps and loves to kill people with tons of traps, then his feature is much better in those cases. Although out of all the official modules and other materials I've ran and read through, traps don't really do damage a lot of the time, and rarely do a significant amount of damage, where having resistances to that damage would matter. And also, generally, people get caught in traps outside of combat, so it's very easy to heal up the damage you took, or to even just take a short rest to spend some hit dice to heal. And rogues and barbarians basically gain the benefits of this benefit baseline anyway. And lastly, the fourth feature of this, which allows you to travel at a fast pace without a penalty to your perception, is generally not used very much. Most groups kind of handwave travel, or might just have a random encounter or two and then just say you arrive. So this ruling doesn't get used very much, where basically if you're traveling at a fast pace, you have a lower score in your perception checks, which presumably makes it easier to not be surprised by random encounters. It's very common for people to just skip traveling or random encounters, so this last one is kind of useless most of the time. Although in a game where you're following this rule very closely, then this would allow you to travel a lot quicker while being able to have a normal passive perception, which is pretty situationally useful, just like everything else in this feat. And at number 5, we have Medium Armor Master. This feat, if you properly optimize for it, essentially allows you to have the maximum amount of AC that normal armor can provide without a penalty to your stealth checks. But this is assuming you optimize your class for it. Now let's go over what this feat does. Basically, it makes it so medium armor doesn't give you disadvantage on stealth checks, and it increases the benefit you gain from dexterity to 3. In order to understand Medium Armor Master, you really have to know the ins and outs of all the 3 armor types. And to put it as simply as possible, light armor allows you to add your dexterity modifier to your AC with no limit, at the downside of having a low starting AC. Medium armor has a much higher starting AC, but only allows you to add 2 points of your dexterity modifier to your AC, instead of an unlimited amount. And heavy armor has no modifiers, and only provides a high starting AC, with the requirement of having a high strength score to even wear it without penalties. So, Medium Armor Master basically increases the amount of dexterity modifier you're allowed to gain, and even though the prerequisites for this feat is to only have proficiency with medium armor, if you want to have the full benefit of this feat, you're also going to need to have at least 16 dexterity, which is kind of the second requirement for it, and is kind of high. Now, this feat was basically made so that characters can use half plate and still be able to stealth, and that's the best medium armor you can get, which has a baseline AC of 15 and goes up to 17 under normal circumstances, and up to 18 if you have Medium Armor Master, and a dex score of 16 or higher. The best possible heavy armor, simply called plate, provides you with 18 AC exactly if you're wearing it, and all heavy armor imposes disadvantage on stealth. You can't be a stealthy character who also wears heavy armor, unless you take this feat and have half plate, of course. So, why is this feat bad exactly? Well, light armor does not have a limit on the amount of AC it gives you from dex. So, under normal circumstances, you can max it out at +5 if you have a dex score of 20. The best light armor you can take is studded leather, which gives you 12 AC plus your full dex modifier. So, if you're at max dex, studded leather gives you 17 AC. And if you're at max dex and wearing half plate, you also have 17 AC. And studded leather doesn't give you disadvantage on stealth baseline. It doesn't require any kind of feat to remove penalties. So, for taking Medium Armor Master and having 20 dex, you only get 1 more AC over studded leather. And you have to give up one of your ASIs in order to get this feat, which means you would be getting to 20 dex later, and just taking 2 points in dex gives you a lot more benefits than 1 AC. And you kind of need high dex to make the most use out of Medium Armor Master anyway. So, if you're playing a high dex character and you want to stealth, just wearing studded leather is better than taking this feat, as you're only losing out on 1 AC. However, here's where the incredible optimization of this feat comes into play. If you're playing a character where dex is their secondary highest stat, and they're able to get it to at least 16, and they don't want to get it any higher than that, and they want to stealth, then this feat would allow them to have 3 more AC than studded leather, as at 16 dex, studded leather only gives you 15 AC, whereas half plate with this feat would give you 18. So if you're in that incredibly specific circumstance, then this feat could give you a pretty decent boost to your AC. Otherwise, it only provides a 1 AC boost and isn't really worth it. Essentially, since Heavy Armor Master is actually kind of good, it gives a +1 in strength that reduces all damage from non-magical weapons by 3. And since there's no minimum damage in D&D, it's possible to just not take damage with Heavy Armor Master. So it's kind of a wonder why Medium Armor Master doesn't also give a half stat when Heavy Armor Master does, but if it did, it wouldn't be half bad. And at number 4, we have Charger, another feat which doesn't give half an ASI, and the reason for that is because this feat supposedly increases your damage. With this feat, if you take the dash action, you're then allowed to make a special bonus action that allows you to make 1 melee attack, or to use the shove action. In addition, if you move at least 10 feet in a straight line immediately before making this bonus action, you can add 5 bonus damage to the attack if it hits, or push the target up to 10 feet away from you if you choose to take the shove action instead. Now, this bonus damage only applies to the final damage roll, and doesn't actually increase your chance to hit, which was something that confused me about the feat when I first read it. You get an extra 5 damage if you manage to hit, whereas Greater Weapon Fighter allows you to add 10 more damage to all of your attacks without requiring special maneuvering on the battlefield or giving up your multi-attack at the cost of just a -5 penalty to the chance on hit. And that's one of the main problems with Charger, is that it basically eliminates your ability to multi-attack since it forces you to use your action for the dash, and then gives you a special bonus action created by this feat that only allows you to perform 1 attack. So unless you build your character around this feat, it's not very good, and that's not a very good feat to build your character around in the first place, as most melee classes need to take the attack action in order to attack multiple times. Although there are some melee classes that only attack a single time anyway, so this isn't that big of a deal, like maybe a rogue, for example, who just wants to get all their sneak attack damage in, or if Charger allowed you to dash as a bonus action, then it would be a lot better. There is one little interesting interaction with it, is that for the second part of this feat, which requires you to move in a straight line for 10 feet, if you use the shove action, which is an actual thing players can use and an option similar to the grapple, where it has its own special rules and conditions for its use, is that shove can be used to either push a character 5 feet away or knock a character prone, assuming you win the contest of strength. And the way the Charger feat is worded implies that you're using the shove action in order to use the part which allows you to knock a target 5 feet away, in which case they're knocked 10 feet away instead. But actually, you don't need to choose that option. You can just choose the prone option and still have the move 10 feet away from you, which will allow you to knock someone prone into a setup mage's firewall so it's hard for them to get around, or to knock someone prone off a cliff so it's harder for them to save themselves. And at number 3, we have Skilled. This feat simply allows you to gain proficiency in any 3 combinations of your skills or tools of choice. There are 18 skills in the game and a handful of useful tools, so if literally no one else in your party has proficiency in Thieves' tools in order to unlock doors, then this would be a way to grab it without having to multi-class to Rogue, although you can gain that through backstory options as well. So even then, it's not really needed, but that's kind of the reason why this feat exists, just in case you really need a proficiency in something for whatever reason. It's more like a necessary evil. You're trading off 2 ASIs for proficiency in something your group probably really needs. Now, what's the problem with this skill if it has a clear and intended use? Well, most people build their characters with proficiencies they want in mind, and you get all kinds of proficiencies in the character creation process from your class, race, and your background. So one of the few useful things that your background actually provides you is extra proficiencies. It's only really useful if you're trying to do a skill monkey build, or a build where you're trying to get proficient in everything. And even then, it's not actually useful because that's a gimmick build, unless you like playing gimmick builds. I personally love playing them, but I don't pretend that they're good. And funny thing about Skilled is that in Xander's Guide to Everything, they did release a new feat called Prodigy, which is basically a better version of Skilled, but can only be taken by 3 races. And what Prodigy does is it allows you to gain proficiency in 3 things, basically, where you get to pick a skill and tool to gain proficiency in, and also get to learn 1 language, which technically isn't a proficiency, but it is still a useful 3rd thing to pick. So right out the gate, Prodigy basically has the same benefits as Skilled, but it also has a second effect, where you get to choose one of your proficiencies and then gain expertise in that skill, which allows you to add double your proficiency bonus to any ability check you make with it. So not only do you get to gain a whole bunch of proficiencies, you also get the all-important expertise, which is kind of hard to get normally, which makes Prodigy just a power-crept version of Skilled, and even then, it's not taken very often. So if the stronger version isn't picked up very often, even though it can be picked up by some of the most played races in the game, that should tell you a little bit about how weak the normal Skilled feat is. And at number 2, we have Savage Attacker. This is another feat kind of like Charger, which is supposed to give you extra damage so it doesn't give you any stat points, which ironically makes it very bad, and kind of a trap feat because it seems a lot more better on the surface. Basically, what it does is once per turn you can reroll the damage for any one melee weapon attack, and only the damage dice of the melee weapon, so no sneak attack or smite rerolls or other magical effects that might be on the weapon which still do extra damage. Just the pure damage dice of the weapon. So a 1d12 if you're using a great axe, for example. Now, being able to reroll the damage dice and pick either one to use is a DPS increase, although on average it only gives you about 1 extra damage with the attack. A longsword deals 1d10 damage, or 5.5 damage on average. So being able to reroll and pick the highest will increase your average damage by about 1.65 to a total of 7.15. Now, if you were to take a +2 in strength, that would give you a +1 to your chance on hit, and a +1 to all of your damage rolls. So if you were able to multi-attack, you immediately gain more advantage than taking the Savage Attacker feat. Not even including all the other bonuses you get for increasing your main stats. Just from a pure damage output of your weapon, if you have the ability to multi-attack, just picking an ASI will give you more damage. In fact, some people online have done the math, and the feat actually gets worse the more multi-attacks you get, to the point where at the end of the game, where you have the max amount of attacks for whatever class or spec, just taking the ASI will give you 250% more damage on average than Savage Attacker. And not only this, taking Savage Attacker just kind of slows down combat a little bit, because you get to choose which weapons you want to reroll. So every time you roll a bad damage dice, you could sit there for a second to decide if you want to reroll or not. It's not automatic. So unless you just really love to gamble or only attack a single time per turn with a really hard-hitting weapon, as his feat is actually really bad if you have a low attack weapon, like a dagger, then it's still not really worth taking, unless your ASI points are already maxed out and you only care about increasing your damage, and already have all the other much better feats that also increase your damage. In which case, this would definitely increase your damage a little bit further. And at number 1, we have Grappler. This is a feat that can only be taken if you have a strength score of 13 or higher, and gives you 2 benefits. You have advantage in attack rolls against creatures that you're grappling, and it gives you a special action where, if you're already grappling a creature, you can use your action to perform a special pin action, which allows you to apply the restrain condition to both you and the target of your grapple, until the grapple ends. And funny enough, this feat used to also have a third benefit, which stated that creatures that are one size larger than you do not automatically succeed grapple checks, which was removed because that's not actually a rule. So its third benefit was just removed in a future errata because it was basically useless. Now, what grapple does is it just reduces the speed of the target to 0. And if they want to get ungrappled, they have to use their action to perform the escape action. So it's useful for stopping fleeing enemies and can be done as part of your multi-attack, as you're allowed to replace one of your attacks with the grapple action as part of your multi-attack. So if you're a melee character and you have the multi-attack, you're only attacking with one-handed weapon, you can grapple with your first attack, and if you have this feat, you would have advantage on all your other attacks for that turn, which definitely could be a benefit of this. Now, the pin action granted from this feat technically counts as the grapple action as well, so it can be substituted in for another one of your multi-attacks. So you can attempt to grapple and then pin them on the same turn. You can also grapple and then shove someone on the same turn in order to use its second option to knock them prone, which will give everyone advantage on the target within 5 feet without having to take a feat. So the shove action is just kind of better, since it essentially does the same thing for melee characters without requiring a special feat. Although some advantages to the restrain over the prone, the restrain condition gives advantage on range attacks, whereas the prone condition gives disadvantage to range attacks. So if you have a full party of ranged attackers, it's much better to have the target restrained than prone. Although even then, I'm not sure if you want to take a feat just to give advantage to all your party's ranged attack rolls on a single target while giving up all of your attacks for it. So if the shove action is just kind of already a thing that gives a lot of the same benefits as the pin action, the only real benefit of Grappler is that it allows you to have advantage on your attack rolls as long as you grapple something. However, here's the thing about the shove action as well. It requires the same exact checks as grapple. So you could just use that to knock a target prone and then gain advantage on them since you'd be in melee range to accomplish both of these things anyway. And the shove action doesn't require you to have a free hand, so both of the benefits of this can be kind of accomplished by just using the shove action instead, which is why this feat makes it number 1 on this list. At least Tavern Brawler gives you the ability score improvement and allows you to try grapple as a bonus action, whereas the Grappler feat doesn't actually give you any advantages to succeed on your grapple or allow you to use it easier. It's just if you manage to grapple someone, then you get extra benefits which aren't much better than using the shove action to knock someone prone.